in the chat. Let's see. I wish I could like minimize my own windows a little bit. There we go. There, okay, but now I don't see the chat.
You get my screen share, right?
I get your screen share. Yeah, but it took so on your screen share, I also have my Twitch chat in case anyone has gone to the wrong one, and I also have your Twitch chat sort of on the right-hand side. So I have like full window and then that on the right. If I full screen this thing, then I don't see the other chats, but I figured out how to do it without losing that. So it's all good now. Because before I had 3 windows. I had my share, your share, and my camera, and that was kind of wrong. Right. Good morning, Enrica. How you doing? I can see that you're still subscribed here, but not on my stream. So I'll be keeping an eye on you. Good morning, Skylar. How you doing? Enrica, you're in the wrong chat. Get out of there. Right. Okay. This is very exciting. We do another stream, and we've got lots of beautiful controversy coming everyone's way now. It's gonna be some hot dev action right here. I don't know how many views do we have? Like 2, 3 right now? Wasting all the good material on these people.
Let me check in a moment. I'm writing still the announcement.
There we go. There you go. All right, 8 viewers. There we go. 8 wonderful viewers. Good work, everyone. Yeah. All right, let me get that open again as well. All right. Hello, Skylar. How you doing? I see you got LLVM 19 working. Very good. I'm going to try your programming language in a bit. Well, not today, but, you know.
Oh, upgraded to LLVM 19? Nice. So many new, nice regressions in LLVM 19.
I was waiting for that. Now with extra regressions.
Yeah,
hello, Beat Watcher.
By the way, Beatwatcher is always present in chat, and that means that like one of us is a beat. Otherwise, Beatwatcher wouldn't be here.
Oh man, I got to tell you a story. Now that you're a gym aficionado as well, right?
Oh yeah.
So one of the so a long time ago, whatever, like a year ago, whatever, right? I read something, and I think it was Arnold who wrote this, that if you drink beet juice, you can preemptively not get DOMS, delayed onset muscle soreness. So you're not sore the next day if you drink beet juice, right? So I thought this sounds like a great idea. So I drank 2 large glasses of beetroot, and when I did my workout, and then I later on thought I had kidney failure because it was so scary. For 1 second, I was like, that's not the right color. And then it clicked and it was beetroot, man. So yes, there's a lot of beetroot consumption here, but don't freak out if you do, right? How was your trip to the gym then? Did you enjoy it?
I did. I'm still figuring out my program, but I feel like I'm making progress. I started doing a couple exercises. Oh man, what do you say? Free body? Is that how you say it in English? Like free without
calisthenics.
Yeah, no, sorry, not entirely free body, but like I'm okay. I'll tell you what the exercise is. It's like incline dumbbell presses. Oh. Yes. And so there's no machine around you, right, to help you get movement. Right? Free weights. Gotcha. Thank you. Yeah. And so the problem is that I still need it. This is for the pecs, and I still have to figure out how to actually activate the muscle for real. So I ended up basically stressing out my shoulders more than I should have. No, nothing terrible. I understand that it's part of the deal. So I'm basically calibrating myself with this stuff. But I'm making progress. I did a bunch of squats. My legs are weak now, horribly weak. But I discovered the power of what's it called? Is it the multi-power? Yeah, it's the machine that has like a barbell connected to two.
Oh, it's called a Smith machine. It's like 2 rails, and the bar can only move up and down. Yeah, that's
exactly.
A Smith machine.
That thing is amazing. It really helps go hard on squats without warning.
Yeah, no, you absolutely, because you don't have to stabilize yourself. So getting into the swing of it is pretty good.
Yeah.
And I think it's a good machine, right? Really like it. Oh, thank you so much for the sub, Enrico. There we go. Sorry, I'm getting a sub in my stream now. Thank you so much, Enrico. No, but that's great. And but it takes the worst part about working out your chest is that you're gonna burn your triceps before you get to your chest. So in the beginning, when you start working out, you might not feel any chest workout. As you can feel it on the stretch, but not on the push, and it can take a long time to get there. But that's cool, man. Hello, Katie. Hello, Vaping. Oh, so I was gonna say. Beachwatcher says, the story on my nick is trivial. I create an account to comment in one streamer's which name translates to beetroot. I don't even know what language that would be, but that sounds pretty good. That is kind of how I created my name as well, right? I just put two words together and that became my name. I didn't intend to stream myself. That was never on the radar for me. I was watching this other streamer and I wanted to chat with him while he was streaming. I didn't know anything about streaming. I didn't know anything about streaming etiquette or anything like that. And I just tried streaming one day, and because I did that, everyone I knew kind of disowned me, so I only have streaming left. Which
now
is why
you have streaming addiction. Now you can stop.
So Christoph, what's the reasoning? What's the story behind your streaming name?
My streaming name. Well, my name in general, like my nickname Christoph, is because it's my mother's surname. So in Italy, up until relatively recently, you did not inherit your mother's surname, only your father's. And so I like Christoph as a name. Like I feel like it I like the sound. I like how you write it. And so I started using it as my nickname. It's pretty nice. That nickname sorry. So my mother is from Central America, so her she has two surnames, Christoph.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is that common? Was that common in Italy at all, or
no? Multiple. Well, now yes. Sorry, now it is because now you inherit both surnames. So now we're basically like a Spanish country, I guess, where I don't know if you keep accumulating, but at least you can get a couple if you want. Yeah, so basically, long story short, Christoph comes because my grandpa was from Norway, I think. So that's why Christoph.
Okay, so it's not like a deeply religious thing then.
No. Oh, because of Christ, you mean? Oh, no, I promise you. Oh, man. Toggle, if you ever come to Italy, I'll show you the kind of special words that we have for religious stuff.
It sounds like we're coupled with Norwegian things. Sounds like we're going to a church burning or something at this point.
There's a friend, Matt Knight, who ran also Software You Can Love in Vancouver, and he came to Italy at one point. And basically, the first words that I taught him were basically, swear words. But in Italy, so I think this is fairly unique of the Italian language. If anybody has something similar, please feel free to correct me. But we have a specific class of swear words that are meant to be insults against God, and those are serious business. Like you can't say those things on TV. Like football players get a red card if they get recorded screaming this stuff on like official matches, that kind of stuff. I don't know if nowadays things are still as serious, but they were pretty serious like this in the past. In any case, so just to say, it's intense stuff. It's serious business. And these are the first words that I taught Matt Knight. So he's Canadian, and that's all he knew how to say in Italian. And I told him that's a good way. That's a good thing to say when, like, for example, you need to ask for people to make way for you, like in the metro. There's like it's crowded. You shout that, and people will move. Like, they will open. It's like a spell to open. I think that's what Moses shouted to, open, split the
part of the Red Sea, man. Oh, that's funny. Oh man, yeah. I remember the harshest curse word. We're venturing into some very sketchy territory for streaming, but this is great though. Some of the harshest curse words in Spanish is saying the word wafer or the wafer, but that is because it refers to the body of Christ than that wafer. But so like saying
really?
the wafer,
the thing that they feed you in church.
Yeah, that's the one.
Oh my god, that is so mild. No.
I know, but saying saying female genitalia, it's almost up there with like Scotland or Australia. It's just a word that sometimes seems to be inserted in any sentence at all. I've heard it on American television in Spanish as well, and I just wondered, like, do you know the word you're actually saying now? Because that is just, you cannot say the C word on television, right? Anywhere. But if you do it in Spanish, they're not going to pay too much attention to it, apparently. So that was a little bit insane.
Yeah, that is so funny. Yeah, so in this is a thing typical of Milan. In Milan, not exactly that word. So it's still female genitalia, but like, let's say a less offensive version of it, like one that it's not meant to be offensive. It's literally used as a, oh man, what's the translation of this word? It's used as intersperse filler word. So it's literally used as a filler word, and like it's typical of Milan. People do it in Milan, and they just say it. And it's so I guess my point is that I feel like in general, when it comes to being dirty with words, the rest of the world is like one step down compared to Italy. I'm sure we are not the only ones. I suspect that probably the French have their own version of this. The fact that Spain is that prudish surprises me. Well, I don't know, maybe it shouldn't, but like just saying the wafer thing is enough. That's crazy.
Yeah, that is like the harshest. If you say that around someone's abuela, man, you're up. There's no coming back from that, man. You might as well just run naked through the house at that point because you've lost. Right?
Yeah.
But you have the hand gestures in Italy as well, don't you? Because you do that a lot with the Spanish. So that's very good. Wait, do you have a favorite hand gesture, Christoph?
Favorite one?
A favorite hand gesture?
I don't think I don't use hand gestures too much. Like they are a thing; they can be used to communicate. But I think around here it's more. You know what? My favorite one, I'll tell you, it's this one. But it's not one of the usual ones. So like this one, like those are like part of the lore, right? This one, it's a gesture. It basically means, shall we grab a coffee?
It's a polite gesture as well.
Yeah. So the idea is like you're in an open space with a bunch of colleagues. You have noise canceling headphones. You cross, like you happen to be looking at a colleague. They happen to also look up and see you. And then at that point, what do? You'll say, shall we grab a coffee? You can't speak it, right? Because you're maybe far apart, you wear headphones, and so you just use the gesture.
I love that. So you kind of like, you're driving along, someone cuts you off, you drive up to them by the sort of red light, and they flip you the bird, and you're like,
coffee?
Yeah, coffee? All right, man. They're going to be so confused that day. They'll be like, what happened? I can't deal with this.
That is probably
I'm joining a cult.
Yeah, that is probably the ultimate de-escalation technique.
It's gotta be. If anything, you just leave them dazed and confused there. But like, yeah, think about that one, Max, and then you're off.
Brilliant. Wait, somebody has experienced this apparently. Mahonar, are you referring to the exact same thing I'm talking about? Is that it?
I think that's great. That's good. We need more like polite hand gesture. We need one that's like you're great or lovely to me. I guess we could use words for that, right? But we have a lot of impolite hand gesture. We need more polite hand gesture. I like that, man. All right. It gets the feeling of like I get the coffee gesture, but it also feels like, was it good? That's a bit so-so, right? You got a little bit like so-so. But
I guess they would be like this. Like the Italian gesture would be like this.
Very good. Well, in the UK, the hand gesture I'm also is the hand gesture for, and then on my screen, it's just a 5 asterisks in double quotes.
Yeah, no,
but it's turning up as plain text than yours. My Twitch is a lot more polite than yours, I see, right? We have the heart gesture. Yeah, but the heart gesture is a little bit weird to me, right? Because I feel like it's a little bit too. I mean, it's
Korean
Happy
one?
Valentine's, everyone. Right? I got to do heart gestures, but you got the. Is it the Korean?
I think it's Korean. Yeah, you do it with.
Yeah.
Okay.
With the T gesture for those who can't. We just do this, right? T. That's how you do T, right? Actually, I used the sign language for the letter T. For some reason, I learned sign language when I was a kid. And the only thing I remember is some of the alphabet. And all sign language aren't international either. So if you learn the sign language in one language, it's completely meaningless, even the alphabet in other languages. So that's wonderful. So I know an obscure dialect of sign language, but this was T, I remember. So I'd use this to indicate T to my immediate family members when they've got the headphones on or whatever, right? It's Valentine's Day, Christoph. Are you planning anything cool for the missus?
We had a nice breakfast this morning, so that's a starting point. I don't know. We'll see. I think we're both pretty busy lately with work.
That's kind of how it goes. Like you're young, you're in love, everything's wonderful. Now can you wake up and you look at your spouse, you turn to her and she goes, "Are you still here?" Like that's the start of the day I wanted.
You know what's funny? This morning we were waiting for our drinks and like breakfast stuff to arrive, and I was taken.
What kind of house do you live in? Do you have one or two servants?
We went out for breakfast.
Okay. For some reason, I was thinking like breakfast in bed, and it'd be like, ding, ding, ding.
Jeffrey, the pancakes are delayed. We must fire him.
All right, sorry, do go on. Tell me.
Yeah, so we were waiting, and basically she showed me the list of all occasions where I bought her flowers. And she pointed out how it was a very long time, like considering like the frequency had dropped according to her data, and how that wasn't acceptable. So that happened this morning.
I used to live in a Spanish village, and every weekend, or not in the weekend, but it was like once every week, I would walk into the village. We lived on like on like a top of a mountain, right? So we'd walk into the village, get myself a drink, buy fresh flowers for the wife, and then go back home with some fresh produce and from the green grocer and such. Come home, give her the flowers, and do all these things, right? And then one day she's just placed the flowers on top of the fridge, and I'm like, they're not like looking very good up there. And she's like, "I don't really like flowers." And I'm like, "Okay, I don't like flowers. You don't like flowers. I'm gonna stop buying the flowers now." But we've been supporting the local florist, but that was as far as it went. So she had no interest in flowers. And it's a little bit like, I wouldn't give my wife a card. She's way too pragmatic. She's like, "How long do I have to keep this before I can throw it away?"
Oh my God.
I think cards should have an expiration date on them. It's like maybe thrown after February the 3rd or like 2 days after receival. So, because there are people who just they got like boxes of these cards, and like, I don't know, man. What are you gonna do with them? Like, when you die, your kids gonna be like, "Wow, what's this treasure? Oh, it's 30 years of greeting cards." When I looked something with the batteries in. Right?
That's what my better half does. She is really serious in keeping everything, never throwing it away. No way. I don't know. I mean, I understand. I understand what your wife does. I don't understand what my better half does, but it is what it is. I'm also too pragmatic.
I think when you're a kid, right, and every time you got a card, you kind of did this gesture. You're like, "Where's the money, man? Get the money out first," and then you politely read the card. Now, when you get older, there's never any money in there. It's like you just get a card and you disappointedly open. "Oh, it's your name." Underneath a message you didn't write, "Thank you," and there's like a picture that you didn't take. Wonderful, the cynicism, right? Anyway, yes. So today we got a good old controversial conversation coming chat's way, right? We're gonna talk about dependencies today, but before we do that, do you want to show? Do you guys remember we talked about fussing last time? It was a big fuss about fussing. So should we continue that?
So about that, the toolchain fix that I was working for is still
out.
But here's what I have. Okay, I have a Let me see if I still have it. I think I still have this working. Do I have AFL? I think I have it here. Yeah. Okay. Let me show you this. So remove out. Let's look at what's in cases. In cases, there's a banana. Nothing else. Not a lot of help, banana. Here's the program. The program is what I was telling you, basically a password program. So gets from standard input 12 bytes, and then up to 20 bytes, actually. And then it basically compares those 12 bytes with can you find me? If it finds it, the assert trips. And if the assert trips, well, the program crashes. So this is a program that is extremely synthetic. It's basically, can the fuzzer find a specific combination of bytes to the point of it being a password, and to see if it can trigger this code path. So let me run the FL stuff. And so here's how it's going to work. The fuzzer is going to start, and it's going to keep fuzzing. And it's going to put inside out a list of files called the queue, where every file is a input that discovered a new code path in the program. And so it basically will keeping track of files that have, well, of inputs that have discovered new states of the program. And because as you discover new states from the program, right, it's like it's an exploration problem. So we can look at those files. So what we will see is that those files will figure out byte by byte the password. I'll try to show you. So the reason why all this fuzzing stuff is complicated right now is because LVM19 has a regression. Somehow it has regressed AFL because the code instrumentation has, the instrumentation of code in order to notify the fuzzer that a new state of the program has been found. I don't know, something broke in LVM19, and so this toolchain is currently in a degraded state for some reason. So I think I still have a build used that I did with LVM18. But in any case, so if it doesn't work, then I will need to downgrade the entire toolchain and get back to LVM18. But I think I should still have these compiled from the old version. So this is now fuzzing. And if I go inside out default queue, I go in bash because that's where I have my command already written down. You can see that it's making progress 1 byte at a time.
Huh.
It got all the way up to can you F. And whenever a new edge gets discovered, when you see this go to 10, then it will have made some more progress. This is also...
So how does it know that it's making progress? Because the program's just not going to do anything, right?
Yeah, so the way it works, this is what instrumentation does. So instrumentation is basically the process in which the compiler adds function calls every time there is a branch, every time there is a loop, every time there is a function call. And those function calls, so it calls a specific function that then that writes somewhere information that a given branch was taken, or a given, like that a given code location was explored. So this guy is having trouble making new progress, it seems. It's got up to 9, but now it's not making new progress. That's interesting. Oh, there we go. It found 10, 11. So it made more progress. And when this goes to 13, now it's almost able to find crashes.
Ooh.
Can you find one letter is missing? You will see probably soon that it is be able to find a crash. Keep in mind, this exploration is like this current setup that I'm using is hilariously slow. macOS is not super fast, but in particular here, the program has to be restarted every time because it runs, and then the program shuts down, and then, well, the process shuts down, and then the process needs to be recreated. When you have a proper fuzzing setup, you have basically a for loop, well, a while loop that keeps looping, keeps consuming input from the fuzzer, and so it never has to do the startup and tear down thing. And so normally you should expect fuzzing to run at like tens of thousands of iterations per second, maybe even hundreds of thousands, depending on how complicated is your process. So this is code guided code coverage. In particular, this, by the way, we're not gonna see can you find me in this output, because can you find me is a successful crash. So it doesn't go in the queue, it will go into the crash folder. Oh, and it happened. It found a crash. So if
it saved it.
Yeah. So if we go up, crashes. Can you find me I? Which is fair, because that's a valid input, because we stop reading it at we stop reading at 12 bytes. So what's after, it doesn't matter.
Okay, so I'm struggling to understand. So first of all, it is running the program 4,000 times a second. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
So it's the equivalent of someone typing out the program name followed by a random argument, right?
Yes.
And how does it determine which argument to pass in?
It's mostly at random, but so it's a mix. It's a mix of random mutations and like genetic algorithms. Like you take inputs that have you take a good input and then you flip a byte, or you flip a bit, or you stitch two good inputs together and you cut them and you glue them. Like it tries things at random. But
how does it know what a good input is? Is that an input that doesn't crash?
It's an input that has discovered a new state of the program. I can show you what it means to discover a new state.
So what is a state of the program?
Yeah.
What does that determine?
So
good morning, everyone. Good morning, Scott, and hello, Karathim as well.
Let's take this as an example, okay? I'm showing you a C example because longer runtime. So I'm showing you a C example because this one is more explicit. So the way it works is that when you compile your code, you need to have the compiler add instrumentation. Instrumentation literally means this. Let's call it, I don't know, fuzz notif. It's not really called fuzz notif, but it's kind of like this: fuzz notif, and then let's imagine that you have like a macro called what's it called? No, there's like a source location, right? In I think it's like # __line, right? I think you can do this. No, without the pound sign. I think it's like this in C. Well, basically, imagine that this is a value that tells you which line you are in, okay? So this gets put here by the compiler. This gets put here by the compiler. This gets put here by the compiler because there's a branch. So you basically have one inside the branch, one outside the branch. This gets put here by the compiler. This gets put here by the compiler. This gets put here by the compiler. Okay, I wish I had auto formatting. That could make this better, I suspect. Tell me if this makes sense. Basically, there is...
It kind of does. So it's a way to kind of insert points of interest for the fuzzer, so it knows that it's made some progress, right? Okay, that makes a lot of sense, because without this conversation, that just looked like magic. Because I'm thinking, like, how does it know what your intentions are? But it's about advancing the program, basically, and various branches, right?
And there's also another thing to keep in mind. You see that this is like telling you lines. So the fuzzer has to do also other things, which is reason about sequences of these things. So, for example, hitting this line and then hitting this line and then hitting this line is different than hitting this line, then this line, then this line, then this line again, and this line. Because a for loop, like the path that you take in a for loop is important, right? Like the number of iterations. In a sense, you are discovering a new state of the program if you run the for loop one more iteration.
So here's a good question from Don CS. Is instrumentation a standard, or is that something that is specific to something?
It's standard. There are, I believe, a couple methods. One is called PC trace guard, which is what AFL uses, which apparently is deprecated by LVM, I think. What I told you is PC trace guard. Yeah, okay. You know what? This is probably too complicated to see what's the state of things. So this is the PC guard method. There's a new method which doesn't call functions like this because there's a pretty big performance hit in doing this. There's another method which I don't know exactly how it works, but it's the 8-bit counters system, where basically there's going to be a standard location in memory where you just write to every single time you hit a code path, and I believe it's supposed to work kind of like a.
Is it like tracking the program counter or the instruction pointer or something?
I think that one it's basically going to increase a counter somewhere, maybe something like this. Okay, take what I'm about to show you with a ginormous grain of salt because I don't know precisely how it works, but I think it's something like this. Like counters. So somewhere there's this magic counters thing in memory. Like it's a symbol put in a writable section in the executable called Sankov, I believe. The actual name is, I believe, Sankov CTNRS, maybe without the S. And here it's an array. And so this is going to be __ line modulo Sankov counters len plus equals 1. So it's basically a lower resolution thing. It basically moves a counter in an array where line locations I think are modulo the resolution, like the granularity of these counters. And the idea is that this is much faster than calling a function. And so that helps fuzzing. It basically reduces the performance hit that you get from enabling fuzzing.
Okay, so it's less precise, but more performant.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
It is, but also at the same time, the other one, even though the other one seems more precise, the problem is that on the fuzzer size, you have the problem that keeping track of all those sequences of explorations is way too expensive in any case, because your program has way too many possible states. And so because there's like a ton of states that are like different, but also it's not important. They are basically the same thing. And so the fuzzer does end up simplifying things on its side anyway. So basically this is like a mechanism where the simplification happens at the instrumentation level. It might not work exactly like this. So keep in mind that, again, this is not necessarily how it works strictly, but the concept is something like this.
No, it makes sense. I never really thought about it. Like fuzzing being a thing. That's very cool. Right. Was there anything that we talked about last stream that we didn't sort of finish covering? I think it was fuzzing, and then I don't know if we covered anything else.
I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, sorry. All the information about these fuzzing stuff is like it's not laid out in a reasonable way. You have to read conversations. It's all very weird. So, what else is there to say? I don't know. I think it's cool. I think that once you have code coverage and it works, code coverage guided fuzzing and it works. Then it's amazing because it finds passwords, it explores your program state. The one in Zig, which I cannot demo because it needs a couple of fixes on macOS, which I don't know how to make fully. I made some progress earlier today and yesterday, but I haven't really reached the the end goal yet. But the way it's going to work in Zig, which I believe there is a video from Andrew. I think, let's see.
By the way, if you want to show some video on stream, I can actually hear the audio now by just watching the stream. So I get a little bit of a delay, but I can get the audio if there's any video to look at.
Yeah, that makes sense. Although in this case, there is no audio, so we're good.
But that makes it easier.
Okay, so this is how it's supposed to work. Or actually, maybe there is audio, but we don't care. We can
Hello,
ignore
Rishi.
that. So basically, this is Andrew showing it. This is fuzzing running in the Zig compiler. And the way it's going to work is that the fuzzer will give you, when running in infinite mode, it's going to give you access to a web interface. And the web interface shows you source code, plus also showing you where it's hitting, which lines it's hitting. So, and I think this is nice because you can use that to know if your fuzzer is actually fuzzing what you think it should be fuzzing or not. So you can see which states it's being able to explore, which states it's unable to explore, or rather which lines it's unable or able to explore. I guess you can't see the full state because the state depends also obviously on, well, state, memory state. Here you're just seeing the source code. But in any case, you can see how well it's able to hit. It's kind of like an exercise in the gym. Like, is it hitting the right muscle or not? That kind of stuff. So I think it's gonna be cool because fuzzing, like, it's not always obvious to understand how good is your fuzzing setup. So this is the idea.
That's very cool.
Yeah.
So what's the story with let's see. Let me see if I can remember all the Zig things that are out there now. So if we're talking about like setting up a development environment using Zig, you have, is it the ZVM for Zig version management? So you use ZVM.
Yeah, that's a community project. There's also Zig Up. I personally use Zig Up. I think they're both fine.
What's the difference between these two?
Just two different projects. I suspect that Zig Up is more minimalistic. Like, I think ZVM is also going to fetch ZLS for you, and I think it might have more fancy options. Zig Up is literally just downloading Zig from the official Zig website and placing a symlink somewhere. That's all it does.
Okay. Which brings me to the next one then. ZLS or ZLS, that would be the language server, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And Zig, so we spoke quite a while ago about this, but what's the story of package management in Zig, right? Because it has one or two projects. I think it had more than two projects going at one point, but has that kind of funneled into some...
Yeah, so the plan all along was to only have one official package manager, so no secondary package managers. Although, if somebody wants to make their own package manager, you can forbid them from using it, so they can do it.
Well, you can, but they might not listen. But you're not allowed to make your own trademarks.
The idea is, since day one, the plan is that there will be an official solution, which will be the one endorsed by the project and nothing else. So you can make it, but it's not going to be endorsed, and I guess that's where it ends. So the way it works is that when you run Zig build can also download dependencies. So if you want a funny example, so we were talking about fuzzing, right? So let's continue using fuzzing as an example. There's this project. There's all your base AFL++. So the way it works is this. There is AFL++, which is the upstream project. This is the actual fuzzer. And as you can see, it is a delightful C project, C++, Makefile, Python, Shell, Jupyter Notebook, other project.
I'm funny to see Jupyter Notebook, and I'm guessing that's more like testing something. I don't think that like the project really depends on that, though, right? That looks incomplete.
There's one. Somebody committed a benchmark IPython notebook.
I never got into the whole Jupyter Notebook thing. I mean, the conceptually it looks cool, but it's not something that I ever find myself like using and writing and interacting with. Maybe I should embrace these things a bit more. Have you use them a lot?
I used to use them, yeah. So in my weird professional past, I used to work for a research center that would create reports for, well, the European Parliament, among other like similar things. It was criminology, their main focus. So they worried.
Criminology?
Yeah, they did things like cigarette smuggling, weapons, human trafficking, criminal activity in general. And you know what's funny? At the time, they were really selling. I was the basically the only technical guy, like computer guy, and like they were asking me, man, is there a way to like collect all newspapers, articles from the last 20 years, which we do have there, like archives at a national level, and then put them in like a search engine where you can like group them by kind of crime? And I was like, no, there's no fucking way to do any of this. I'm sorry. It's like, well, now they actually can. Now with LLMs, they actually can do this for real. So
I guess you could just OCR as well at an earlier level.
No, we did have digital versions, and I was able, and I did create for them a gigantic instance of Elasticsearch with Kibana, and so they could search with Kibana. But they didn't want search. Like they wanted AI style categorization and grouping and correlation between things, which wasn't really a thing at the time.
See, if you deliver that, the next question would be, is there any way we can identify people who are going to commit crimes before they do some kind of pre-crime thing there? Like, there we go. We got pre-crime running on Python. We still haven't found anyone, but it's running in a Jupyter notebook, right? But the idea of a Jupyter notebook is kind of cool, right? Because you got like text intertwined with code and generated graphics and stuff like that. So that there is kind of an interesting aspect to it, right? But I just never get around to actually caring about it enough to sort of get on with it and try to embrace it for anything. I bet if I did, I'd be like, wow, this is amazing. Where have you been all my life? But I just like, nah, I don't want to write a bunch of Python anymore, right?
In my mind, this stuff makes sense when you, first of all, are doing like data science-y things where you're being you're not doing engineering. You're like slapping together. Maybe you're like doing stuff in a Python REPL. You're not like even serializing to disk what your process is. So you're just like, it's like the ultimate, you're YOLOing it basically. And so the Jupyter notebook thing allows you to write your stuff down in a reproducible manner so that somebody else can observe the Jupyter notebook and see what your steps were. And then it also doubles as a communication system. Like you can use that to demo what you did to other people without having you fuzz in real time with the shell where you forget something, forget the step and now it doesn't work, or it's for some reason doesn't reproduce anymore. Because that was a thing at the time that happened a lot. Like people saying, oh yeah, I did this thing, and then they couldn't reproduce it. Yeah, especially when people using R. At the time, there was like a huge R versus Python discussion in the research center because I was the Python guy, and then all the economists were all R people, and their stuff.
And where are they now with the programming languages?
No,
where are they now?
They're actually fine. Some of them are at the United Nations, so they're fine.
Well, there you go then, right? If you got to complain about the world economy, for instance, we blame R. There you go. But back to the Zig package manager. What was the story there? Like how many do we have?
So the story is that we have this delightful C++ project, right? So if you want to build this bad boy, you have probably your best bet is to look at the fact, well, probably it's the Docker file. But setting aside the Docker file, you have a make file in here. So you basically would want to call make, I guess, on this project. Hopefully it works. But we don't like calling make in Zig world. We like calling Zig build. So all your code base AFL++ is a package that literally replaces that make file with a Zig build script. where we focus on the ability to cross compile and like make everything nice in a way that makes sense for the Zig build system. So
is this staying in lockstep with the original source then? Is it like constantly forking, or is it, how does it work?
The way it works is that, no, we don't fork. As you can see, this repository pretty much only contains these two Zig files, and it doesn't have the original sources, because the way it works is that we add the upstream as a dependency, in this case on a tag tarball. And so the Zig build system downloads this, untars it in a directory inside the cache, and then this gives us access to the source files. So we basically, in our build script, for example, you will see a bunch of, here at the end, here we list all the, where is it? These are all the C files necessary to compile AFL fuzz, which is the program that we saw earlier. It's the fuzzing runner, the one with the whole cockpit with full of numbers. So here we specify the list of C files necessary to build that thing. And then in here, we do add executable called AFL fuzz, but then we add to it C source files, and we pass them like this. So then we specify all the other things that it depends on. So for example, if you enable using zlib, because the original, also the original makefile made this an optional thing, like you could enable zlib support or not. I don't know what's it used for actually, but you can either have it or not have it. And then you add all the include paths. Like you basically add, this is the equivalent of some lines in the original makefile. You link libc at the end, and then you basically, this way you have defined an executable. Now, in this case here, we're only referencing sources in our dependency, because the dependency is not a Zig dependency. There is no build script in it. It doesn't, how can I say, the upstream dependency isn't Zig aware. So it's a tarball that only provides files. Now, if another project, like for example, Zig AFL kit, depends on the packaged AFL++, the one in all your code base, which is what I do here. So here you can see that I depend on the one in all your code base. In this case, I depend on a commit in the repository. So in this case, since that package does compile the it does expose built executables in Zig AFL kit, I can refer not only to files, but I also can refer to compiled artifacts. So I can grab from AFL, what is it? AFL kit. Let's see a good example somewhere. For example, here I can say, look, I will need you to compile all the LLVM-based executables and install them before, like that has to happen if we want to execute this function add instrumented exe. So what will happen is that this build script, if you use Zig AFL kit, which is a way for you to integrate with AFL in a Zig project, this will also trigger the building all the AFL toolkit, like all the executables, AFL files, all the other ones, and they will be put in your output folder so that they can also be used to run your fuzzing executable. So long story short, sorry, I'm wasting a ton of words to say, when your dependency instead does have a build script, then you can refer not only to files, but you can refer to artifacts. Like you can say, please give me AFL fuzz. You have defined a way of building AFL fuzz. I need it, give it to me now. I need it, I need to use it. Either because I want to install it or because I want to invoke it as part of the build process.
Okay, and is Zon like Zig object notation?
Yeah.
Or is this something else?
It's literally what you said, yes.
All right. So this is how you manage your dependencies with the build Zig file. Is that right?
Yeah. Basically,
so
the build Zig file can refer to things defined in there. This one is maybe a bit of a weird example. Let me go back to this one that is more normal. So you can see that I can do bit option. There we go. Here we say, give me the AFL++ dependency. This name here corresponds to this name here. If I change this to banana, then I would have to write banana there. So let's go back to the Zig code. Of course, it sends me to the bottom for no reason. Thank you, GitHub. So here you would have give me banana. And then here we are accessing paths in the upstream repository, in our dependency. So this is referring to the source directory of the AFL++ project. And then that's how then in the rest of the build script, we access those files.
Okay, so you basically define how to fetch a dependency, and then you name that block, and then when you want to use the dependency, you just do it like that. Okay, got it, right?
Yeah.
So should we? So I want to use this as a segue to talk a little bit about the dependencies. Should we start talking about Rob Pike's talk? Should we? Yeah, okay, which I haven't seen.
So this one was on Hacker News. Let's see if it's still on Hacker News.
You guys know we're in for a treat when we start off in like Hacker News, because there's definitely only good things coming out of there.
That's how I start my day.
You do really start your day with Hacker News? Because I think I can't think of anything other than Twitter that would put me in a worse mood. You wake up, sun is shining, Hacker News, and then it's just rage bait. There you go, number 28.
Yeah, number 28. 64 comments. I think when I saw this originally, did not have 64 comments.
Oh, I did not look at any comments. I just go straight to the thing.
Okay, I opened it in a new tab. In my case, the way I start my day, if I do this stuff, is like this. I search for Zig comments by date, and I start by seeing what people say about Zig. That's how my day starts.
I do that, but instead of Zig, I put in toggle bit, and then I cry. So there's just straight up anger. No, I'm kidding. I've never. Oh, I was gonna say you're gonna find a lot of computer related terminology around that. It's like there's no mentioning of me there, right?
Well, I mean, when people mention me by name, I think it's usually to complain. So.
So you wake up, cup of coffee. How do people hate me today? Okay, let's start scrolling.
I don't search for my name. So.
I wouldn't dare to. I said this to, who was it? I think I was talking to Dave Spade, another streamer who's been working on the game on Twitch for a long time, and I said to him, like, how do you deal with people talking about your games? Like, you spend 2, 3, 4 years working on something, and then someone spends like 5 minutes looking and going like, it's a bit shit, really. And like, it was like, my life's work is just summed up to it's a bit shit, right? And like, no, I don't think so. If I ever release a game or anything like that, I'm just straight up not gonna read any comments or anything like that. I'll have someone filter out the useful criticism and just give me the stuff that I can work on and that makes sense, and then get rid of the rest, right? So yeah, because I mean, like, you're gonna have people having their hot takes on like everything all the time, and as fun as that can be, probably not when you're like the creator of something, right? Oh, and of course, I don't know if I ever asked you this, Christoph, but I'm gonna like just take a little bit of detail. Were you ever into games programming, or did you ever dream of becoming a game developer?
I think
I never game.
No, I do game, but I never got into game dev honestly much. I think at some point I tried to make my own like Mario clone and kind of made a very shitty one back in the days with Love 2D. I think it's a Python framework, maybe? No, it's a Lua framework.
Love 2D, I think, is Hacks.
Is it?
I think
no.
That's yeah, isn't it? No, Hacks maybe is its own thing.
Yeah, Lua. Okay, so this is Lua. So I used some of these, but I never really made anything good with it. So, yeah, you know what? Actually, now I have ideas for games. So maybe in the future, as part of my Zig tenure, I will attempt something like this, but never really done that much. I see that you do have like some pixel art for like your avatar on Twitch and also your offline screen. Have you ever done anything more serious?
Nah, I want to. So, but I like when I was a child, I had all these like lavish dreams of making games, right? And it's like, oh, and like, I'd go for walks with my friends, and we talk about like this incredibly complex game worlds where your game character can like live out the whole life, and and like this is before Sims was a thing, right? Like we had like all these crazy ideas, and then I did what every aspiring game developers do. And I started working as a web developer instead because that's what they were hiring for, right? And I just forgot all about that. So I do tinker these days. I have like a project where I'm trying to understand 2D, and Temporis has been helping me quite a lot. I can I'm quite bad at math, right? But I'm trying, and I can imagine his frustration when it's like basic stuff that I don't understand, and he doesn't know how to. How do I dumb this down more? It's not possible. It's like, it's good, man. But we're going to get back to the dependency conversation. But there was one thing that I was thinking about as I was kind of banging my head against a metaphorical wall, solving something. And I was wondering, I asked myself, how would you do this in Zig, right?
Yeah.
First of all, there's a couple of things. Zig doesn't have kind of internal types like reference counted types. Does it? There's no such things, right? So the way you, and I think I kind of know the answer to this question. I'm just curious about how you model it, right? Let's say that you have two collections, whereas if the value is the collection that is the last collection to have the value is responsible for freeing it. Now I know you wouldn't necessarily write software like that because you would free it when you're done with both collections, right? But in the interest of maybe doing some kind of memory optimization or whatever, right? How would you deal with a situation like that when you don't know really which code path is going to end up freeing it, right? But you would use a reference counter in the end. Does this question make sense at all?
So yeah, it does. So you have two collections. So let's say that these are like two array lists, and a given item can be, a given entity can be in either one of those. But I guess the problem is that it could be in both at the same time, right? Or not, because that's why reference counting would come into play. Like if a given entity can only be in either one or the other, then it's easy. The one that has it is the one that frees it when it's time. So that's trivial. But then let's say that there's the case where the thing could be in both. In that case, yeah, you would need some reference counting, and you basically make your own reference counted type straight up. As an example, it is not a game, but I am working on a thing that I'm calling D2 for now. Which is
this is definitely Diablo 2 written in Sig now, just so everyone is watching. Get your hopes up.
So it's actually a Discord. It's a chat application, kind of like Discord. That as a temporary name, I'm calling D2 as in Discord 2, but that's like an in-joke. It's not going to be called Discord 2. It will not have to be a one-to-one mapping to Discord, but it is like instant messaging, voice calls, voice channels, that kind of stuff. And here, for example, I have these concepts of a message. So let's see if I can find it. A message. Let me see if I can find it because I don't remember where this stuff is defined. Actually, let me see. Server, data, loop, common. Actually, no. D2, ID, host, user, opus, color, message, ID, author, text. No, this is not it. Is this a protocol thing? Okay, let's continue. Let's continue taking a look here. There's a pool somewhere. UDP pool. Oh, there we go. There's also TCP message. Let's look at briefly TCP message. Yeah, look at this. Ref count.
Okay.
So it does have a concept of ref counting. I think UDP has the same problem potentially. Let's see. Some of this stuff has a dinit where stream. Now let's go back to the TCP one. Some of these things has a destroy. Look. Here, destroy is going to be GPA.free. No, this destroy is actually doing the destroying. Interesting. Payload.
That should probably.
There we go. Acquire release.
See if you
Here's
check
the
for
thing.
ref counters.
Yeah, here's the thing. It's acquire release. You create one, you acquire it, and then once you're done with it, you release. If ref count goes back to 1, you're free. Otherwise, you decrease ref count. So, like, you literally implement it yourself.
It's very straightforward. And for those of you who are watching this and you didn't know, but the internals of Rust RC, it's kind of just this, right? You're just decrementing a counter until it's 0, and then you free the memory, basically, right? Hello, I'm Log. How you doing?
Hello, I'm Log.
Wrong to you too. If it's called D2, it should only work when it wants to and insult Togglebit. I have a viewer named D3 who's constantly abusing me. that was an joke there. Okay, so that's interesting. So you would just, but that's a clever solution because you don't have to, it's clever because it's simple, right?
Yeah,
you
can make it generic if you want. I didn't engineer it, but you could also create a generic RC type. And but the A in ARC is for atomic. Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So arc is just an atomic reference counter. So it means that it can cross thread boundaries. It's probably one of the nicest data structures in Rust because it's very cheap. Very cheap, whatever that means. It's not horribly expensive. It's very easy to use, and you can basically send things across thread boundaries and not worry about the multi-threaded aspect. That I think every time you deal with multiple threads, you kind of always have that uneasy feeling because threads are insane because they do things out of order, and when you need to share some data. Especially if you were operating on this level where you don't even know which thread should free the memory. That's not necessarily a common setup, but if you are in that situation, that's definitely going to leave you feeling a little bit uneasy. I was going to, so I would imagine that if you were building something like this, you kind of have more clear memory initialization block, do some work, free the memory. Even if the work is just a little bit of work or a lot of work, it still kind of falls within the same block. So we're kind of almost talking about lifetimes in some way, but you can just use RC there. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I don't think so. Okay, let me think about the properties of Arc because I suspect that there might not be an equivalent for Zig. So what we could do to make this, okay, obviously here, since acquire and release mutate this value, then these you can't acquire from one thread and release from another because these operations are not atomic. So we could turn these into atomic operations. So we could do a atomic increment, atomic decrement, atomic read, and it would work. But then, is that all Arc does? Or Arc, I'm guessing, also implies that only one thread at a time, like the value gets moved to a thread, maybe even without quotes.
No, not like that. But if we're following the Rust model, then Arc is immutable, so you can't mutate the memory anyway.
I see.
This is about sharing. If you wanted that kind of combo, you put a mutex into an Arc, and then you can just share it wildly.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Okay, but that's interesting because you do like the ref count thing there, and that's I had more things, but I can't quite remember what there was. If they come back to me, I'm gonna ask. But there was more about how I deal with values when it comes to my UI library, and I was just wondering about that. But I need to remember the more specific details to ask about that. So should we go back to the dependency conversation then, right?
Yeah. So, shall we take a look at what Rob Pike has to say?
Let's have a should we have a look at the actual talk before we dig into the comments that's going to destroy my brain. So we'll look
for sure. Sorry, that was my Hacker News browsing finger.
Yeah, no, it's all good.
It's like muscle memory. The finger wants to read the drama. Okay, actually, so I think there is no way of accessing the talk, I guess.
Can I just address one thing in chat? Waybin, if you're interested in Rust work, are you on my Discord? Because I know that there are people who are going to be hiring Rust developers soon. So if you're on my Discord and you want a Rust job, let me know. All right, back into it.
Yeah. Also, so Brian Rizzi is asking, how would one implement ref counting in Zig without Rye? You write your releases manually.
You would I think that the thing that Rye gives you is that you don't have to put your initialization and your constructor and destructor manually, right? You don't have to type defer, or you don't have to manually call things, right? But that's kind of it, right? And also when we're talking about Rye, it also means in Rust parlance, of course, you're not allowed to work on uninitialized memory, even though I did show on stream how you can partially initialize the struct as you're moving through stages of a program. So you could initialize half the struct, and then some instructions later, you finish the initialization. But that is not something you commonly would do, but you absolutely can do that. But Rye just means that in Rust, whatever you got, you have initialized data, and at some point, unless you intentionally leak the memory, this data is gonna be freed as well, right? In either from the stack or whatever you're gonna call the destructor on it and all that, right? Okay, anyway, right, so let's have a look at what Rob has to say. Okay. We got to remember, though, that Rob is the person who claimed that syntax highlighting is for kindergartners. I'm kidding, of course. I don't remember that, right? But it is a funny phrase, right?
Yeah, he did say that. I think he's also the one that said that Go is designed for kind of clueless programmers or something like that.
Yeah, it was definitely not a good take, and that kind of has survived. So that one's still kind of orbiting the Go community. Okay. So, but in reality, it's this: if you want to do Go programming, you're a Go programmer. You're not gonna care, and if you care about that and that phrase that he made, and use that as a reason not to program Go, you were never going to program Go in the first place, right? So I think it's just a funny thing at this point, right?
I think that people misinterpreted that sentence. So to be clear, I'm not a Rob Pike stan. I don't know the guy. I don't know. He's a bald old guy. Whatever. I don't care. But yeah, I could see myself grabbing a coffee with him. I don't know if I would offer it to him.
Not after this conversation, man.
But I think that sentence was misinterpreted. Let me bring it up briefly, because I think this might be interesting. So Rob Pike, is that with an I? Yeah, Rob Pike, Google developers. Let's see. What's the? Is this it? The key point here...
Yeah, there you go. That's it.
The key point here is our programmers are Googlers. They're not researchers. They're typically fairly young, fresh out of school, probably learn Java, maybe learn C and C++, probably learn Python. They're not capable of understanding a brilliant language, but we want to use them to build good software. So the language that we give them has to be easy for them to understand and easy to adopt. So here's how I interpreted it, which, by the way, I'm not claiming is necessarily the one true correct way of interpreting this sentence, but my impression is that given that he is the creator of Go, and that he has, he has a perspective on how to do software development, which is embodied in Go, my impression is that this sentence is kind of like a way of saying, I think that C and C++ are overcomplicated and like they're full of foot guns that, in my opinion, don't have to be there, and which I designed out of my language. And so instead of explicitly saying, I think that those languages are full of foot guns and overcomplicated, he describes them as brilliant. I might be wrong. Personally, I don't think that Rob Pike genuinely believes that C++ is a brilliant language. So I would say that if you want to take him at face value, you would have to also agree with the statement that you do think that he is, he does believe that C++ is a brilliant language. I do not believe he does. And thus, what I'm thinking is that he's saying, basically in a very polite way, very professional way, those languages are overcomplicated. And so I design a language for normal people who don't have to be wizards, that like researchers or whatever, that like put in the effort to understand this brilliant language. And so I gave them like a language that it's easier to understand and adopt. That is my interpretation.
You make a language and then you say, people who use my language don't understand brilliant languages. So you're kind of saying that your language isn't brilliant in the same sentence. That's a little bit of a, but I mean, I think I don't know the entire story behind this. This might have been something that he kind of just said in a conversation somewhere, and it wasn't really a thought through statement. I mean, I know I've said plenty of dumb things in my life, not thinking things through, and that's what happens, right?
Yeah.
It's just unfortunate that this thing kind of got attached to the Go language, this sentence. So I'm not even going to speculate what it means because I don't know, but what I'm reading, it kind of seems a little bit funny to say that, because one of the things that people associate with programmers, especially people who are not programmers, they think of programmers as smart people or nerdy people, or whatever, right? But there is like a level of, you're doing this because you're somewhat clever, right? So I think that most programmers like to place themselves in a category of not being a sort of a flapping idiot, right? I mean, at least try to. So you're kind of insulting the intelligence of the people who want to come off as intelligent, who want to exist in a field that where intelligence is a required attribute, right? And that,
yeah. That's also, I think, what Parkishinwell is saying in chat. He's saying, if you're C-brained, you can't appreciate an actually good language, you pleb. I don't know, maybe. But sorry, the reason why I'm saying that this argument needs to hold for C++ is because Google uses C++. As far as I know, C++ is the main language used at Google. I'm sure not the only one. I'm sure there's a lot. But maybe people in chat who have... I know there's people in chat who have worked or still work at Google. I believe the C++ is at least one of the most dominant languages there. And so if his point is about Googlers, then I guess C++ is the other languages that people have to contend with, or rather the Go has to contend with. And so that's why I do think that the brilliant language argument should apply to C++, and thus should not be taken at face value.
Welcome, Raiders, by the way.
Hey, Andreas.
Thank you for writing. Hope you guys had a good stream.
Hello, everybody.
So I think it's all. I mean, it is a little bit of a complex thing to say around that, right? Because it's like I wonder if he regrets ever saying those words, because they became synonymous with him when we're talking to people and like like people either Go programmers or don't like Go. Either that sentence kind of exists in there, but. Here's the thing, because we're about to look at the slides from his talk, and I skimmed the slides, and because I'm lazy, I didn't read all of them. I was like, oh, there's so many words here, and I skipped a lot, and then I formed a strong opinion. So I kind of read headline and then formed a strong opinion. But looking at that sentence, it's kind of interesting because you're creating a language saying it's going to be easier to get people into programming, like just get them programming. But at the same time, we're about to look at a topic that is probably indirectly exist as a result of getting people just into programming. So should we pop open the slides and have a look?
Yeah, I was searching for the tab. Okay, so let's see. Man, okay, maybe Toggle, are you gonna play? Can you play Rob Pike? Try to imagine what he said for this slide, because we don't have the voice track.
So I don't really know Rob Pike's voice, so I'm gonna do an attempt here, right?
All I know,
reprogrammers.
All right, fine. I won't do that. Okay. So I don't know who B-Dubs Jones is.
He has a bald guy voice. That's all I know.
But I get to be the bald guy. The only thing I got going for me in life is that I picked up Rust early and I have hair, right? That's like the only thing I got. And I get to be the bald guy who loves C++, okay? Here we go, right? Typecast for life. All right.
So users are unhappy. Right. Yeah. Okay, do you want to do the reading? Do I do the reading? How do we do it?
I'll be the Rob.
Oh my God. Okay, let's go. Okay, you have the floor, Rob.
Users are unhappy. But is Rob reading the tweet, though? Or can you read the tweet then?
Okay, I'll do the tweet then. corporate websites seem so slow these days. What's going on? Everything related to e-commerce websites has gotten slow and sluggish on mobile, on fast desktops, on fast internet connections, ... They're just slow. So, I mean, that's fair. I mean, I used to work...
Oh, yeah. Is there anyone in chat who doesn't agree with that sentiment? I feel like that's a little bit like writing a tweet going, there are people. And that's the end of the tweet.
Caritam, I have no idea. The only thing I know about BW Jones is that he does not have a bald guy voice. That's the only thing. That's the only thing I know.
He, unlike Rob, who I am today, B-Dubs Jones got hair, okay?
Yeah.
And it looks a little bit disenfranchised, but yes. All right, let's look at the next slide.
Also, all these things. Okay, I'll give my take. My take is that all these things tend to be done with a ton of C#. Like not every corporate website, but like banks and stuff, they tend to be done in C#. And I think that the C# ecosystem has a ton of problems that make people.
Oh, that's good. And we were just talking about this before the stream as well. I said the reason I didn't get into Go because I already programmed some C#, and I felt like Go doesn't add anything to that. But I definitely want to resume that conversation. I don't think that there's going to be any polarity in it. I think we're just going to have a big old agree with each other moment there. But it was a fun conversation. So, all right. A paradox. Video games run at 60 frames per second.
Yeah, I actually have the perfect argument in favor of Go against C#. Let's do the slide and then I'll hit you with it.
All right. Video games run at 60 frames per second or more, even 120 frames per second. Yet it takes me 30 seconds to log into my bag. What's going on? It wasn't always like this.
I'll tell you what's going on. It's JWT tokens that contain in their payload your entire user profile, including a base 64 encoded copy of your user profile picture.
And you also, so I blame TLS. Okay, that handshake we should get rid of TLS. The handshake is annoying, takes too long. You know, unencrypted web traffic or triple DES was good enough. Okay, for those of you who don't get it, I'm joking. Obviously, triple DES is horribly broken, and people probably don't even remember that. But yes, but there is a lot going. So what is actually happening when you make a web request? I mean, we can't talk about a game because a game is local. It kind of, I mean, it can be a multiplayer game, but you're gonna do a lot of the heavy work locally, right? So, but when it comes to a web request, there's a lot that's going on. Like you got to do the handshake to agree on exchange your keys for your cryptography. Then you're gonna encrypt your payload, and then you're gonna cobble this together. And for some reason, I mean, I kind of get it. The web was never supposed to be what it is today. It is kind of insane that it became this, but everything is in plain text and like really good for humans, really, really useless for computers. Like, I know you can like compress a lot of stuff. I mean, I know we do have some compression, but we wouldn't even have to compress it. We could have just written it in binary from the first place, kind of thing. But yeah, let's see your take on it.
In my experience, like every single time I've experienced slow authentication, it has always been because the authentication was not just one request. It was like a huge ping pong. Like you have, maybe they implement a OAuth workflow, so they send you to the authentication subsystem, and then the thing does some authentication that you get ping ponged back to something else. I mean, I remembered, I don't know if you ever had to like log into Microsoft services. Every time I log in on, I used to have to log in on Azure. I think people pronounce it.
No one knows how to pronounce Azure, right? And no one knows that. Not even Microsoft. They're like, how can we with our users the most? Let's name it something no one can pronounce. Okay, let's go with that.
So every time I had to log into Azure, or even before it was Azure, what was the name of that thing? Visual Studio Team Services?
Oh, Team Foundation Service.
Team Foundation Services, yeah. Every time I had to log into that thing, it was like, I would see my browser, like, you know, that you can tell sometimes when like you're hitting a redirect. I would like hit 4 or 5 redirects. And then after the 5th one, then finally I would be able to log in. So I don't know. I think people just do dumb stuff. At least it's one of the reasons.
And why? This is really in line with the topic. Why do you think people do dumb stuff?
Good question. Because they have too many dependencies.
Or because they don't care. They don't. I mean, like I reckon that a large portion of why things are the way they are is because people have kind of accepted something and then they stopped caring, right?
Yeah.
Because it's very rarely you're gonna see anyone doing anything with the web on one screen and then it got perf or valgrind or cache grind or anything like that on the other screen. There's no flame graphs, there's no, there's a lot of that stuff is kind of like omitted from that world, right? And why that is, I don't know. There's like 100 reasons why it is. Low barrier of entry. There's no mentoring that introduces this thing. People don't care. People never learn. There was like no. I mean, because a lot of this stuff was just like a side effect, and now it's front and center. So it's very, very. It's very. I think it's very lacking of a culture. But at the other hand, right? You have this kind of almost elitist take against these people, right? So there's plenty of times where I see people be like, JavaScript is not a programming language. I mean, in the sense that it's not a real programming language. The real men use, right? It's not like I see a lot of that, like, oh, you're a web developer, or like as if someone walked in and go like, hi, I'm a human toilet. It's like that. They're like, oh, you're a web developer. Okay, right. Poor life choices. So I see the treatment of people like that and like a culture that's a bit like that. So it's not an information exchange. It's more like, no, you don't program whatever I program, C++ or whatever. So you're not welcome into my world where I have all the cool performance tools, right? You don't get any of that. I am completely making this shit up, by the way. So I'm just guessing now.
I'm thinking also of another possible example when it comes to banks specifically. I think that this is like probably the type of ecosystem that breeds this kind of inefficiency, because maybe at some point you have some new regulation thing that you have to go through, or like some new security theater things. So like, maybe your work at Deutsche Bank, and you remember the Deutsche Bank got hacked a while ago, right? They had like ransomware on their whole system, and it was a mess. So for one reason or another, maybe they have they need to make a system change where now there needs to be more auditing. And so because of how the internal political landscape is structured, maybe some things cannot be changed easily, but it is possible to add another step maybe to the authentication process, or like another step whenever like I was about to say a syscall. No, whenever an API call is invoked. So now the API call, instead of calling only one service in the network, in the internal network of the backend, now it also after that does a second call to another system that was bolted on top afterwards, because a new manager came in, wanted to make this thing happen, but didn't have the political power to restructure things. And so bolting on top is just more easy to get buy-in for in the organization. And now the user has to wait even more for the login to happen.
It's accumulative, right? It kind of like, oh, but if we add this one thing, it just adds a millisecond. But we've been doing this now many times, right? To kind of address a little bit what Human Police is saying, you don't want or should want to do auth checks at 60 frames per second. Is that comment based on trying to avoid timing attacks, or what's the thoughts behind that? Or Crispy says fast auth is usually. I'm wondering if this is people saying but timing attacks, but not using those words, right? Is that what you guys are saying?
I don't know. I think that my auth code should be normal, and so if it shouldn't take that long. Like, I don't see any real reason to make the auth slow. If you don't want people to be able to auth too much, then you rate limit.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking that. Like, is it like should we intentionally make it slow so you can't brute force or what? Auth adds so much more packet size sent, so you have to slow down. But does it really?
It depends on what you put in there. Yeah, my old colleagues back when I was working with C#, they loved placing also the user profile picture in a JWT token. So yeah, in their case, they authentication was a chunky boy, but
Okay, Matt, there's a lot of hot takes in the chat here.
Yeah, there's a lot of hot takes in there.
Right? We're getting a lot of conversation out there, man. We're on the second slide, man. We could stretch this talk for like a month at this rate, right? You guys are
okay.
gold.
So
right?
so it didn't always take 30 seconds to log into a bank. Let's see what happened next.
University of Toronto Computer Center, 1971. I'm not going to read out that, but
yeah, I think there's a bunch of slides now that we can skip. I'll give you the short version of it. Okay, so this is like a complaint which says it's a bit of a boomer complaint in my opinion, that says, look, the old machines were super underpowered compared to what we have now, and they could still like make do and like actually work efficiently. And then you compare it with today, where hardware is like insanely fast compared to the past, but then somehow it's now modern software is slower than software running on those horribly underpowered machine in the past, which is fair. I do think it's a boomer argument, but it is also I think objectively true.
I think so. Yeah, the previous slide saying like 2 microseconds memory. That is clearly not a measure of quantity of memory. So there must be some context missing. But so I think this is kind of an interesting one, right? So today's hardware is crazy fast. I mean, like it's insane compared to what I learned to work with, and so on and so forth, right? Today's software is not. But I don't know if we can just blame today's software for things being slow. I mean, yeah, of course it is today's software being slow, but it's also a little bit about the circumstances in which we're running this software. Like we have like additional layers of abstractions for security reasons. We have sandboxing, and there's a lot of stuff that that is wrapping the software that you're running, right? Back in, and if we look at the time where the previous slide was from, the software was probably running directly on the hardware, right? There was no like ring -1 in there. There was no, like, everything was just running on the hardware, right? So I'm not defending slow software, absolutely not. And as someone who has spent a stupid amount of time trying to optimize layouts and things like that, I absolutely do not celebrate the fact that we have adopted a mentality that is it works and that's it. We don't look at the runtime, we don't look at the performance, we just go, it works, and then we just move on, right?
Yeah, culturally, software development in good part has turned into a practice where you consider computational power and memory basically an unlimited resource. Like in many cases, like when you're making a website, you're not thinking that memory is a limited resource. Most of the time, it's like not on your radar at all when you're writing code.
No. And the thing is, I kind of get that. I mean, you pay for all that RAM. You're going to make use of it, right? Yeah. But the thing that we contend with, so I'm not including building things, writing JavaScript for an Electron app, right? There's nothing wrong with that if that's what you want to do, but I'm not qualifying that as part of this conversation because you've already you've entered another abstraction that is going to be part of the slowdown, right? So we exclude that from the conversation for the sake of having a conversation, right? So I think when it comes down to it, the software we write today doesn't look or behave like the software we wrote back then. Programs are definitely a lot more complex, a lot more, right? Blame Agile.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. I think if we were to stillman the argument, like the counter argument to what Rob is saying, is that yes, software nowadays is slower, but it is doing a lot more stuff than in the past, like a lot more. Like you look at, I don't know, what was the name of the DOS text editor? WordStar? I think I used it.
WordStar, yeah.
Yes.
I think that wasn't that Mac. I think that was like an Apple thing. WordStar, no,
I don't think so. Oh, maybe also, but I never had a Mac from that time, and I did have a text editor, and I think it was WordStar.
Fair enough.
On my DOS computer, and okay, WordStar opens instantly. Microsoft Word takes forever to open, but Microsoft Word definitely does more stuff than compared to WordStar. It is also true that Microsoft Word is I guess the argument where you say, well, okay, but if you factor how much more stuff it does versus how much more slower it is this like a good trade-off?
I don't feel like it's a good trade-off. No, I see what you're saying, and I agree with that. It's kind of it's well, now Office and all that is running the web browser, right? And I think this is not the trend. Like that is kind of like, I think the trend of software getting slower is before we moved everything to the web, even, right? But if you go back to, I don't know what he said, like 1970, I don't know what computers we had in 1979. I wasn't born in 1979. I promise you that. I might be gray, but I'm not that gray. But the thing is, the software you wrote for one of these machines did not run necessarily on the other machines, right? There was like cross-platform is assumed now, and this must have been something the SIG was feeling. I mean, it's can't feel, but like the SIG community kind of latched onto very early on. Like everyone wants cross-platform compilation, right? So that's very front and center. So you can compile for your Mac ARM, your Intel Mac, your x86, and your ARM, and your whatever it is, right, that you're going to compile for. It's a very like if you make something today, you kind of have to make it cross-platform. Otherwise, people are going to be like, but why Windows, my Mac, my Linux? Well, okay, no one said the last one because there's no users there, but you know what I mean, right? It's like it has to work on all these things. I don't think that was ever front and center. So one of the things people like to sort of bring up was when we talk about this is the Tycoon game, Roller Coaster Tycoon, right? It was written in handcrafted artisanal assembly, right? And they're like, oh, this thing is absolutely amazing. Say, yeah, but would it run on all these different platforms? If we go back in time to say the days of IBM 286, 386, the Amiga 500, the Atari, all these things, would this thing be easily portable to all these things? Maybe it would be. I honestly don't know, but it's certainly not going to compile on one machine and then you just plug it into the other machine and run it. So there is that trade-off as well, right?
For sure. You know what that reminded me of? Did you remember what happened with Cyberpunk when it was released initially? I'm not talking about the release that happened too early, but there was a specific issue that they had that relates to what we're talking about. Did you play Cyberpunk?
Oh, I did, but it wasn't until like a year or
after the
half
fix did.
later.
Okay.
Yeah,
that was a good move. So when they first released Cyberpunk, they by mistake made a build of Cyberpunk that had literally one AVX instruction in it. So AVX is like SSC. It's like a newer SSC. So it's vectorized instructions. The idea is
SIMD, right?
Yeah, it's SIMD. So same instruction, multiple data. So it's like a more efficient way of doing the same operation on a bunch of things. And for some reason, the opening cinematic, actually it's not even, well, it is cinematic, I guess. Well, in any case, the open animation of Cyberpunk had one AVX instruction in it, and that caused a lot of people to not be able to run Cyberpunk because they had CPUs without AVX. So if you want to make an executable that runs on on all other machines, you have to disable advanced instructions that might not be present on the host CPU. And they failed to do that, and that caused trouble. Like Cyberpunk AVX, you can see articles from the time. Let's go in news. Let's see. Cyberpunk AVX mod fixes, game, older CPUs, performance score, blah, 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 hotfix, the finals, laundry list of issues. Let's see. Cyberpunk AVX crash. Yeah, I think these entries are all about everything getting fixed. But the original thing, crash CPU fix, crash temporarily, blah, blah, blah. I was hoping to find like an article dedicated to it, but I'm not finding it. But you can see that there's plenty of examples, right, of people talking about this AVX CPU thing and having a fix for it. So this was at the release basically when they had to do this. Oh no, I clicked that Twitter link. So it's funny because then if you want to have, if you want to use these instructions, then you can't distribute precompiled code that has that stuff in it.
I said that actually made me a little bit intrigued when some time ago the Zig project said we're not doing this LLVM bullshit anymore. That's not what they said, but we're not doing LLVM anymore. We're gonna do our own cool backend, right? Mm-hmm. And my first thought was, okay, so you're gonna do this using assembly, and then my next question is, assuming if you are using like a macro assembler under the hood, but is that like how are you going to deal with all the different platforms, right? How's that kind of work?
You make one backend per platform. So right now, Jacob Lee is the main person working on the x86-64 one, and he has been writing some fancy code to do smarter instruction selection. And apparently, x86-64 is complicated when it comes to that stuff, but then after that I'm guessing it's going to be the time for ARM 64, and ARM has different instructions that works not completely, but it works differently enough that you want to have literally a different implementation. Like it's going to be another file. Maybe some stuff will be shared, but I think in practice it's unfeasible to have like one common thing that just happens to output, a slightly different thing depending on the target CPU. No, they have to be separate things.
That is a lot of work. It's a very noble goal to do, right? Because the only thing we don't really have that many compiler backends out there. I think LLVM is the one that most people know about. In the Rust project, we have something called Crane Lift as well, but I don't know what the story is with. I guess I mean you could obviously target something like C and then use GCC as your backend or whatever. But I think like direct compiler backend, because no one in the right mind is going to sit there and handcraft LVM intermediate representation for more than a weekend project just to be able to say that they've done it, right? No one's gonna sit there and make that their live goal, right? So absolutely,
yeah, it's a lot of work. I mean, Go does. I believe that Go does not depend on LVM at all, so they have their own system for doing machine code generation.
Interesting. Okay, so I don't know what for the equivalent HSJS today. What does HSJS mean?
HSJS mean? Well, who said
Oh no,
that?
sorry, I'm looking at the slide.
Oh. Hardware, software, juice. No, I have no idea.
Hardware, software, JavaScript. There you go, right? That's interesting. Okay, so if Go has its own assembler, that means that that's probably some kind of micro assembler, right? Or macro assembler, right? So you have an assembler that will output different instructions for different platforms, right? Is that
are you talking about Zig specifically, or are you talking about Go? Because I think that Go has a setup that kinda looks like what you're describing. I think they have their own kind of assembly system. I might be wrong.
Yeah, I was going by what Karathan was saying. That Go has its own assembly with its own assembler, and I'm guessing that it's
but Zig doesn't have that. I believe Jacob Lee is in chat, so he can speak authoritatively on this stuff. But I think in the case of Zig, it's just straight up spitting out machine code. There is no assembly step, I believe.
Okay, interesting. Go adopts LVM, says Daniel.
Yeah, although to be clear, there's also another difference. Go doesn't have debug versus release mode. So for them, their builds are, in a sense, also release builds. In our case, right now, our custom backends are designed to do only debug releases. Debug builds, not releases.
I think this is kind of this is where we are today, and I think this is kind of what Crispy is saying kind of gels with what I'm saying, right? But Go just supports 7 architectures. But if we look at the like early code, it didn't support more than like 1 architecture because it was written for one. It was written for Mac or it was written for PC, right? So I think that we can say words like it just supports 7 architecture. That to me is kind of insane, right? That we can because we support 7 architectures out of the gate, right? We're just like no issues there, right? It's kind of impressive that we can, but to also go up to what Human Please was saying, how do you prepare for this type of issue if you're a game dev company? And I'm guessing this is related to the AVX bug, right?
I can tell you how you do it in Zig.
you prepare for it the same way you prepare for any software, right? There's a bug and you fix and patch the bug, and there's nothing you can do. I don't think using SIMD would improve the performance of the game so much that they would have to spend a year optimizing the game if they couldn't use that instruction, right? So I don't think that's that much of an issue.
I also
right?
suspect that in their case, they just happen to write normal code, and then the AVX instruction selection happened by the compiler. Like you can sometimes and should, or rather, sometimes you have to write SIMD code explicitly yourself, but some other times the compiler can figure this out and lower your for loop, for example.
I think that would be referred to as auto-vectorization, right?
Yeah, so I guess like let's think of the most banal example, string comparison. If you express your string comparison as looping over bytes and checking bytes, I think a compiler most of the time with optimizations on is able to take your boring for loop and turn it into SSE or whatever, like wide SIMD instructions comparisons.
Yeah, but so I don't actually know what compiler or backend they use when they wrote that. But what happens in the world of Zig if you write some assembly-specific stuff to use AVX instructions and you don't have those instructions? What happens at the compile time?
Great question. Great question. So I can give you the full overview. So if you write assembly-specific code, that's a problem because your assembly is going to be architecture specific, right? If you use AVX, then ARM doesn't have AVX. ARM has another thing called Neon, I believe, that it's, let's say, their equivalent. So the way it's going to work is that if you write assembly, you will have to write, and you want your code to be portable, then let's say, give me a new thing, then you will have to do something like this, right? Switch. What is it? built-in.target.cpu.arch. And
by
then,
the way,
yeah, you have to do like x86 64, and here you do as volatile whatever, and then down here you do .arch64, because why call it ARM64 when you can do ARch64, and then you put some other ASM, right? Etc. So you will have to do this yourself, and that's a pain in the ass. So what Zig gives you is at vector. So Zig has a vector built in that is designed to basically allow you to express vectorized operations without having to use assembly or intrinsics. Like you don't have to use basically architecture specific instructions. You use at vector, and then Zig does basically this for you. There's obviously some limits.
That's cool.
Yeah, there's obviously some limits, because if you need, for example, if you know how to leverage a specific behavior from a specific architecture that is unique to that architecture, then obviously at vector might not be the right tool for the job. So occasionally you might still want to do this, but if you're doing something that is not too fine-tuned to a specific architecture, then you can use just at vector. So you write at vector, and this gets lowered automatically. That still doesn't answer all the problems, though, because how do you know if the target has AVX or not? Because maybe you use at vector, and that lowers something to AVX. And so now you have still the open question of what happens on the target machine. So the way this works in Zig is like this. Let's take a look at, I don't know, some simple hello world. I think I have it here. Can we Zig build run? Okay, this is like our hello world that says run all your code base or belong to us. Zig build run runs the executable. Zig build puts everything under Zig out. Ignore this lib stuff for a moment. That was like me. That's how this project is set up. Like it's basically making you also output a static library, but it's not important. So what we care about is this ft bin. So if I do Zig out /bin /ft, that's the hello world. Okay. In this case, the hello world is non-controversial, but let's imagine that this thing is actually cyberpunk. If you do Zig build when you run Zig build without a target specified, you're making a build for your machine. So Zig will detect all the features that your current CPU supports and enable all of them. So if my machine supports, well, this is ARM, but let's imagine that this is x86-64. If my CPU supports AVX, I will get AVX instructions when it makes sense. If you want to make software to release that you want to release to others, and this is like this is basically the process of releasing Zig software, which, by the way, it's not a unique thing to Zig. Other languages and toolchains probably have a similar concept in one way or another. But the idea is that then you cross compile. So the idea is that you do the target, and maybe the target is going to be still, in my case, this is ARM, right? So it's still going to be Arch 64 Mac OS. Well, without the space. So the target maybe is still going to be the same architecture that I have and the same OS that I have. But this selects a baseline CPU. That's the core difference. If you do x86-64, this will select a baseline x86-64, one that does not have AVX. So this way you release software that is going to be less efficient potentially, because it's not going to be tailored to the exact same capabilities that the user CPU has, but it will be wildly usable and it won't have the AVX problem. So that's how you do it. You basically you consider releasing as a form of cross compilation, because you're not, as opposed to native. In C, this works kind of backwards. In C, what happens is that normally your normal behavior is to get this. And then if you want to enable all the support for all the native instructions, you have to pass -mnative. I think that's what you have to do in C and C++ compilers, which in my opinion is kind of backwards. But in any case, so that's how you do it, at least in Zig. march = native. Okay. Wait, is that our flag or is that how it works normally in C? It's probably, in any case, it's probably how Jacob Lee says. So that's the idea. It's a GCC flag.
GCC flag, okay.
Yeah.
All right, interesting. Okay, should we hop back to the slides?
Yeah. Okay, so
unless you had more, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No. On that topic, I don't have more. So this is kind of it. So I guess the answer is your release process. So when you're doing programming with a language that is less abstracted than, say, Go and all these higher level languages, but basically what you want to do is you need to understand that your release process is different than just compiling the application for your machine. It's like two separate things. That's the idea. You have to keep that in mind.
So when it says here, yet a typical build, let alone run, takes minutes, even hours. I'm missing context for that. I'm guessing that was part of his talk.
I think it's talking about software, like building stuff, because here it's talking about languages. So limits, 3 seconds CPU time, including input, compile, run, spool, print. No waiting, effectively instantaneous. I think he's talking about programming. High speed job stream. That's HS.js. Free service. Walk in, key punch some cards, load into the hopper, go. Walk around card reader and line printer, pick up your output. So I guess he was saying that basically back when the machine was running on punch cards, you literally, the time that it took you to walk from the place where you would feed input to the place where you could pick up output was enough for the machine to actually complete a run, like compile the code and also run it. So 3 seconds CPU time, including reading input, compiling, running, spool, I don't know what it means. And then
that would be the printer output, I'd imagine. Spooling up the printer.
yeah. I do think it's printing to paper, but he's splitting up in two phases. I don't know. In any case, yeah. He was saying that basically this was effectively instantaneous, while now a typical build in a modern programming language takes minutes, even hours. I suspect this probably does not apply to Go. He's talking about other stuff. Maybe C++. I don't know.
But I do think that we tend to overcomplicate things as well. We even make features that no one asked for, and I am just as guilty as everyone else of doing this. So I definitely should not be on a high horse for this conversation. But we tend to go, oh, we should make this possible. No one asked for it, and maybe no one will ever use it. but it seemed to make sense to add it at the time. But it is, of course, difficult when you build software for an audience that you don't know. You build software is the stuff I'm working on, I have no idea how people intend to use it. The first time I saw someone build something with it, my brain collapsed. I was like, why would you want to do that? And then I asked them, and they explained that they had a very valid use case for it. And I thought, okay, I have to change how I thought about this. So, funnily enough, right now I'm dealing with an issue where you have something similar to an include file, but that happens at template compile time. So if you can sort of attach things to a third-party component, say inject this template code into, so you can have things like wrappers and stuff. But what happens is, for efficiency, this happens at the time we compile a template. So we just take the code block and inject it into the template. So when you refer to some scope that you know, that scope looks different inside the template. This is probably not making a lot of sense, but it kind of, so when you run the code that you've injected, it's running under a different scope that doesn't exist where you saw it, right? And that's obviously more performant because you do this at template compile time, but that is not how people were expecting it to work. They looked at it and be like, but I'm writing my code here, I should be able to use my state here. But in my head, it's like, yeah, but you don't own this code. This the component over here owns that code, right? But it's just not how people's brains work with this stuff, right? I think it's kind of interesting. But I first of all, I actually support the sentiment that we are doing crazy things. We are absolutely doing insane things, and there is a culture of not caring. There 100% is. Yeah, so should we, so he says not advocating going back to mainframes and punch card, but we have lost something along the way. I wasn't really around when mainframes and punch cards were a thing. I keep stressing how I'm not that old, okay, just because I have to be Rob Pike in this conversation. But I think it's really there really is something to it. But on top of that, I would say it doesn't help that we also have a culture where this information should become available and promoted, we're instead condemning the people in the field instead of saying like, look, here's some instrumentation you can use. We say you're rubbish, and then we move on, right? It's not helpful. Okay.
Yeah, there's certainly a big gap. Yeah. What's interesting is that I think you don't even have to go back this far to observe the same phenomenon. Like there has been, for example, earlier Scott Reddick was talking about like he was asking, did Rob Pike watch a Casey video? Casey Moratori has a bunch of videos on this topic, and like he usually doesn't go back to the mainframes. He goes back to, I don't know, well, not that long ago. I don't remember precisely what is usually his frame of reference, but it definitely was much later than mainframes. And yeah, things have definitely gone downhill when it comes to performance in later years. Yeah, even more sometimes.
Cal has a good point there. The sales and product will tell you that the feature is in high demand based on a single conversation with a single customer. And this is probably has a lot more truth and reality than we would like it to be, because we act a bit like this as humans, right? Maybe you speak to one person and go, oh yeah, that idea you had is really good. And there's like a million people that says nothing. And they all go like, I will stop using this software if this thing happens. But one person piped up, and that became the reality for the person hearing it, right? And I think when it comes to sales and such, it's not really their responsibility. Their goal is to generate as much money in as short a time as possible. So it's not their goal to design the software. That's kind of on us, the developers. So when someone goes, implement this feature, I don't think we should be scared and say, why? What exactly makes you think we should do this? Do you have a case study? Have you done some research around this? Oh, because Kevin wants it. Oh, we don't like Kevin, so it's okay, right? It should definitely be a conversation like that.
You know how I experienced this at Redis Labs? So Redis as a piece of software is kind of funky because it has its own query language. It's not SQL. It's not Mongo. It has its own semantics. But then people salespeople at Redis Labs were trying to sell Redis enterprise licenses to companies like banks. And so these giant companies, they had their own way of doing things. Like they had, for example, they still had like what were they called? They were called they had DBAs, they had database admins, which is a role that I don't know, like in more modern companies I haven't seen much of, because I think nowadays developers, or at least like senior developers, maybe software architects, but in any case, you don't have a dedicated database person who's the only person who has, you know, keys to the database. At least that's what I've seen in like startups and well, even medium-sized companies. But in any case, those banks had DBAs, and those DBAs had SQL brains, and they had no intention of changing that. And so they basically they would sit at the table and say, "Look, we have this giant SQL database. We buy it from this big evil company full of lawyers. I'm not gonna say the name. People can guess though." And so now we want to move away, but it's hard, and it's also super slow. Like it's giga slow. And then they start learning a little bit about Redis. They see it's fast, but then they say, yeah, it's fast, it's cool, but how do I do join? How do I lock a row? How do I do nested joins? How do I do cascading triggers? And it's like, bro, your thing is slow in part. I don't know if the technology itself is slow or not, maybe, but another big point is that your design is part of what makes it slow. So if you want to make things fast, you have to redesign your thing. But there was no interest. You know, it's like the meme of the dog that says, throw, no take, just throw. It was the same thing for like database design. So I guess my point is that you also have these trends, right? Where everybody wants to do things according to the trend. And then that prevents you from being able to do any new thing because everybody wants to re-implement the same abstraction the same way on top of everything, which basically solves no problem, like keeps the problem around forever.
I fondly remember working with with a DBA for one of my jobs that I had, and it was a painful process, but and this is in favor of the DBAs. It's kind of another side of the spectrum.
Let's go.
Whenever we wanted to make a change, we kind of had to fight the DBA to not do anything that would slow down the database. And I can imagine how frustrating the jobs were because it wasn't just us. It was also the management goes, oh, how many of these things did we get this month? And what are these numbers? And it was like a lot of report making, but every time we wanted to do something, like, can we join this with like the jobs over here? Because it was like a recruitment thing, right? And they're gonna, why? And then we kind of had to explain and talk about this a little bit to explain what it is that we wanted to do. And there were circumstances when what we wanted to do could be done in a different way to get similar results for better efficiency. But and this kind of stems back. We don't have DBAs these days. I don't think so. Anecdotally, I worked for a company that had bought into the whole Oracle culture, if you guys know what that is. And it was an Oracle database, and the Oracle database actually has its own language. So you can not just write SQL queries, but you can write your business logic that you then compile into the database. And this sounds like a terribly good idea that everyone should do. So they did it. And we couldn't make like basic like changes to the business logic without touching the database. And the friction was so insane, and the tooling to do this was absolutely abysmal. So I will happily never work with Oracle, any Oracle software ever again if I don't have to, because it was so bad. But I remember hearing the hype. I remember hearing like, oh man, Oracle databases are so fast and so incredible. I was genuinely excited when I was going to start that job, right? I'd be like, wow, I got to get to play with this insanely expensive database. It's so expensive. It has to be good. It's insane. It is not good. But yeah, no, it's PLSQL. There you go, right? There you go. And it was, the interface was terrible. There was just so many, and yeah, no, it was just one really awkward moment after another. The dealing with that database. I'm so very happy that I'm never gonna deal with that. Paul was a bit short and not mentioned on stream. What was the poll?
I started a stupid poll in the meantime. Well, people, you have to react fast. Listen, we're talking about speed. This is not going to be a slow thing. Like the answer has to be given right away, right? So if you miss the train, you missed it. It's like that means that you're a SQL database. That's what it means.
Well, okay. So should we move to the next slide?
Yeah, let's move. Let's see. So speed over time. Over the last 50 years, hardware has increased. Okay, so this is the usual.
Is this the Moore's law thing?
Yeah, it's more about it used to be fast, now it's slow. That's fine. We abuse Moore's law. So knowing the computers would speed up something like 2x every year or two, we didn't worry about software speed and size. Software got bigger and bigger, slower and slower. Some growth is inevitable, performance, bug fixes, quality, but not all. Now Moore's law has plateaued, although one can hope, yet software continues to grow. Yeah.
I think that's kind of that's really interesting when you look at things like so I think one of the most prominent spaces you can see this is with mobile phones, right? You remember using a mobile phone, maybe an I mean, what do they call an iPhone, right? That's what they call. I had iPhone. I had an iPhone 3. I had the 4, 3GS and 4, and I thought they were really good. Really responsive interface, really snappy, really pleasant to use. And even though I didn't do much with the phone, if you fire up one of these from new today, if you unbox a 4GS and try to update it, let's pretend that you even could do that. It shouldn't be slow, but it will be. And I know the famous "we did it for the sake of the battery" kind of thing, but it's not just that, right? You couldn't run modern Windows on all the hardware, right? I don't even think you can run modern Linux on all the hardwares before we get too far into the. You're gonna have a better time of it, but you're still not gonna have a good time. There are so many things that have been added over time for security, mitigating risk, and all these things that we're already working on something that is a lot slower. In that sense, okay, not slower, more abstracted than what it was in the old days, right?
Yeah.
I think it's Okay, software grows. NetBSD from 94 to 2005. NetBSD kernel is a relatively clean, well-managed piece of software. It can be much worse for less well-controlled projects. So what are we looking at? Number of files.
Yeah, basically size of the code base for NetBSD. Like as an OS, it grew like a lot in 20 years basically.
So the question is, what is this growth from, right? What is coming, what is added? If we're talking about adding things like drivers into the kernel, we tend to add them more than we delete them, right?
Yeah.
I remember having support for tape decks in more modern kernels back in the day, right?
That's probably
I said
one.
back in the day, but I mean, who's running like a SCSI tape deck these days? No one, right? You show it to someone today, they think you burgled a museum, right? It's just not. It's not something anyone uses anymore. But we still have like support for some of these things, right? So I think it's really down to like why is the kernel source code growing in size? Why is the size of the C compiler so much bigger today than it was the X number of years ago, right? So what is the reason things are growing, right? Spectre and Meltdown fixes as cost. Yes, that is another one, right? And probably Heartbleed had a good impact on things as well. These are kind of big issues. Those of you who remember back in was it 2001 or around there, maybe before there was an actual virus that would trigger at a given date, and they could have a destructive impact on the hardware, if I remember correctly. We can't have that anymore, right? That is, imagine having a bricked system based on because of software for a consumer product, right?
Now that you mention it, actually, this feature now comes bundled with the CPU. Apparently, there were some Intel CPUs that had buggy firmware that would burn cores in the CPU.
Yes, that was was it the 13th gen? So it would the output voltage was so high that it would burn out cores, and you could just use less and less cores, right? Something like. But this was only on desktop, because I had a friend who asked me about buying a new laptop And I said, I don't know if it's sane to do that right now, because this was when all this was in the news. And I just, like I said, I don't know, but we looked at it and it was only on desktops, I think. But I mean, that is an insane thing, isn't it?
Yeah, that is a feature that, in my opinion, Apple would love to be able to patent. Because every time a new Apple thing comes out, so they can start slowly killing off the old ones. Although, jokes aside, I am convinced that every time that Apple makes a new system, they don't bother making sure that, all their basically the what's it called, the polyfill that they have to put for all their systems is particularly efficient. So I think that stuff gets slower on all their machines on Apple, in part because they not exactly purposely make it slow, but like they really don't bother in making sure that the whole thing works well. They just bother making sure that it works, and then they stop there. And so naturally, all their Apple stuff becomes slower over time more than it should. That's my thin at fault theory.
Yeah, no, I think, but what Crimson Mana is saying as well, right? I remember seeing that Apple is slowing down the hardware to preserve the battery, but I think I don't really buy that, and I do think that I mean, I guess that was kind of said as a joke more than anything, but I do know, and I think we all felt this, those of us who's been in the world of computing for a long time, you all feel that these things are built for obsolescence, right? This thing, hardware doesn't get slower. It's not like the wear and tear of an engine in a car. It shouldn't really get slower in the sense that it is, but it is. It's like it is getting slower, and it's really, really insane how it kind of works. We've adopted this. If you find a CRT TV on eBay today, you can kind of expect it to work. I mean, if you're gonna buy it, but the TV might be like 40 years old or whatever, maybe 30 years old, and it might still be working, right? You look at a modern TV, if it lasts 3-4 years, you're almost surprised, right? It's like, of course, very different price range in comparison and all that, but yeah, we really have developed like a culture of not caring about longevity, and I think that's very prominent in software as well. There's another streamer on Twitch, Gary, what's his name? RW Grimm, right? He's working on Pigeon, an old chat client for Linux. It's been around for like 20 years or whatever, right? And I think that's very admirable, right? We have a tendency to not work on software for a long period of time. And when was the last rebuild of the company website? 6 months ago. And before that, also 6 months ago, right? Like we're just rebuilding things every 6 months. For what reason?
Also,
what reason?
Also every 6 months, every year, every like very frequently. Also, the UI department needs to justify its existence by completely flipping around the entire interface of everything. And now, as a user, you never know where things are.
What was the but saying that? I mean, I tried to use a Windows computer the other day, and I couldn't quite find things. It was sort of intuitive, and a lot of the old Windows knowledge obviously remains, but it was a little bit different to find things, right? But are they making it better, right? You're an Apple user, right? Apple has been the forefront of innovation in terms of UX for a long time. I think people, at least some years ago, people would associate Apple with design, right? It was like, you're a designer, you use Apple. Apple is known for its sleek design, right? How's the evolution of the Apple UI in your world, do you reckon?
I have both. I have all three OSs, so I use daily Windows, macOS, and Linux. For macOS, I don't know. I think they've done things that are not considered probably by most people, or at least some people, not particularly nice. They have been changing the UI. They have their own opinions. One thing that they have been doing, although they're not, they haven't reached yet the full version of this idea, and so it's still debatable whether they will do a good job at it or not. But they have been trying to unify the experience on macOS with the one on iPad and iPhone.
Yeah, it's now everything is now Mac OS, is it? So it used to be OS X, and now it's Mac OS, and it's supposed to be Mac OS on. It used to be OS X and iOS, but now it's all Mac OS. Right?
Yeah, have a good night, Scott.
So hanging out, Scott.
Yeah, they've been working on this stuff. It's not fully done yet, so you cannot run macOS applications on iPad now. You can do the inverse. You can run iPad stuff on the Mac, but it goes through some kind of like emulation system. But they have been working towards unifying these things also from a user experience perspective. So setting aside the mechanics of how you make this happen, they have been doing things like making the semantics of things like how you send a file from one program to another on macOS more similar to what you do on iPad. That kind of stuff, like interoperability between things. So I don't know. It's debatable. Also, integration with AI. They're trying. You could argue,
AI has been a little bit of a flop, hasn't it?
Yeah, you could argue if it's a good idea or not, but they've been working it. Well, I think let me try to bring up maybe the best example that they have. They made a new they made a new calculator app that allows you to scribble formulas, and then the calculator parses them and then runs the formula. So they've been working on trying to make this thing better, all integrated together. But it's still up to debate, I think, how much of a good job they did. Windows instead, man, it's just becoming worse and worse. So you were asking earlier, why does an OS grow? Maybe it's drivers. Maybe, for sure, driver is one aspect of it. But I can tell you on Windows, and this is not just my opinion. You can find also other, like we were mentioning earlier, Casey Moratori has a video on this. But like on Windows, I don't know if you remember, that there's this menu where you can go and look at your network cards, and you can enable and disable them and like change the IP from dynamic to static, whatever. Now that menu and a bunch of other admin menus, they have a alternative corresponding version that is that gives you less control that you have to go through. I don't know if you saw it. Basically, the entire control panel system, there's a new version of it. You have both installed in Windows at the same time. Or Windows usually gives you access to the new one, but then you can find ways to go back to the old one that actually has the good options. It's a nightmare.
So what Tempor is saying, Windows is mostly drivers out of kernel though, so it shouldn't contribute to growth there. Linux is in kernel though. Yeah, that might be. I mean, you can obviously run your modules. You can install your modules out of kernel, but maybe that's it. I mean, I do know Windows downloads a lot of stuff as well for your drivers and all that stuff.
Like Casey in his video was pointing out that currently there's like at least 3 or 4 different GUI libraries present in Windows, depending on which era your application is targeting. So you have the very old Windows stuff, then there's Metro, then there's a couple more. I forget their names, but there's a few, and they're all like completely redundant. I guess you could argue that some of them still exist because of retrocompatibility, ? Maybe. But like it's a complete soup. And they just keep adding more because removing is problematic, adding less problematic, at least when it comes to company politics.
What? So I saw a graph of like Windows 11 and Windows 10, the adoption rate, and Windows 11 adoption rate is actually going down, and Windows 10 is going up.
Yeah,
and it was a bit insane. And I think that's I do think that. The only reason Windows 11 is going to quote-unquote succeed is because it's being shipped with machines, and machines are predominantly not bought by people like you and I. They're bought by people who don't care. They're like, Windows is there, it works, I'm going to use it. And you tell them like, but you could run Linux. And they'll be like, really? Do I have to do something? Yeah. And they're going to go, okay, thanks, but no thanks, right? This thing, I can Facebook and YouTube. Why do I want to do whatever you're saying? Like, I mean, Facebook and YouTube, right? Or Insta or Snapchat, right? And so there's no incentive for people to install Linux from that perspective, right? Because they get what they're used to and all that. But I genuinely think that if there was a couple of sensible campaigns and vendors were pushing a little bit more pre-installed Linux, that maybe it wouldn't be such a low adoption rate, because Windows 11 really seems like something people got a lot of. It gets a lot of hate. There's a lot of friction there. I don't know anything because I don't use Windows 11, right? So there's or Windows at all. So to me, I have no idea what's going on in that world, right?
I think they also did something to the right-click menu. Can somebody in chat who is suffering of Windows 1180s confirm that what I'm saying is true? Ads
in the context menu? Really?
I think there's like now 2 right-click menus. Like they basically did the same thing. Again, people, please correct me if I'm wrong. I think that what happened is that they did the same thing also for the right-click. So you right-click once and like you get the shitty menu, and then somehow you have to do something else to then get to the good menu. Yes, this is correct. Oh God.
Yeah, that sounds like the pinnacle of UI, right? But the thing is, we shan't be too forgiving because Linux has to be held accountable as well. Well, not Linux, but the world of Linux, participants in the world of Linux. I do fondly remember raging a lot about how Ubuntu put like AWS affiliate links in their dock when you installed it. Now. I used to be a fan of Ubuntu when it was new, right? Because I thought, oh, Ubuntu is great. It's easy to install. Debian is for old people, right? I was young when I said this. And then it was a different thing. Ubuntu was like really nice. It was the fresh, hot thing and promised like better UI and everything. I even went as far as I bought the Ubuntu tablet, and that was the worst thing ever. I had it for 48 hours before I sent it back. It had an amazing resolution. But that was the only thing I had going. I thought, like, I can use this to work on. I got like terminal and everything. It was unusably slow. You like, if you guys remember the old Android phones with the little trackball on it, it was that level of terrible, right? Unusable.
Yeah, I think that Linux has so many problems going for it because, like if you're like a consumer, you don't want to install it. I think it's also true that as bad as Windows is becoming, is not yet bad enough to make Linux better for a random consumer.
I don't think Linux is for a random consumer. I think there's way too much stuff there.
Yeah, if things continue this way, like if Windows gets worse enough, maybe we will reach that point, but I think we're not there yet. And also from a software developer perspective, man, developing software for Linux is a nightmare because of the fragmentation, because of the different, like I have Wayland, I have X11, I have systemd. I hate systemd. So you supporting your software is a huge pain in the ass, which I do think that does have. But here's my point. I guess my point is that for Linux, for the year of Linux desktop to actually come, I think the Linux world will have to be dragged out of their free software mindset. And like they will have to be dragged into the modern era by like you grab them by the hair and like you drag them to the new era because they don't want to come. They want to stay there. But that has to happen. We were trying to cross compile a terminal emulator with Abner the other day. We could cross compile to Windows trivially. We could cross compile to macOS easily. But cross compiling to Linux, a problem, a nightmare. Like even if you look at Ghosty, the terminal, so this was another terminal emulator. If you look at Ghosty, the terminal emulator by Mitchell like did put in some effort to make it nice on macOS, and he achieved some level of success. And then he tried to make it nice on Linux, and like it was an endless series of complaints. Yeah, you made it nice, but you made it nice for the other guys. You made it nice for the ones that have KDE or the ones that have GNOME, but I don't have KDE. I have QFCZ Peanut E, and I'm not supported as much. So
the UI experience in Linux is far from good. It is really terrible. I think the whole universe of UI feels like it's cursed, right? People don't have good UI libraries for various languages. There's no good UI support for Linux. There's like the whole UI world is just completely as far as everything's concerned. Like it's just straight up a big. I mean, I don't even care, right? I'm at the point where I don't want Windows decorations on my things. I run everything in my tiling window manager. It works. It's fine. I'm good with it. But for people who care about things being uniform, you kind of have to choose between Qt and GNOME or whatever else there is, right? And it is really Terminal is the most Linux experience as humanism, and absolutely right, it is. But that is also not something you can say. If I say to my wife, look at this thing, man, you can have this terminal. And she goes, what do I do with this? And you type things, and what do I do with the mouse? You don't need the mouse. That's for losers, right? And she's gonna leave me very quickly.
Given the sorry state of GUI stuff, the terminal is I would say the first platform for software delivery is the browser, and then the second platform is the terminal.
How would you imagine? So this is obviously a problem that we cannot solve, but how would you imagine? Because if you look at Apple, I mean, it is literally uniforming the user interface, and you got kind of a Linux-like experience with the terminal under Apple, right? It's not too far away, right? Before WSL turned up, it was kind of like if I had to choose between Windows and Mac, I would pick Mac any day of the week because it's it's as close to Linux as you're gonna get. You're gonna have a terminal, you're gonna have your editor, you have your compilers and all that stuff. Path kind of works the way that. So from a very superficial perspective, it's as Linuxy as you can get with a unified UI, right? Windows has the WSL thing now. I still don't think I could use Windows. I just struggle using it. It's not any like Bill hatred. It's just that would be Bill Gates for those of you who don't know. I just don't know it anymore. I don't use it. It's going to be a very foreign experience to me. With a Mac, I can just full screen a terminal and pretend I'm home, right? Is that right? But yeah, we don't have. And then you go to Linux and it'd be like, why is no one using our software? It's because we don't know which part of it we're supposed to put together, right? And
it's a mess.
If you did try to unify it, you're going to end up with a corporation behind it. And then slowly we would end up with something that is probably another version of Mac OS that's going to sell you specific hardware. And Ubuntu tried, but they I don't think Canonical did too many. So they've done a lot of good for the Linux community. Do not get me wrong. But I think they've done a lot of weird things as well, right? With like weird choices. They started their own desktop environment. Was it Mira or Miri or Mir? Mira was the one, right? And then they started there, and I was like, you go, people. And then they kind of just like, we're not doing that anymore. We're doing something else. It feels like it's shit or get off the toilet, Ubuntu, right? Either like you do the thing you gotta do or not, right? Because it's all getting a little bit too much, into ad space with the stuff they're doing, right? It's going to be weird. I think we're a little bit cursed in the world of Linux because it's run by people who want the freedom to customize and do whatever they want. And at the same time, we're like, but why does anyone want to play with us? Like, because you're alienating and weird, right? Everything looks weird and funky. Like, how are we going to play with you? You don't work, right?
There's also another problem where if you want to have graphics hardware acceleration with the GPU, you have to do dynamic linking. That part is also very interesting. So dynamic linking is the way you guarantee that your software breaks on somebody's platform or on somebody's computer. It's awesome in that sense. And you have to enable it if you want to be able to do stuff on the GPU. And so you want any kind of GPU acceleration. Now it's dynamic linking. And now here's how all the different ways in which your users will experience breakage. Have fun.
And you can't take your average non-techie person and go, well, there's a discrepancy between this SO file and that SO file, and then you have to no, I don't know what this means. I don't know what to do. And so I get it, right? I don't think Linux is the answer. All right, we not the way it is now. We don't want to give up the freedom, but we need something that isn't Ubuntu, that is user-friendly, that is targeting that.
I think that some things need to change. For example, Steam with Proton, I believe it has made much easier to develop games for Linux because you basically just target Proton. I don't know exactly how it works, but I believe that basically Proton is like, standardizes a few things that are needed for game development. So better than nothing. But I don't know. I guess what is the solution? You teach everybody who's doing a GUI application to target Proton, and now Proton becomes part of everybody's Linux experience. I'm not sure, but yeah.
The thing is, as someone who games on Linux, I'd say there's very minimal fiddling required these days for a lot of games. There is some fiddling for some games, but it's not something that you would struggle too badly with. If you have no interest in computers whatsoever, you bought a PC because you want a game on it and nothing else, I still don't think Linux is a good choice. But if you're willing to spend 5 minutes trying, then gaming on Linux is absolutely beautiful. The progress that has been made, and this is thanks to Steam, right? So as much as people like to hate big companies, Steam has basically made gaming on Linux a thing. Before that, it was a disaster. I think I look at what Temporis is saying, recommending Linux Mint. I too used to recommend Linux Mint for your first Linux operating system. It's somewhere in between. It is not Ubuntu, but it's based on it. It's like Ubuntu with a lot of the rubbish taken out of it, right? So I think it's really nice. But we digressed a little bit from slides. Should we pop back onto the slide again?
Let's go back to the Rockby complaint. So let's continue. So why it matters?
More and more software must be managed. Slowing development, Google and the build. Huge resources devoted just to making builds keep up with the growth. Bugs and vulnerability accumulate. The more code, the more bugs. Securing the vulnerabilities hide in the undergrowth. There is evidence code grows faster than bugs are fixed. Iceberg paper, citation below. Most vulnerabilities are old, yet we keep adding code every release. Wow, that's a lot of takes, and there's a lot of dots on that one.
Yeah. So more code means more vulnerabilities. Interesting.
I think that kind of makes sense if you're not, especially if you're not fixing bugs faster than you're producing them, right? And sometimes a bug fix introduces another bug. And I think that bugs are a fact of life, right? This is why software is terrifying when you think about it. As a software developer, when you think about things like medical hardware and stuff, that's terrifying. You know, you're gonna do something that is like heavily reliable on software. It's scary, right? As a software developer.
Sorry, people were asking for a link in chat.
Yeah, of course. Okay, yeah. So the merits of finding security bugs, Alexopoulos et al. ACM transactions
without the dash. Sorry, everybody. I posted it with the dash.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. I mean, that makes sense. We do have we do add lines of code to everything because there's no bug-free software, right? I mean, and this is why I remember someone in my chat was seemingly shocked when I said that there are like ICE in like all compilers. ICE is internal compiler, right? They exist in all compilers. There are no bug-free compilers out there, right? The Rust compiler, the Rust project has over is it over like 9,000 or 5,000 open bug issues, right? I don't know how many does Zig have at this point.
Oh, the bugs in the Zig compiler? There's definitely a ton.
Open issues, at least, right? Not all of them are going to be ICE, but some of them are going to be. And that is, and these are relatively new compilers. You look at GCC and Clang. I'm confident that there's lots of bugs in those as well, right? There is no bug-free code. And when I say there's no bug-free code, I'm saying there is no bug-free code of any substance. If you bang out "Hello World" and you go, "Look, I got bug-free code," I hate to break it to you, but you're not writing software at this point. Okay, it's not. You haven't built anything, right? It's the starter project. So the moment you add a couple of thousand lines of code, you're going to be introducing bugs, right? It's just how it goes.
By the way, I think that Collaboris has an interesting perspective. Also, there was another comment from them earlier that I forgot to bring up. I highlighted it, but I didn't mention it, which is very interesting. It's basically how I will paraphrase, so I might not be doing so fully faithfully, but the gist of it, as I understood it, is that basically the hardware industry is also filled with software related problems and also problems related to complexity. Like they have their own sources of complexity, which makes sense. I mean, we in the software world, by the way, the other message was saying like you in the software world, you have no idea how much technical debt we have. I mean, man, like we're the software, the technical debt like experts. So no, I totally get it. People are not aware of that. They don't think about it, I guess, and that's fair. but yeah, it's not hard for me to imagine that that's the case. I mean, with all the microcode weirdness and like how CPUs are basically become their own tiny complicated machines in their own. Oof, I'm sure that there's a ton of weird stuff going on there. But this comment I really liked. I have a big problem with it. As SOC and semiconductor engineer, I am forced to work on Red Hat based systems. Trying to work on anything else just blocks me from using 90% of software, proprietary mostly. Open source semicolon design is there, but you can't use commercial technologies because for that you are forced to use proprietary software. Silicon Fab will not give you PDK. I don't know what PDK is. If you don't use certified software to design, I guess I guess you give them a design and then they give you what? Is this like a actual printed output? Like, is this like an actual wafer chip?
Is DK Dev Kit?
Oh.
Pants Dev Kit. A sewing machine. No, I don't know. Platform Dev Kit. Okay.
Platform Dev Kit. Okay.
Process Design Kit. All right. Everyone's got a take on this. It's wonderful. we do a poll what PDK means, and then we redefine it.
Yeah. So it's a shit show. I'm currently in a state of never-ending rage. Man, and I promise you, so I don't have experience with the hardware side of things like soft computer hardware, but I have a friend who works in the automotive industry, and they're in a similar situation. They have vendors that have given them in the past proprietary software. They have the compiled version, no source code, or like weirdo tool chains, and dynamic linking everywhere. And so it only works. They have like old machines. They keep around old machines, because that's the only way to keep a given piece of software from breaking.
It is, it is. I'm trying to think of like if I've ever had to work with any proprietary hardware. Not really in that sense, right? But there is proprietary. I mean, I've used a lot of proprietary software. I mean, I mentioned I worked with some Oracle stuff. Horrible things. I did a lot of .NET back in 2004, 2005. There you kind of had to use Visual Studio more or less. I mean, actually Visual Studio was pretty good. For all the rage that Microsoft is subjected to these days, Visual Studio was not the worst thing they made. And the debug experience in Visual Studio was really pleasant compared to using something like GDB in Vim. I mean, yeah, I get to flex a little, but it was a lot better in Visual Studio than it is with GDB, right? It obviously depends on what you're debugging as well. It's a lot easier to have pretty debug symbols for a managed language or a garbage collector language with a runtime available. They could do with .NET, right? Proprietary is Nintendo. Yeah, that will be quite proprietary, wouldn't it?
Going back to the more vulnerabilities thing, here's one way also looking at it when it comes to like compilers. If your compiler depends on LLVM, you are by default inheriting all the LLVM bugs. And the LLVM bugs, they never go to zero because they keep adding code to LLVM. They keep having new regressions. They ship releases of LLVM with known regressions when they're late in their release schedule. And so you're basically like, and then you yourself are adding more code on top, right? Because you're developing your language on top of LLVM, and now it's basically a bug fest. Like you're definitely, without a doubt, not working towards trying to steer your number of bugs down to zero. You are accumulating more and more of them over time, which is interesting, which is the problem that I experienced with fuzzing. I was saying earlier that fuzzing is now has now regressed on LVM 19.
I mean, I think that is symptomatic of any software design. I'm not saying that it's good, that it should be like that, but don't you think that is going to be something that also happens? Well, maybe not regressions. Regressions different, and regressions specifically seem to be synonymous with LLVM, I have to say, because every time when I used to follow the releases of Rust C a little bit more with interest, I did see on quite a few occasions that there were regressions introduced as a result of changes to LLVM, right? But isn't regressions also, just like bugs, a fact of life when it comes to software development? You're going to have, when you do complex things, right? Don't you think that you're going to have regressions in Zig at some point as well, right?
Well, I mean, for sure, we certainly have regress things. I mean, everything that you don't test for can regress, right? At any point. So we do have tests.
I mean, and some regressions are going to be required as well. Like you might have regressions as a result of a security patch, for instance, and all that. Not make an excuse for us having regressions. It's more of a they happen. We don't like them, but they happen, right? I think all of that's going to happen.
I guess
one way or another.
My point is that there is a solution there, though, which I think is also what Rob Kike is going for. I'm not sure. We'll see in the slides, but I guess the idea is. For somebody, for example, somebody here was mentioning this is why you like I was saying when you depend on another thing that has bugs, then you inherit all their bugs. And so I'm guessing that guy Doru said this is why we should throw away glibc. Well, you Kappa. Well, actually, this is what's happening with Zig every time you compile and don't link against libc. When you don't link against libc, that's a huge chunk of code that literally gets thrown away that you don't depend on anymore, and now you don't have those bugs anymore. Now it's not like pure magic. You're using the you're using the Zig standard library. So whatever bug is in the Zig standard library, you still have those bugs, but at least it's fewer bugs than having to go through a layer in the Zig standard library and then having to go through a layer in glibc, which is what happens when you link against libc. So throwing away some old code, like replacing, not only adding on top, but replacing old stuff, sometimes helps you manage bugs. Obviously, the equation is more complicated than just this because a rewrite of something usually introduces new bugs. So there's like a ton of caveats to that you need to keep in mind. But it is possible. Here's another example. Zig going with custom backends and not depending on LLVM anymore for debug builds. There's going to be all the bugs that we have in our backends, guaranteed. But at least that takes out of the equation any bug in LLVM, which I think is overall a worthwhile endeavor. There's like this comment from Andrew that I think is kind of funny. Let me see if I can find it. Issues. Let me remove these filters. All our bugs. So make the main Zig executable no longer depend on LLVM, LLD, and Clang libraries. And his comment is, no, there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. But let's see. But the Zig compiler would lack the capability to compile BC files into object files. LLVM of Clang would need to be installed and invoked separately for that use case. In exchange, Zig gains these benefits. All our bugs belong to us. Which I do think it's a worthwhile thing to do. Like remove dependencies so that all the bugs that are in there, they're your bugs. It's not
that. Yeah, right? I'm just gonna say that as you're watching this, we're gonna go into that subject a little bit later about owning the bugs and dependencies on other things, right? So we're definitely gonna tackle that. I'm just saying that, so you guys stay tuned. I need to go and put the kettle on. Are you gonna be good?
Yeah.
All right. I'll be 5 minutes. People.
I'm going to make a poll. I'm going to make a very long poll. New poll. Duration 10 minutes. Question. Which language should Toggle try next? And there's going to be a few options in there. Somebody called it, huh? Oh, man. Man, what a mess, this dependency stuff. But in any case, the problem of proprietary technologies in the hardware industry Yeah, it's insane. Honestly, this is one aspect where I hope that Zig is going to be able to make a dent in the future, even just if it's only to allow these clueless contractors, these clueless, horrible, quote unquote, software firms to be able to build their shitty C and C++ projects and bring them in modern times and allow this stuff to like my friend literally he was saying that they have like a Windows 95 computer somewhere that it's the only thing able to run some vendors toolkit for certain things. It's so dumb. You cannot have this thing in modern times. Hey Jim, hello. These slides really do read like a copy of the 30 million slime problems. Yeah. Okay, here's some I don't know what to call it. Here's a hunch that I have. One hunch that I have is that I think that many of the talking points of the handmade network are now starting to get picked up independently by other places, by other people who are not affiliated with the handmade network at all. I think that the handmade network definitely deserves the credit for having been vocal. And Casey, handmade network, and and obviously also the champions. So Casey, Jonathan Blow, they do deserve the credit for having been loud, quote unquote, earlier than others. They're not being the only ones. I'm sure there have been other people who have done the same earlier than them. But when it comes to modern times, at least when it comes personally, these are the people that I have been exposed to the most. But yes, the counterculture is becoming the culture. In a sense, I suspect that as things are going, everything is a pendulum, right? There's when it comes to these things, it's always like a swing on one end, and then you go too much in that direction, and then the pendulum swings back, and then you go back too much in the other direction, and then the pendulum swings back again. So I do think that basically, the preconditions for having enough people care enough about performance is probably potentially becoming critical, so that we can have this becoming like a more common thing to say, which ironically might be in some ways a problem for the handmade network, because in some ways when these talking points become more mainstream, then it means that there will be other people better positioned than people in the handmade network when it comes to having a public platform or being in places of where you have decisional power, where they will be able to influence the discussion, the public discourse around these topics better than what a any community, of any counterculture community can do. So I don't know. We'll see what happens in the future, but it might very well be that the handmade talking points will not be the handmade talking points anymore. They will just be many people's talking points. And I don't know what that will mean for the handmade network at that point. Well, I guess, at the same time, in a sense, you could say that then they will have won. So it's also like a happy thing. But I do fear and suspect that there will be some people who will then not be happy that their talking points are now being used by other people who are maybe, not as extremist about these things as much. So who will care about performance, but maybe less than they do, or in a different way are advocating for different things. And so at that point, there will be like a thing where people will say, well, these are posers, we're the original ones, we need to be even more extreme, we need to be, it's annoying that these people think they can weigh on this topic, given that we were the OG ones. So I think some of that will also happen potentially. We'll see. Program psychology is cyclical. Yeah, program psychology is a fucking for loop. We'll see. Hey, Toggle.
All right, back. What did I miss?
Welcome back. Nothing happened.
There's no. At least I don't have to track down some kind of weird slice replacement in a Zig allocator this time. I was kind of wondering what I was going to come back to, but we'll take it a be. All right. So where did we leave off? There, we're talking about the vulnerabilities.
Yeah. So I was having this a small aside chat because people were pointing out that these slides are seem very correlated. Like they map closely to to what Casey presented in the 30 million line problem video, which might not be a coincidence. So it might very well be that Rob Pike has seen that talk and kind of decided to make his own version of it in a sense based on his sensibilities.
So we can now assume that Rob Pike is like a React streamer, but he does it live on.
Well,
anyway,
he's probably too old and bald to do a proper React stream, and so that's his version of it. I'm sorry.
Oh man, ouch. Anyway, so that's fantastic. But here's a question though, right? It's not a question. It's more of a. Is it a question? Anyway, I don't know how much software Rob Pike or Casey Moratori writes these days. How many software projects they write from start to finish, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or if they're mostly going at programming from almost an academic perspective,
mm-hmm.
because it's very different to be theoretical than practical when it comes to this stuff, right? Like, for instance, it's very easy to say we should focus on performance and write performance software, and then you don't write software that goes into production. I'm not saying neither of these people do, right? They don't write performance software in production. I'm saying it's very easy to say these things if you're not writing software that goes into production. And I think so. There's two things. One, I absolutely agree with the sentiment. We should spend time and effort focusing on performance, and we should, as software developers, make sure that our environment knows about this. So when your manager comes to you and says, you got to make this feature now or I'll fire you, you should say, no, because I haven't finished optimizing this thing or whatever it is. Like, we have to push back a little bit and let the people who dictate the software we write understand that we need to spend time dealing with technical debt and all these things around software as well. I think that's very... then they fire. Jokes on them, Cal. I'm already fired, so it's all good. But no, it really is partially our responsibility to push back a little bit when it comes to this. And I can say, and for all the years as I've been a software developer commercially, I have not really had any issues saying to management, we need to fix this, or we need to take a moment to kind of deal with the stuff, the mess that we made. I didn't used to do this as a junior developer. I was just happy that someone would pay me to write software, and I thought, when are they going to find out how bad I am? But they did. But so it was really down to these things, right? We got to push back a little bit, right? But at the same time, right, I feel like in the position I am in now, when I'm not writing software for anyone other than myself, I don't think I would be comfortable talking to you, dear viewer, who has a job as a programmer and telling you how you should write software if I'm not really writing software in your location, right? Like where you write, you might have a very different circumstance, right? So we should focus on performance. We should certainly do finally Swift, is it? We should focus on performance. We should deal with these things, but we also have to deal with it in our environment, right? So I haven't seen the talk, but I am wary about how people might interpret a talk like this, going like, oh, write more performance software. So yeah, but I can't, because I get fired if I do.
You want to know my perspective on this? To me, is so here's a hot take. As a developer, maybe you should want to focus on performance and simplicity. Fine. But ultimately, these are tools. they are not end goals. They are not there. I feel like there's nothing morally right in on itself in the pursuit of simplicity and performance. My perspective is that this all should start from the consumer, and I actually do blame the consumer. So let me put it this way, Toggle. Let me tell you a story about pizza. In my town, there is one good pizza place, and it makes really good pizza. But there's not a ton of those. And the problem for that is that I live too north. What kind of pizza? Let's say Napolitan style pizza, normal pizza. And there's also a bunch of other places that do not make good pizza. They do make pizza, but not good pizza. And the problem is, like, whose fault that is? Is this the fault of the people who make that pizza? Maybe, I guess, to some degree. But no, the ultimate fault lies in the consumer. As long as other consumers consume shitty pizza
and keep buying the bad pizza, absolutely
keep buying the bad pizza. It even gets to a higher level. Like, there used to be we used to have two particularly good pizza places. Now we only have one. The second one, while it still was running, it was amazing. It was run by a family of people who had moved from the south here to northern Italy. I was a regular customer there. Like, it got to the point where when I would come in, they would sometimes give me a taste of what they were cooking for themselves in the kitchen. Like, I had like pasta with beans and stuff. I don't know if pasta with beans sounds weird, but it's like it's a typical thing around here. Or it's like it's supposed to be like a nice but easy to make and cheap type of pasta. So I would eat that. Like, we were in very good terms. And one thing that I noticed is that they had good tomato sauce there, but in my opinion, it wasn't the best. And what I suspect is that they knew this as well. The problem is that to get to the next level in making sauce, they would have to spend more money. But if your customer base can't tell the difference, it's irrational for you, right? To make a change that changes the cost of making the pizza, but then your customers can't tell the difference. So yeah, so ultimately it's the customers that should be more opinionated. They should not be okay with waiting 30 seconds to log in. They should not be okay with buggy software. They should complain about this stuff more and like have the decision making be more directly tied to what type of experience they get from software. That's my hot take.
It's a wonderful analogy, and I think it very much aligns with this. It's like it's down to what it's a balance between how much do you have to invest to get your customers to pay you to buy into your product, right? And unfortunately, if we ask, so if we stop a rando on the street and we go, how long should this program take to execute? Well, they will be terrified because we're talking to them. But also, I think it's going to be really difficult for someone who's not into programming. If you ask someone like, how fast is your computer? I don't know. Right? How much RAM do you have? I don't know. Like, it's a computer, and for some reason they point at the monitor, but I blame the 90s for that one. It's like it's difficult to know what you should expect from something. True. So what people do is they look at what we have, and then they base expectations on that. So if you look at someone who's used to using Google Docs to do the word processing in, and then you go, okay, so how fast should it take for this program to start? How fast should it take? How quickly should your word processor start up? And they go, oh, it's probably about 15 seconds to load this interface, 10 seconds maybe to load the interface. I don't remember. I haven't used it in ages, but it'll be a long time. So they'll be like, okay, 15 seconds to start a program. And it's not even starting a program at that point, right? But that would be the take. So if you can go, what if I could give it to you in 5 seconds? They'd be like, wow, you must be some kind of wizard, Harry, right? But it's not, though, right?
By the way, this is my argument of Go over C#. When I started doing C#, installing Visual Studio would take forever. Opening Visual Studio would take way too long. Closing Visual Studio would not be instant. Even closing it was slow.
I don't remember closing Visual Studio, but I haven't used it in many years now, so I don't remember.
Did you have what was called? Can somebody help me? There was an extension that you could install in Visual Studio to help you with C# code. Somebody
Red
knows?
something, Razer Red. refactor, no.
Yeah. Something along those lines. Somebody in chat knows.
Resharper.
Oh my god,
There you
that
go.
thing. Resharper is another thing that made Visual Studio even slower. God fucking damn it. Go gave you pretty much instant rebuilds. Also compiling a solution.
Wait. You comparing Visual Studio?
No, I know you're right. But it's like it's the entire toolchain, right? You, for example, I would write something and then I would have to wait for the red squigglies to go away. Like the whole development experience plus building and running tests would take forever. In our case, we had like 20, 25 projects in one solution, and so we would have to rebuild everything. Like it was super slow. While my Go project was instant. It would build instantly. The LSP would give instant feedback. Everything was instant.
Absolutely. I mean, I say absolutely, but actually, on that note, what's the worst development experience you've had that you can remember?
I think C# is my worst experience.
I thought C# was pretty nice, but
there might be worse, and I just didn't experience them. I mean, I've never done C++ development, so I would probably hands down agree that C++ is worse if I had done that, but I never did.
I think it's gonna be it's around the Visual Studio and Xcode are the two chunkiest things I'll work with. And so Apple has one thing going for them. They put all the effort onto the developer. They said, like, you're gonna have the worst life that we can possibly imagine so that your users can have the best life, right? That's kind of a bit the Apple development experience. Anyone who's tried to develop on Apple back in sort of 2009, 10 has probably nightmares of provisioning profiles and the certificate disaster that came after that.
Yeah, that part was confusing.
It was absolutely abysmal working with that stuff. But I do remember the instrumentation stuff they had looked really nice. It was like this like digital panel in the style of Apple, right? Where everything was kind of like looking pretty nice and funky.
So would you say that your experience on Apple was worse than your experience with C#?
I think Visual Studio was a little bit particular, maybe, but I've worked for a shop that put in a lot of money into the hardware and stuff, so we had really beefy computers, and I didn't think much of it. So, and again, we didn't turn our computers off in the office. So you just sat down and started writing code. Your code was already open. So the starting and closing wasn't really a big deal.
Okay.
But I don't know. Xcode was probably a worse experience, not performance-wise, but just using it was worse than C#. But I don't think that Objective-C was as bad as... I mean, I don't remember it fondly, or I do remember it fondly, but that's kind of like remembering having the flu fondly, right? It was a lot of terrible things, but there's some fond memories in using Objective-C in there somewhere, right?
Toggle,
exactly, humanoism, right? Exactly that, right?
Did you try Go, like in your language exploration? Did you do Go?
Not really. We tried a little bit of Go once on stream just to create some structs and look at. We were looking at, I think it was like the awkward for loop fiasco that happened. You know the one I mean, where it would capture the variable.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think we looked at that at some point, but not really anything else, right?
Well, I guess what I wanted to say is, like, if you never tried Go compilation speed, it's really impressive. Like, it's really, really, really impressive. I don't know how common knowledge this is when it comes to people who have never done Go, but like, it is fast. Like, let's try to pick a non-trivial project, and so that you can see how fast it compiles. Like, we
want something that uses monomorphization as well. We gotta make sure we get the most of the compiler.
Yeah, but those are starting only now. Like Kitty. Kitty is, what do you mean? Kitty is not a Go project.
I think maybe Neurosite just wants to pick cats.
Neurosite, what are you talking about? I don't know. There's Micro, which is a text editor. Man, I don't remember. What is a good Go project to... Kitty has huge amounts of Go? What? Oh, I see. No, let's do like a pure Go project. Go itself. That is different though, because it's like there's the bootstrap stuff. Charm. What's
Yeah.
Charm?
Oh, Charm is a TUI library.
Oh, but the fact that it's a library, then it's gonna build like example projects. So
what about like the leading web server in Go that isn't the internal one?
There's
right?
Micro, which is a editor written in Go. Wait, is it Micro? It is Micro.
Docker Docker can't be 100% Go, is it?
Yeah. No idea. Echo. Yeah, but those are still libraries. Micro is a project at least.
Let's build Micro. Docker is 100% Go. Docker is almost all Go. Man, conflicting messages in chat. I don't know which one of you to believe.
Build the Docker?
I'm guessing you can, even if it's not 100% Go. There probably is some kind of build script to deal with non-Go stuff.
Well, I guess my goal basically what I want is just straight up just run Go build, and that's it.
We need to know how many lines of code as well that we're building. We have no other metric, right?
Okay, so this has a bunch of dependencies. So we'll have also to do some downloads. Oh, there's also a library from Mitchell in here. Is there a command to have Go fetch dependencies so that download speeds don't end up
affecting the build?
Yeah,
can you build it and oh no, that's not gonna work.
Go mod download. Let's go. Okay. In theory, you have it. And then what is it? I haven't used Go in ages. Is it Go build?
What does Go mod tidy do? And Go mod vendor.
I just need to do Go build, right? Go.
What is the tidy and vendor thing do? Do they download things? The download things seem to be a little bit too fast at 11 seconds.
I'll trust Jim. Go mod vendor, whatever that is.
Okay, that looked like it did things. Although that's not all the dependencies.
Well, that's assuming that this is right. Well, but I did run Go mod download earlier, so
it probably does humanoidism. It's more that we want to look at the compile time, not the compile time and the download time.
Yeah. Okay. So Go build, right? Is it Go build time? I don't need anything. I don't need any other thing, right? It's been a while. Just double check this. Go build it twice. Time it. Okay. Okay, let's go. Yeah, that's my point. That's my freaking point. This thing is so fast.
Do you have any tool to check the number of lines of code?
Yeah, I have file. No, what's it called? I have find.
It did nothing. Didn't it do anything? No Go files.
Wait.
Okay.
It didn't build. Okay, wait. I need to go inside CMD micro. Okay.
Okay, time go. Check make file. Man, I love this. I love this like dev by chat.
Same thing saying you need to go build / something. Oh. Okay, now it's taking longer. 4 seconds.
4.8 seconds. But we need to know how many lines of code that we build now as well, right?
Building micro.go directly doesn't work. It needs to be dot. I don't know why. I don't know what's the main function. Okay, we do have micro. So that worked.
Yeah, so humanoidism.
People saying okay.
If you specify file, you don't get the entire package. I'm guessing Christoph doesn't have it okay installed.
No. I was about to do it with find. Oh, I just installed it now. Yeah. Okay, so let's go up. So language Go 400,000.
So there we go. The next one, that's code. 381,000 lines of code.
Well, that's not nothing, I would say.
That is a lot. If you pass in /.., it will look for all the Go file and compile everything. Okay, let's try that. Let's do what Timty says.
Well, but wait, what is the point of doing this? At the end of the day, we want macro, right? It's just the executable. It also,
okay.
Well, it's also dependencies. It's also dependencies. Yeah, we have the binary. So we have built the binary. You can see, there we go. I was running it. That's the editor.
Oh, nice.
In your local vendor folder. Yeah. So this is probably what we were also measuring. Yeah. So vendor is including dependencies, which makes sense. I mean, you do want to count the dependencies, right? It's not like your dependencies don't count towards the build times. So if we go, I guess if we go inside of, I don't know, how do we exclude vendor? Oh, I know how we exclude vendor. Here's how we exclude vendor. So yeah.
Okay. That's not that much then.
Yeah, it's not that much, but it has dependencies. It probably has a ton of dependencies for TUI stuff.
I think
strings, right? So
my current project has roughly about that number of lines of code, and it does not build in. What was that? 4 seconds?
Yeah, that was 4 seconds.
Actually, let's see.
Is there a way of cleaning? Wait, is there a way of cleaning? Is there a way of cleaning cache and have a another rebuild?
Does go clean do something?
Go mod. Go clean. Let's go clean. Okay.
Well, that's gonna be a problem, Rishi, because we don't have this project in Zig, right? Go build -a. But what if we need the letter A?
This was freaking instant. I think that there might have been some time that was spent because of me never invoking this Go executable. You know how macOS you need to do notarization? I think we had to go through notarization. Because I really think that Go is faster than taking 4 seconds for a project of this size. Not joking.
Yeah, I think like downloading dependencies is definitely going to be probably what takes a lot of the time.
Go clear
in
cache.
That case, right?
Yeah, I want to clear all Go related caches. How do you do that? Go env go cache. I think we spent a bunch of time wasted on notarization. Let's clear cache and let's rerun.
Haratham says we should do -a to rebuild everything.
Okay, no, it was fair. So 3 second 0.62. This seems to be the
what happens if you add the -a flag to that? I don't know, Karatham. You're losing face here. I'm kidding. Of course, I'm kidding. I don't know if -a did something or not in this case.
Yeah, I think it did. It's basically -a is ensuring that we don't use the cache. It just had to be put before the dot.
I see. 4.60, but that's about the same, right?
Yeah. I mean, this 4 second is rounded up, like 329, 329, 331. So that's what's happening on my machine.
It says user time is 20 seconds there, but that doesn't seem right. It didn't take 20 seconds to do this.
Yeah, I think this is the number that you, or no, never mind. I think this is the
That
number
is
you need to
the
look
that
for.
is the number.
Sorry.
Yeah.
No, I think this is the one. Yeah. So 4 or 5 seconds. Shall we try to build anathema?
I can do it here. Cargo clean.
You need to screen share with me. Oh, you did start a screen sharing at some point. Sorry, I never wired it in. So give me a sec.
All right, are we good font size now?
Yeah.
Now we're downloading things a little bit there, but I don't think that's too bad. 3.8.
That's not bad.
We can do, hang on, let's do a cargo clean and then cargo build. Now we need to time it as well. Let's see what this will take. 3.85, right?
Okay.
Yeah, that's about it. And then if we look at the lines of code that we have here, it's 23,000.
Can you do also with dependencies?
This was with dependencies. This was everything. I did a clean.
So no, sorry. I mean in Tokay.
Oh, you okay? I don't think so because it doesn't store the dependencies there. I would have to literally go and check every individual dependency, right? But this project doesn't actually have too many dependencies.
You don't? I thought you were supposed to have a ton of dependencies.
I'm sorry to disappoint you. We have 5 dependencies here. One is for file system notification. The other one is a better set of channels.
So there's a command called cargo vendor that should allow you to vendor all dependencies locally. I would say if you have saved state of your stuff, then maybe you can attempt it.
Let's just do.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do a clean and let's just copy this thing to that, and then we do cargo vendor. I don't think I have cargo vendor. I do have cargo vendor. Okay, so will this thing update my?
Yeah, you should have vendor as a directory now in there.
And let's see what these. So these are, but these are not pointing to the vendor.
Yeah, no. And so it was telling you a message. I don't know if it did it for you, but when cargo vendor finish running, it was telling you how to set it up to use this vendor directory.
Oh, did it? Okay, let's do cargo vendor. Have a look here. No, didn't give me anything. To use vendor source, add these to your cargo toml config file. Okay. Oh, I'm not in Tmux. There we go. Okay, let's just do this again.
I mean, it's fine. I don't know if you even care about this, but yeah.
I mean, why not, right? Why not? Well, oops. Source, create, replace with, and then vendor. Okay, so I don't know what this thing will do for us now.
It should, it should use the one locally. Let's see.
I forgot to time that. Let's see if this will use it locally. Yeah, that's a lot more lines of code.
Let's see how much RAS now. Holy cow!
That is 2 million lines of code in there. That's pretty good. That's the lines of code of Rust code. 2 million lines of code. Let's see what's inside the vendor now. That's a lot. All this Win stuff. Look at this stuff. That is pretty impressive. We got like WASM bind gen in there.
You didn't think you had that many dependencies, huh?
Oh no, I didn't think it was gonna be this good.
Holy cow. That's 2 million lines of code.
Which one is it? But I do wonder if all these dependencies are also part like feature flag behind feature flags, so it's gonna add more than we would ever use.
Yeah, I imagine a good chunk. I mean, like you will have, well, I guess at least it's target specific. So like you probably did not build all the Windows code since you're not targeting Windows.
No, we did not do that. I don't see Tokyo in here. I actually thought there was going to be something that had like a Tokyo dependency in there. The things that I do recognize some of these things. So this, for instance, this is all the profiling code. Yeah. This is not something that's going to be built into it.
There's many how. What's many? Wait.
Anyhow is made by one of my community members.
Oh.
It's kind of a bit of a joke on the anyhow thing.
Yeah.
It's for procedural macros. Yeah, we have KQ here. These are all coming from Metal.io,
Yeah.
right? Because you have KQ, you have the Windows stuff,
You have
and
get
what else
random.
we have, right?
Is this foreshadowing?
Oh, get random. What is in get random? Wow, this font size is a little bit too chunky, but okay. Yeah, this interface for the operating system get random number generator. I wonder if this is gonna come up. Is that foreshadowing? It's gonna come up in conversation soon once we're through with the slides. I wonder what this thing does. Oh, there's a lot of config specific, right? Haiku OS and Redux. These are very commonly used operating systems. All right. Mac OS, OpenBSD, Vita for the PlayStation. Very useful to have.
Humanoidism has a good point, which is these like a debug build in Rust is not exactly an equivalent of a build in Go, because a build in Go is also a release build, but it's also true that a release build in Go does not do all the optimizations that a release build in Rust would do. So unfortunately I think there's like no one-to-one mapping between a Go build and a Rust build.
I don't think this is gonna be too bad. Yeah, it's not too bad doing a release build of this stuff, right? But we have procedural macros which are operating on the Rust token stream that happens. We have a few declarative macros, and there are some level of interfaces for custom backends and things like that. I think we have, if we just look for the number of traits in here, there are 32 traits in there, so there's quite a lot of monomorphization happening in there as well, right? So there's 3.6 second isn't bad, but if we were to go back in time, if we were to compile this with Rust circa 2015, we would not be looking at 3.6 seconds here. It would be a lot worse than that, right? But the compile time has improved quite significantly over the years on Rust. For some reason, specifically on the Windows, has seen a lot of performance improvements.
Out of curiosity, would you be able to compile micro?
Compile micro?
I mean, can you get your hands on a Go executable and compile micro?
Oh, compile micro. I don't even know if I have Go installed, right? I don't. Let's say, let's install that in the meantime. And where is micro? Let me find that. Go micro. Okay, let's see. We're just going to copy this thing. We're going to clone that in there. Oops.
Yeah.
So okay, so what should I compile?
So you want to do go tidy and go mod tidy and then go mod vendor. And then you want to go inside, you need to cd into cmd/micro.
There's no micro in there.
Wait, what did you clone? Oh, wait, did I?
Oh, micro.
Am I doing it wrong? What? I think this is something
wrong
else.
Micro. All right, where's the which micro do you have? If you look at your Git config, see which one you have. Compiling random code is fine, humanoidism. Running random code is not, right? I'm gonna assume that this thing didn't actually run the code. Framework for distributed systems development was this.
I sent the link in chat.
Yeah, all right, let's grab that.
Oh, it's also the Stargazers link because I clicked on the other thing, but in
That's
any case.
Okay, so let's grab the code.
I used to like Micro, but then they didn't have support for LSP, and it wasn't clear if they ever were going to. And then I abandoned it.
That was not the right command. So go tidy, go.
Go mod tidy, go mod vendor.
Mod tidy, there we go.
Oh, you need to enter the thing though. Yeah.
And do I need to? Okay, do I do it from here?
Yeah, you do that from here.
And then we go into the command.
And then you enter CMD micro, and then you do go
there
build the dot.
Like that.
Yeah, if you want to run it then afterwards without cache, you do go build -a dot. Okay.
5.24 seconds.
Interesting. Okay, so for you, it's definitely slower. That is a very interesting thing to observe. I expected things to be very different. Maybe the I haven't used Go in ages. Maybe the old perception that Go was super fast is not as true anymore.
So we just proven that my Rust code, which is larger,
which is 2 million freaking lines,
faster than Go's build. Okay.
Holy
You
cow.
need to be in the repo. This is definite proof. Yes. Go build is slow.
Go build is slow. Rust is slow. Everything is slow.
Everything is slow. But okay, let's see. That's interesting.
Yeah, that is really interesting.
Now we're gonna purge Go from my system.
No, so
there we go.
Adarsh. So the problem is that Hyperfine is a Rust project, so it would, how can you know if there isn't any check that says, oh, it's Go, so I'm gonna slow it down? I'm joking. We don't need that. I mean, one run is gonna be clear enough. Come on. Clearly, Rust is performing better in this case, which is mind-blowing. Like 2 million lines? What the heck?
No. It did not compile 2 million lines.
I'm sure they didn't compile all of them, but still, it did a very good job when it comes to what ended up happening in the end. It would be nice actually if the compiler could give you stats where it would tell you how many lines it ended up analyzing.
There is some kind of cargo time thing. I don't remember how that works, right? If we go into cargo time. No, maybe I thought it was time. Maybe not.
Cargo build -- timings, people are saying.
Okay, so the cargo build timings, is that it? That should generate something that we might be able to look at. And then this is now in here.
Oh, let's go.
So if we do that. Now it opened that somewhere completely different. Hang on. I just need to get it over to that screen. Well, okay. This is the timings. Let me chunk this up a little bit, right? 30 units. Honestly, I don't know what that means. We used 23 jobs on this one. It took 3.8 seconds. These are what we're using. Then here it's gonna show all the builds. So this is definitely building dependencies. Does it tell us how many dependencies we had? 73.
Yeah.
73 in there. So my code took 0.02 seconds to build, but to be fair, this was probably cached. Let's run this without the cache though, right? So cargo clean, and we'll do this again. All right, and then we're gonna pop this open. This might look a little bit different now.
I mean, it did say that everything was rebuilt, so I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So
yeah, I
let's
think
have
the only
a look
change is downloads. I think this time.
So it's not bad. You can see everything here that is taken to build. It's 0.2 seconds.
Yeah. It tells you how much time you spent into any particular thing. I do think it would be. I don't know. It would probably, okay, it wouldn't be practically useful, but it would be interesting to have compilers report number of lines that they genuinely ended up having to analyze.
Yes, I don't think we're gonna get that from this, but now that would have been an interesting metric to see, though, right? Sin is the slowest, yeah, because Sin is part of the proc macro stuff, right? So you have to expand all the macros and everything before you do things.
Can you try compiling Helix? So here's the reasoning. It's a Go editor versus a Rust editor. I'm curious how much that's gonna be. And also, it would be curious also to see Cargo Vendor. How many lines? Okay, I guess poll for chat maybe. How many lines is Helix?
But do you have this set up locally, or do you want me to do it?
I think I do have the setup.
Okay, we can do it on your machine because my code looks a little bit wonky, and it's gonna look better if we do it on your machine.
Okay, I will hide your screen share. Documents, Helix. Well, you know what? Documents, and now I'm gonna copy my good Helix.
Yeah, if you didn't clean it, you're copying quite a lot of files now. Do a cargo clean in there. That's gonna get rid of. It's gonna take significantly less time to. I think that is probably the only. So people have been griping about Rust compile time for a long time, but I think that is probably down to all sort of some remnants from olden days. But the thing that is still valid is if you don't run like a local cache for your dependencies and stuff, the dependencies for Rust are just
how do I download dependencies? Was there a way of doing that? Or I just run twice. I just build twice.
Well, if you compile, it's gonna, even if you clean it, it's still gonna. I don't think it's gonna download the dependencies a second time. So if you do a cargo build and a cargo clean, it will cache the dependencies.
Okay, so I do cargo build. So I time cargo build.
Yeah, this is not downloading anything. 303 dependencies. That is pretty beautiful. We're gonna get to the. We should hold off on this until we've gone through this talk and we start talking about the dependency stuff. This is rookie numbers, because there are two kind of irrelevant things to talk about when it comes to dependencies. But I want to wait until we kind of blasted through this talk first.
We're getting
at least
there.
Better than Node.js. You're not setting the bar very high there, Dash.
So 40 seconds. Okay. 100,000 lines of Rust.
All right.
Cargo vendor.
59 crates, 60 crates. Oh no, we're not done yet.
Oh my. Okay. Is everybody ready?
Okay, let's guess. I'm gonna guess what you are gonna end up with is gonna be about 2.8 million lines of code, maybe 2.5, 2.8. Humanism is very optimistic and clearly naive at 1.2 million. Nalty says 3 million. Crispy has lost his marbles and gone with 10 million, but I think it's just angry because of some tractor related issues. Okay, let's have a look. What do we got? More than, you know what? Let's do a vote. Crystal, let's do a vote. And I suggest we put sub 2 million to 2.5, 3,
give me a second.
in increments.
I'll do it. Okay, new poll. Helix.
One long line.
Vendor.
30 million.
Okay, less than 2 millions. Let's say between 2 and 4. Or what do you want to do next?
I would say less than 2, and then we can do like 0.5 increments from there. And I don't think we're gonna end up in the space of 10 million lines of code. I don't think that's gonna happen.
Okay, so I'm still okay. So here's how everybody needs to interpret this. We are basically gonna say every single option will say less than, but then you need to pick the most precise one. So if you pick the more general one, you lost if there is a more precise one. So less than 3 million, less than 3.5 million. I don't know though, Toggle. There's one last option. I'm gonna put in the last option less than
plus 10 million.
Yeah, more than 4 million.
Hey, anything is possible these days.
I'm gonna give people 60 seconds. Okay, so this is gonna be a fast poll. So
no, do 2 minutes,
2
right?
minutes?
I think we need to have a little bit more time.
Okay.
All right. Let's have a look. Can you show the current running poll on screen?
Yeah, I think it can. Let me see. Manage poll.
All right. People are saying less than 3 million. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at, right? We should have done a gamble on this thing.
Yeah.
How many effective lines occur? Oh, that's not relevant here.
No, it's gonna be lines like basically what Tokay reports in the Rust.
Yeah. This is all. I mean, you guys have to take this with a pinch of salt. We're doing this for entertainment purposes, right? You're not likely going to vendor everything unless you're working offline or you're working for something specific. If you need to build your own registry and such, I've written a post on my website where you can see how to basically do that. It is not something that this is generally not something that people have to deal with, right? When it comes to vendoring. Option 6, Tokay will hang forever. No, Vatic, it's written in Rust, man. Come on. Okay, let's see. We're all right. We're almost there. The majority of votes are on less than 3 million. I think I'm gonna cast my vote now. All right, and you're gonna see me casting my vote. Let's see. Where's the button? I'm gonna say that's me. Me and someone else on less than 2.5. I felt like I didn't want to just follow the majority here. Okay. That has led me into programming Rust. So we're gonna do a little bit of sidestep here, right? You can't vote the missing option, Chris.
Yeah, sorry. I maybe I should have said more than 3.5 million, but okay. So people are saying between 3.5 and 4. Some, I don't know. Honestly, I'm voting more than 4 million. I'm voting more than 4 million.
All right. Let's see it. Oh, 3
million.
Oh, I lost. So it was. I guess it was those 8 people who voted on less than 3.5. Then it's gonna be the closest.
Yeah, they're the ones who got
that was right. Very much on the nose with 3 million. Then, right? Just the 41,000 straggling lines there. If you scroll up a little bit and we look at the actual dependencies, what do we have? So a lot of Windows dependencies in there, Unicode. Yeah. I don't know what Gix is. There's like Android time zone data in there. There's a lot of stuff in
this
there.
Error, there's a ton of, there's this error, then this error 1.069. Then this error impl, and then this error impl 1069.
Yep. So the impl ones are gonna be the macros, and now we got tiny stir and tiny vec, and I guess you can figure out those. Tokyo is in there. That's gonna add some dependencies as well, right? Yeah. That's very chunky.
So these two both being in here, it means that version resolution ended up selecting 2 different versions of this error. Is this it?
Yeah. It's gonna be 2 so because you can have one of your dependencies might depend on a different version of this error. Exactly what Lolilol says, right? The dependencies bring their own dependencies, and this is like the entire dependency tree of Helix, right? So dependencies upon dependencies, right? But let's circle back to this thing. Let's finish up with the slides, and then we can just come right back into this thing, right? Because I do think that this is fun, but it kind of aligns more with the conversation we're gonna have after the slides, right?
Yeah. Oh, and look at the also these other libraries have 2 different versions being selected.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay. So On
somewhere. It's the slides.
Somewhere. Why can't I find it?
Maybe the one, 2 down from where you are, right? You go to Rob Pike. There you go. Hey, no, damn it, that was just a picture of Rob Pike.
Oh, there we go. I had to scroll. The UI did not suggest that I could scroll, and I had to scroll.
Hey, there we go.
Okay, so what causes bloat? Let's see. A lack of vigilance and discipline, features, layering, dependencies, open source development.
Okay, well, we're not gonna latch onto the dependencies yet, but you guys can remember dependencies. We're gonna talk about it in a bit, right? So what causes bloat when it comes to features, right? Does it cause bloat? Well, of course it does, right? It's gonna cause bloat, right? I don't know how to interpret layering here. How should we interpret that? Right?
I think layering is like you, instead of doing everything yourself, you prepare certain things as libraries. And so, for example, you're doing a TUI application, right? But you don't implement, you don't output escape codes directly. You have a layer below you that implements escape codes.
Abstractions, then.
Yeah, I think so. Abstractions that basically create different layers.
Oh, and abstractions would absolutely cause bloat, right? That could be seen, observed insanely in worlds like C#, right? There you have lots of layering and abstractions and stuff, right? So definition of bloat, expanding code that we could technically be without, maybe.
Yeah.
So you might write an abstraction to wrap your mental model around a concept. For instance, I don't know. Actually, I don't know what a good example is now at the top of my head, but you're basically doing that. You're writing something to reflect how you imagine something working, and then you build your API around that instead of just working with the raw data itself. Maybe you have something that will serialize bytecode or bytes into some other struct, and then you will translate that struct into some database representation of that struct, and so on and so forth, right? Where everything could just be a chunk of bytes. Actually, that's a really bad analogy, but I mean, you could represent a user as a series of bytes instead of like 2 fields, and I don't know, right? It's like I'm trying not to specifically go into the abstractions in the world of Java where you have everything is built around the interfaces, but more sort of a generic talking about abstractions where we don't even have generics and interfaces. It's more like the human model of something, right?
Yeah, let's see what Rob has to say about these ones, because these are the ones that he wants to discuss. So let's see. Features. We add features to make products better, in quotes. All features add complexity and cost. Implementing in the feature is the smallest piece of the workload. Maintenance is the biggest. The useful fallacy, which I'm guessing is like, it would be useful if you also did this. It would be useful if you also did that. Assuming that there would, like, which is a way of explaining the argument that showcases, well, that highlights the benefit, but then downplays the cost of it would be useful if we also supported that. Sorry.
Lack of vigilance and discipline is correct. That's a good take, right? Or rather, that's a good thing to latch onto, right? Because I think that is a little bit of the fallacy, right? If we put all the blame on the developer, then yeah, just be better. But it is not just the developer, right? It's a lot of, there's people telling the developers what to build, right? So you're gonna build this thing, and you're gonna add these features. You're gonna do this now. We didn't have time to wait for you to fix this stuff, right? So it really is the symmetry of the developer having to tell whoever's managing the project that, no, we need time to fix this thing. And the people who are coming up with the features obviously need to get the features. So you're going to grow the product into this killer app, right? So they need to get their ways across, right? I mean, if we take one extreme or the other and we say features make product better, but maybe this entire talk was written before Go had generics, and this was how he was trying to get out of having to create generics. So he's like, no, we don't need this thing, and here's a whole talk about it. No, probably not. But if we don't add features to anything, then what do you have, right? You're gonna have one thing that just does the same thing, and then people are gonna want features, but you're not adding them. And I don't know, right? So obviously there are no extremes that works, right? It always turns into bloatware. Absolutely, it always does, right?
Okay, let's see. Layering. In 1970, we wrote code near the hardware. Today's most popular languages are interpreted. This means that we're paying the maintenance cost for all those layers, think TypeScript, JavaScript, browser, kernel. It's too easy to wrap something to fix it rather than fix it in situ. The Chrome OS Files app. I'm not sure what that one does, but
I don't know what Chrome. I'm guessing Chrome OS Files app is some kind of Electron thing. But how do you fix something in situ? I mean, unless you're like, oh, there's a bug here, so I'm going to recompile the kernel and I'm going to fix the bug at a kernel level. You probably couldn't even do that, right? So I think that's an interesting expectation. Well, I guess it's not an expectation, but
yeah.
I mean,
sorry, continue.
Well, I was going to say, okay, so the way I interpret the layering was abstractions, but this is abstractions, but this is abstractions outside of the software you write. So these aren't abstractions inside your software. These are abstractions that you build on top of, right? So you're going to have the kernel, you have user space, then you have maybe you're building an Electron app, so then you have a browser, and then you write this in TypeScript. So you're going to have like JavaScript, TypeScript transcompiling, and then I don't know, right? There's a lot of things involved in that chain to go from the actual hardware to running your applications. There's absolutely a lot of layering happening, right?
Yeah, I think he's basically picking like huge blatant examples, because I do think that the same argument could be moved within the same programming language as dependencies. But I mean, it is also true that, for example, interpreted languages are an even more clear example of that. A Python program is not a program that runs in your OS or on your hardware. It's a program that runs in a virtual machine. And so now you basically have to reinvent a lot of things that the OS was doing natively. Now you have to reinvent this within the Python virtual machine to re-expose this stuff into Python, or single page applications like Electron. Yeah, those kind of things.
So what Chris was saying is a browser has become a virtualized OS. I think you're absolutely right, but I think operating systems have become virtualized operating systems as well, right? There's abstractions between the hardware and some of these things as well, right?
Yeah, to be fair.
So go on.
No, please finish. Then I have a good joke.
But it is, and it is not just on like the complexity level. I think if you were to write a browser in 1995 versus today, you are facing a monumental task today that is almost insurmountable. I think if you wake up one day and you say, I'm going to build a browser, you have to be powered by your own self-delusion. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm saying that as an admirable thing, right? Because any normal functioning individual, if you say to them, you're going to spend the next n number of years of your life grinding out bugs over and over and over again against a specification that is a mile long and sketchy at best, right? And this can be seen in how different browsers implement different features, because the specification is far from perfect, right? So it is dab at Ladybird. What Ladybird is doing is amazing. This is what I'm saying, right? And I think most, like a lot of programmers we are delusional. I'm not gonna say are, I'm gonna say we are, right? Because we sit down and we think, this is gonna be a good idea. I'm gonna build my own editor. That's gonna take a weekend to do. I'm gonna make my own graphics engine. That'll be a 5-minute job. We are terrible at estimating how large a task can be. And I think we have to be, because you can't think about the end journey when you're writing software. That's incomprehensible when your software is going to be, I don't know how many millions of lines of code is going to go into a browser, right? Does anyone remember how many millions of lines of code there are in Google Chrome or Chromium? I think it's either 6 or 60, some insane amount like that, right? It really, if you say to someone, we're going to build a browser today, I've written 10 lines of code, and they go, how many lines of code are we going to write? 60 million lines of code, right? They're going to just be like, no, I can't even comprehend that. 60 something. Yeah, exactly, right? You can't.
Yeah. I have a good example of layering going wrong. Python, but not in terms of Python VM. In Python, you make a Python application and you have dependencies, which are annoying to distribute. Like, you have trouble distributing your Python application because it depends on system-wide libraries that you don't know how to install reliably. And so if somebody just clones your Python project, it never runs. How do you solve it? You put it in Docker. So now you have your Python application, which runs on a virtual machine, which runs inside a container, And you don't really need the container. The container is there because it fixes your software distribution problem. And then this becomes giga funny when then you have systems where people Dockerize Go applications. So you have a Go application, which is actually a binary, probably statically linked even, and then you put it in a Docker container because that's your unit of software management in your orchestration system, even though the Go application could totally be orchestrated as a system process. But then maybe you can't put processes inside pods. You have to put Docker containers inside pods. I'm actually not 100% sure if maybe the state of the art has improved in that sense when it comes to Kubernetes. But when it comes to this orchestration stuff, it tends to rely on containers as the unit. And I remember having discussions with people that were telling me like, oh yeah, I'm gonna take your Go application and then Dockerize it. And I was saying, why man? Just run the freaking executable, man. But that's just what they do. You can ship KO containers. Oh my god. Okay, so somebody found they created container lights.
Written in Go, so your Go code can run inside Go code, can run inside Go code, right? It's always Google.
Yeah, but okay. Google. So when we go back to the Python example, in the Python example, I think it's exactly what Rob Pike is talking about. It's too easy to wrap something to fix it rather than fix it inside. So you have a software distribution problem with Python. What do? You wrap it in a container. You don't fix your software distribution problem in Python like natively. You solve it by wrapping, and that adds complexity, bloats. Now every bug inside of Docker or whatever container system you have, it's now a bug in your application at some level, etc.
Yeah, I mean that was mentioned in some slide as well, wasn't it? About bug propagation. It kind of just flows up with everything. You inherit the bugs and the runtime of all these things, right? You never, okay, let's see what Chris said. I never can distribute Go binaries as is because I never use their net DNS in Go, but the native one, I don't know what that means, actually. I don't know anything about that. Containers are definitely a convenient thing, right? I'd say that's if you don't have to deal with it.
Yeah, but
the container would probably be convenient.
Let me bring another example. We saw this earlier. It's time to show it again. You want to build AFL++, right? The official project. What do they give you? They give you a freaking Docker file. This thing is not meant to be shipped on Kubernetes. They're just giving you a Docker file because it's the only way for them to guarantee that your build will succeed in a reproducible manner, because their silly makefile makes assumptions on state of the system that don't always hold. So basically, instead of fixing their build system, they wrap it in a Docker file. That's another example of this stuff happening.
Gotcha, crispy. See, interesting enough, I can't really put my finger on why, but Rust does not have that problem, right? When it comes to building a project, just following your cargo toml file, it just seemed to do the whole thing right.
Yeah.
I don't know how they did it, but there is no reason to Dockerize anything or containerize anything. Your cargo toml file is going to lead you all the way.
It's just a better build system than Make.
Yeah. Now that's fair. Now, I mean, Make has been around for how many decades has it been around for, right?
I don't know. Yeah, but forever. Yeah.
Forever and ever. Yeah. All right. How many? I don't know how many slides we have left. Let's keep going, right?
We're at slide 15. I don't know out of how many. No idea. But we can try to speed through a little bit faster. So let's see. Dependencies. Obviously, it's a problem. People have a ton of dependencies. Dependencies keep changing. So average number of dependencies per ecosystem. Go average of
packages.
30 dependencies. NPM average of 110 dependencies. Cargo average of 50 dependencies. Well, 60, 70 dependencies. Maven, PyPy. Okay, PyP. So a lot of dependencies.
It's kind of odd that we have like Go, NPM, Cargo, Maven, PyPy, and then Debian, a Linux dist as part of. I don't even know how to interpret that. Then, right? How is what does it mean that Debian has on average some number of dependencies?
I think it's talking about Debian packages. So like packages in
like
APT.
deb files.
Yes,
okay, gotcha.
and how they depend on each other.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So example, NPM Webpack. More than 60,000 NPM projects depend on Webpack. This is the web dependency of DevPack. Every time Webpack changes, then 60,000 NPM projects, I guess, will need to.
I'm waiting for someone in chat to go, who's using Webpack these days? That's old, and I have no idea what people are doing these days. But I also think that there is a slight skew to this thing, to take this as an example, because I do believe that Node.js has not been on the scene for as long as Python. And I do believe that NPM has more packages than PyPy. Yeah. And this leads me to believe that people are more keen to just bang out libraries onto NPM and then abandon them, right? So actively used libraries might be a different story, right?
Fair. I think the next example is more interesting because I remember seeing it.
You can't keep up.
Keep in mind, both Webpack and Kubernetes are well maintained compared to most other projects. Yeah.
Although the question is, how many of these dependencies are changing as well, right? And how many of these dependencies are the left pad of that ecosystem, right? It is. I have no idea. How many lines of code do you like without the dependencies? Do you think Kubernetes is? Let me find
there's
Kubernetes.
One way of finding it out. You want to do the work?
Yeah, let's do it.
You're gonna do the dirty work. Okay. I'm gonna screen share.
Kubernetes. I mean, if you know okay, now I got it here. Okay, let's just grab this thing and let's clone this thing.
Can we trust OK not to inflate numbers, knowing that it's a Go project? We'll see.
We cannot. It totally will. All right, let's do Go again.
I know when you're creating a Go folder, because your plan is to, at the end of the stream, rm rf the entire Go directory. Is that it?
Oh, I've already done that, and I've uninstalled Go as well. But that is really just, I do that with everything. If I'm not going to use it anymore, I delete it and throw it away. But there's a lot going on here, right? We're downloading a lot. I can. Yeah, I don't even. We're getting into the gigabyte space here, right? Good grief. Okay, here we go. No, sorry, we have to do that one as well. I probably should have just. I should have just cloned this with no history. So that was a little bit idiotic on my account. But let's have a look. We're looking at. Well, these are the total number of lines of code. Let's see how much Go we have in here.
There is a ton of JSON. What's going on? Okay, no, there's also a ton of Go.
There we go. Okay, so we're looking at 3.5 million lines of Go code in there, but only 3 lines of HTML. That's kind of like that's a flex, right?
I think we need to. Can you ls and show what's in the root directory? Is there a Go? There's a go.mod file. You know what we need to run? Go mod tidy and go mod vendor. We have to.
Okay, I have to reinstall Go. Okay, where am I going now?
No. You're staying there. Yeah, staying in the root directory, and then do go mod tidy, go mod vendor. Yeah.
Oh my God.
This might take a bit. No, okay.
That wasn't too bad.
Okay. Go inside vendor and run OK in there.
Okay, it's not more than 1 million, right? There's only 1 million lines of Go code in there.
That is actually pretty. What's it called? It's like very what's the word? Vigilant. They have been vigilant with their dependencies.
I mean, they have less dependency code than their own code, right?
Yeah, that's good.
That is something.
Didn't Go vendor throw an error? Did it?
Did it? Let's clean. Let's start with go mod tidy, okay, and then go mod vendor. Oh, yeah. Okay, go work vendor. Wait, got work. I don't know what this does. I'm just running arbitrary go command. So can we do go mod vendor now?
No, I think that was basically the equivalent. Go into vendor now and see what's in there.
It's the same.
Yeah, I think it's fine. So I think we got the right number in the end. It has maybe a ton of dependencies, but they're not huge.
There's a directory called hack in here, and there's a lot of stuff in there. Who's the owners of these? All right. They list the people you should be angry with if something goes wrong with your project.
You know what? What could be another interesting project to check? Terraform.
Flame, yeah. Which one should we look at?
Terraform.
Okay. GitHub.
Actually, people should have suggested me Terraform earlier.
You guys should do better.
Disappointed.
Okay?
You guys, I expected better from you.
This is from HashiCorp, right?
Yeah.
HashiCorp Terraform. Oh wow. Okay. Let's not clone the whole thing. How do you set the depth of this thing?
It's space -- depth equals 1.
There we go. That should be a little bit more amicable. Thank you. All right. So go mod. No, good grief. Go mod tidy. And then we're gonna run go. There's a lot of dependencies here. App engine. Isn't this thing dead?
No, it's not that. Well, I mean, it makes sense because they need to be able to orchestrate app engine instances. So that's probably why they have that. Uh-oh.
Let's run vendor.
Uh-oh. It's the uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Okay, there we go.
Prince of Man is like straight up saying disgusting on this stuff.
Let's have a look. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, 2 million lines of Go. That's not, no, sorry.
No.
No. 20 million lines of Go. Okay, and how many lines of Go do we have in Terraform then, right? I'm gonna move vendor out. There's only 4 million lines of Go in here.
I have a ton of dependencies.
422,000 lines of Go, right? There you go. You think that wasn't 20? Do you want to see it again?
Uh-oh. Marvin is not a believer.
1, 2, 3. No, Marvin was right.
Oh.
Damn it, Marvin. Yeah. Damn it, Marvin. You're right. It's 2 million.
Oh, Marvin was right. Okay, 2 million.
Well, it's the internet. We control the narrative. Marvin was wrong and said 20 million, but the rest of us said 2. There you go.
Man,
right?
Marvin, get yourself a pair of glasses, man.
No, it's like it's more funny when it's extreme, Marvin. It's more funny when it's extreme. It's not. I'm not invested. None of these findings is gonna make me feel any different about programming Go. I will probably program Go on stream one day if enough people want me to. I'll program Go, right? So okay, well then there's a total about 2.4 million then in that case if we include the vendor. That was in Terraform. There we go, right? Okay. With the fake news. Okay, can't possibly keep up. Yeah, that's a lot of it's a lot of dependencies, right?
So yeah,
good and bad dependencies.
Yeah, of course some dependencies are necessary. It's often much better to borrow than to recreate. Good example, cryptographic and security platforms, algorithms. When you add a dependency on package P, you also add a dependency on all the other packages that P depends on. It's indirect dependencies. I mean, thank you for explaining this part, Rob. I suspect it was already clear to the people watching, but yes.
I do think that we're gonna put a little like post-it note on the cryptographic and security algorithms because that's a very good example when we get back to the dependency conversation, right?
Mm-hmm. No,
man, I don't think Rob's ever gonna outlive that comment he made, right? It's like Sorry, Rob, you up, mate. We're all gonna remember that one.
I mean,
right?
to be honest, okay, Dougal, imagine that you're a Google employee, right? You're going to the coffee machine, you're trying to get yourself some coffee, and then there's Rob Pike queued behind you. And like, you know that you're a junior employee, so you say, "Oh, hi, hello, nice to meet you. Oh, you're Rob Pike, I met you. Yeah, I just joined. I'm out of college. I learned some C++, some Python, Java, maybe. Anyway, you turn around and you're having trouble operating the machine, right? And you know that Rob Pike is behind you."
And I can imagine that happening just because of the stress of the situation. You're going, man, I cannot this up right now. And then you're failing, right? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, you keep selecting like the ginseng option, which is the one that is the machine says no, it's not available. Like this one, the ginseng cartridge has been depleted.
Oh my god. Oh yeah. I mean, I do feel like if someone asked Rob Pike, do you regret making that possibly off the cuff remark? Well, maybe he would say no, I'll stand by it because at this point you're going to have to. But I think secretly he does regret saying that because, I mean, it is his language. He designed it and he's saying in the same sentence that other languages are brilliant. But I mean, who knows? I didn't hear him say it. Maybe he said other languages were brilliant and he was being, a little bit sarcastic about it, right? What did he say? Do we have that quote somewhere?
Yeah. Let's see if I still have
it.
This
should, by the way, Marvin, this should only be taken as humor, not as anything that dictates whether you should program Go or not.
Yeah, I mean, he's bold. Who cares what he says?
Oh, there you go. There you go.
This is the quote.
The key point here is our programmers are Googlers. They're not researchers. They're typically fairly young, fresh out of school, probably learn Java, maybe learn C and C++, probably learn Python. They're not capable of understanding a brilliant language, but we want to use them to build good software. So the language that we give them has to be easy for them to understand and easy to adopt. There you go. That's it, Marvin. He was throwing shade at Haskell. Man, I throw shade at Haskell all the time. Why? Because I have a massive skill issue with Haskell. I don't throw shade at Haskell, but I could not be productive with Haskell, right? Have you ever done Haskell, Christoph? Have you ever been like, I want to be a Haskler? Have you ever?
No, not really. I think I tried briefly while in university to use it, but never really got particularly far. I've done Lisp. I've done a little bit of OCaml. But mainly Lisp. That has been my whole functional programming history.
But Bowden, you got to look at this thing because he's saying in the same paragraph, he's saying that they're not capable of understanding a brilliant language, and then he gives them the language he made. So he's saying that I made a language that is not brilliant, right? But of course, it is a joke at this point. This is not something that you need to attach any actual meaning to. Unless you were there and talked to Rob, I don't know what he meant. He's saying powerful languages are dangerous in the hands of dumb people. Maybe. I don't know. I wasn't there, right?
We'll never know.
We'll never know. It will go down in history as one of the big unknowns, right? All right, so let's go to the next slide.
I can also imagine like Rob Pike growing like increasingly annoyed at all the new Google people that don't know how to operate Google systems, right? So like he's in his car trying to get out of the parking lot, and there's another junior Googler in front of him having trouble, feeding in the beeping the thing. And so he was thinking, he was thinking about adding generics to Go, like originally, like having Go v1 have generics. He's like saying, yeah, no generics in Go.
Oh man, no, but it is unfortunate because there's a lot of people who like programming Go, and I'm sure it's a fine enough programming language, but it adds a little bit of stigma to the language to have that comment floating around the interwebs forever and ever, right? All right. You do not know what your dependencies are doing. It is all but infeasible. There are too many and they change too fast. There's a widespread dangerous belief that npm update, possibly followed npm audit or the equivalent, will keep your code up to date and healthy. It will not. I don't think there's much to say about this. This is probably pretty accurate, right? I don't think people do look at all the dependencies, and honestly, I don't read the every line of code in any dependency I use, right? I check things like intermediate dependencies, right? Or my immediate dependencies. I will look at the code of that sometimes, but mostly that is while I'm reading the documentation and scouring stuff, right? But there are, yeah, we're not going to get too into the dependency conversation, I guess, not yet. But there is a reason for dependencies, okay? That is kind of going against this. If well, I mean, what's the alternative, really? Well, no, we can't have that conversation without going into the other topic. Let's hop past this one.
Yeah, let's finish this. Okay, so you do not know what your software actually is. Most of your code is dependencies which cannot be managed. Every update causes cascading interacting changes, often more bloat. Understanding the consequences is all but impossible. You can read code, but it's impractical to test hundreds or thousands of simultaneous package updates. So we update and hope. There is no true best practice for dependency management. This is a fundamental failure of the prevailing development model.
I don't know what the alternative development model would be in this case, but yeah.
Maybe we can go back to this later. I mean, it's still part of the dependency discussion. Let's end the talk. So the sad result is that it has become infeasible to understand how our software is constructed and how to maintain it safely. This is a consequence of how software code is built today. Oh, now there's the open source part. You wanna do the honors?
Open source has been a boon. All the software out there, all those bugs out there, all those bad actors out there. How to manage a project using open source development. Two approaches. The true open source way, accept everything that comes. This is a huge bloat generator and a bug generator. A better way, put up proper gates for code quality, code standards, strict code review, testing, contributor vetting, etc. Also, have standards for what is allowed to land. This approach is less popular, but the result is far easier to maintain. Do you check in the code and then make it good, or do you make it good to your own strict standard before checking it in? The dependency maintenance problem makes the choice critical. Wow. Yeah. Okay, this kind of blows my mind a little bit, because the true open source way of accept everything that comes, I don't even know what that means. I don't know any project that just does that.
That is, man. Okay, okay, I already accused Rob Pike of having boomer arguments earlier. I would say to me this is the most boomer argument. Who does that?
Okay. Maybe the chat knows. Do you guys know of any open source project that is, more than one contributor that actually just accepts whatever? Right? I have never seen this.
Mitchell does exactly this in Ghosty, right? You mean accept everything that comes? I don't think so.
I have very strict rules, Keeney. Well, I just have very few contributors instead.
Man, okay. Of all the reasons to think that Rob Pike just had a Casey Muratori moment where he watched the talk and then said, from Casey, and then said, you know what, I'm going to make my own talk, which is going to be the same. That's actually that's another weird argument that Casey and Jonathan Blow sometimes make, accusing open source projects to just merge random garbage. I'm sure that out there are projects that merge random garbage. I'm sure that you can find instances of that. You can find instances of probably everything, like the entire spectrum of possibilities. You will find almost the entirety of it out there. But when it comes to like big relevant projects used by a lot of people, like successful ones, who does that? Like how do you even accept everything that comes? Like, you're guaranteed that your stuff stops building every time you merge a patch.
I don't think that this is a reality. I don't think that this is something that actually happens. I think this is up there with people who program only using LLMs, right? I just don't think they exist, right? I do enjoy the books written entirely by LLMs, though, right? That was fun,
Yeah.
but they other stuff I don't think it exists. I mean, like, you can probably pick any open source project, and it's gonna have some kind of contribution guideline, pull requests. I mean, like, just that, right? If we talk about GitHub specifically, where they call them pull requests, right? Pull requests are created, but not every pull request is accepted, right? Almost every pull request sits around and gets some kind of review at some point or other, right?
Yeah.
I don't think that this exists, right? I think this is making up a villain and then be like, it's his fault, and then it doesn't even exist, right? It's a Sammy Jenkins all the way, right?
Yeah. The only situation where I could see something that could be understood as that, so not something that is that, but something that somebody sufficiently bold could understand as that, is maybe when you have a open source project run in a committee fashion, where you have many stakeholders, none of which is the owner of the design. So there is no one person that can say no easily. And so, in maybe because of how the project is structured, then you have a lot of like, it's a consortium, like a trade association kind of thing, and so everybody wants to add something, and so there is no reason not to say yes, unless it's particularly bad. But really, it's I don't know where that comes from. Like in the case of Zig, okay, Zig is definitely the opposite of that. Zig has a BDFL, has a core team, but in in the case of Zig, they're like the biggest problem when it comes to collaboration with people, like open source collaboration, is that there is a huge backlog of PRs, because PRs have to be vetted before they get merged.
So to answer Abe Bowden, it literally says accept everything. It might be a little bit flippant, but even so, I don't know any open source project that is a real thing that doesn't have either some kind of CI pipeline or code review or anything like that. Like, everything has to go through something. There's obviously, you're not going to find a project where anyone has access to commit and merge things. I don't even know if that works, right? If GitHub does that, right? But no, I think there's more Unigroup project. Yeah, I don't think they are the ones that we're talking about here, right? So yeah. And now there is
I don't know.
Open source does not mean anything else than you have access to the source. That's it. Oh yeah, I think there's in my book there's nothing wrong with open source. I think open source is very good. It should be there. It makes it easier to find mistakes. I mean, if the reason people haven't found backdoors in your code yet is because it's closed source, then it's just a matter of time, right? We've seen this. There's lots of proprietary software out there, and people manage to find exploits for these things, right? So the whole closed source for security reasons is just nonsensical, right?
Yeah,
I don't know. I mean, there could be reasons to make closed source things if you are investing a lot of money into something, and this is your life project, and you're gonna make a commercial product out of it, right? There's no need for you to make that open source, right? That might be a disadvantage, but yeah.
He also calls it the true open source way. Like the fact that he uses the word true, that it's also like interesting in its own right. Like what is this? I don't know. This to me seems the kind of opinion that somebody would have that is also somebody who considers open source software like some form of communism or something. Like, man, relax. Holy shit. No, it's not. It's not like this. Okay.
Yeah, it's awkward.
Shall we continue?
Yep.
Oh, you pronounce that one.
a can experiment. Imagine a package too even that reports whether a number is even. Now we imagine its lifetime. Now come the bad actors. The story simulates some real-world examples. The attractive nuisance problem. Choose your packages wisely. Maintain them strictly. All right. Yeah, I think we're really grabbing extremes in this case.
Yeah, and now the talk is reaching like heights where oxygen is starting to become scarcer. So we're getting into the more like, oof, man, imagine this package load and imagine all the bad actors. I don't know what the attractive nuisance problem is. That is,
I don't know that either.
Interesting. He might be hinting at the fact that I don't remember the package. Was it was it Zlib? What was the package that recently had somebody badger the maintainer?
XZ. Yeah, it was the that guy, I don't remember the name now, but the person who did the bad code, they became famous overnight. Jaitan, there you go. Thank you, Philosoph, right? Jaitan became famous overnight as the bad actor of that, right? And that was like a meticulously crafted thing. Honestly, I don't know if that would have been closed source, would that have been any better, right? Would that probably have gone undetected at that point, right? Although arguably maybe Jaitan would not have had access to it. That's another story, right? Of course.
Well, advice. Avoid features that add disproportionate cost. Implement things at the right level. Understand and minimize dependencies whenever possible. Maintain your dependency tree religiously. Examine it regularly. Don't use dependencies just to be lazy. Understand the costs. Finalize your changes before they land, not after.
All right, I think that's it. Okay, so bloat is inevitable, but can be costly, even dangerous. It is a fact of life in the software world. Understanding how it arises is key to controlling it. Avoid unnecessary dependencies. Verify the ones you have. A helpful site for examining dependencies, deps.dev. I've never seen that website, by the way. Stay vigilant.
It is a Rob Pike company. Sorry, maybe I should be this cynical, but approached by Google.
Wait, is it finish off his slide with also sign up for Squarespace. Here's my promo code, right? There you go. By the way, was not opposing closed versus open, but open versus suite. Oh no, I didn't take it as you did, Crispy, right? You're a reasonably well adjusted individual. We're good, right? It's all good.
Okay.
Stay vigilant. There you go. All right. So this is kind of interesting. When it comes down to like your dependency management, should we look at some of the funny comments before we move on to talk?
You know what? I don't think there will be funny comments. You know what? Let's do this. Let's check for a comment about Go developers. That one, if it's there, is gonna be funny. Go. Oh, there's too many goes. Stupid.
Try space, go space.
Stupid. Go space. Oh, space, go space. Space, go space. Whoa. Thousands of dependencies. Go to Android. Go to fan. Okay, no, there is no mention of him calling people Googlers stupid. So,
Googlers.
Yeah, let's get out of that thread. Nothing of interest for us.
Let's talk about dependencies a little bit, because this is an interesting one, right? So I know Rust has a very easy way to add and manage your dependencies, and at the same time you have Zig, and with Zig you have. Would it be correct to say there's more friction to add a lot of dependencies?
Oh yeah, for
to Zig?
Sure.
So it doesn't encourage you to quickly just drop a line in a file and that's your dependency, right?
Yeah, although I would say that most of this is not really necessarily by design, it's just the current state of things. Like we don't have a fully fledged package manager yet. It works, like it does a lot of things and it works. Like if you look at my project, like Zine, for example.
Do you anticipate that Zig will get a package manager similar to Cargo when it comes to adding dependencies then?
I think yes and no. So it will still be a part of Zig build. I think it's going to be designed to make it as easy as possible for you to add dependencies if you want to. So it's not going to be that the package manager will make it hard for you to add dependencies. But at the same time, I think it's a cultural thing, and there might be some things about Zig that might make it a little bit more friction that might add friction for you to add dependencies, but it's not going to be in the package manager. It's going to be other stuff. Yeah, for example, it's going to be how deprecation works. That one is going to be fun because I proposed a deprecated built-in last week and it got accepted, and I was implementing it yesterday. So that one is funny. But before we get there, so let me show you, like, this is my static site generator, right? And it depends on SuperMD, Scripty, SuperHTML. You can see these are all my dependencies. So I just package them.
And these dependencies can, of course, have their own dependencies,
yeah,
right?
Exactly. Although in their case, Scripty doesn't really depend. They don't really depend on much stuff. I think SuperMD depends on SuperHTML. So they depend on each other, but it's like, it's kind of a closed circle. Mostly. Then there's Mime. That's from Andrew. There's like Mime. I don't know how you guys pronounce this.
Like a Mime type, yeah.
Yeah, it's exactly that. Yeah, it's exactly that for the web server. Datetime library. Flow syntax. This one is a chunky dependency. This one is 3-seater plus a ton of grammars. Zig AFL kit. That one is also mine. The Zig AFL kit in turn depends on AFL from all your code base, which in turn depends on AFL, the official project. But that's for fuzzing. I do have this bad boy here. Ziggy is another dependency of mine. This is another file format that I use. And then there's Woofs. Woofs is a Google project for opening image files.
So Johnny Mahler says, I'd be curious to see how easy it is to add packages in Cargo and where Zig falls short. It kind of depends on what specifically you're doing, but adding a package to Cargo is sort of just one. You can either add it manually or you can write Cargo add package name and it will update your Cargo TOML file with the latest version. You could use Cargo RM to remove it, and it kind of deals with all the TOML parsing and stuff for you. So it's very, very simple to add. I can't answer to where Zig falls short, and I think
I can. So Toggle, answer this question because I think this is going to be the point. So you add a dependency. Let's say that you want to add a dependency on Woofs. You don't really know what it is, but let's say that you want Woofs, and then you want to be able to use functions defined in Woofs. So you do Cargo add Woofs. Then you go into a source file of your project and you import Woofs.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah. In Zig, when you have a dependency, you declare it here, but then you have to go into your build.zig file and you have to wire it in. Well, in my build, my static site generator is a little bit complicated. So this is actually its actual main thing. But like, if I want to create a dependency, so if I want to use Scripty, I have to grab the Scripty dependency, grab the Scripty module from it. And then when I create Zine, I have to say, now Zine needs to have, I'm going to manually add Scripty as an import in here. So unless you need to write all these lines to be able to access your dependency.
Okay. That's, and what about, does it have features yet? Is that a thing?
Explain what's features.
So, what about flags? Like build this project, but with the following. Maybe you don't have feature flags. Let's see what Tempora says. You don't even need to add anything in source in Rust anymore. The Woofs create rules immediately be available on the Woofs back in the day. Yeah. Okay. No, but you still have to write a use statement to pull that in. It doesn't magically populate the global namespace or anything like that. But yeah, that's fine, right? So yeah, okay. So I kind of just assumed the Zig had something that it maybe doesn't have, right? Like conditional compilation steps. Would that be a good way of expressing it?
I think it's options. So like when I go into Zine.
So Marla says be Zig build options.
Yeah, I can do Zig build -h, and basically I have what they're called project specific options. So for example, in the case of Zine, I define these things. So I define.
Oh, hang on. So what does this? Is this like the Zig build menu, and it adds things that you have specified?
Yeah.
That's really nice. Can you like briefly show how that looks in your code? So you're gonna have somewhere where you say target.
Let's do it on a new project. So I'm gonna go in FT. That was my fuzzing test example, but this is like a standard build script created by Zig init. Okay, let's say that I want, for example, to give you the ability to I don't know. Let's say that if you pass, so if you pass b.option banana, it's a boolean, so it's just the banana, no value. You can also add values and like get also a banana installed. Options also are need to specify a default value. So we're gonna say that if you don't specify banana, by default is false. So by default we don't give you anything. You have to specify banana.
Could the default value be like nil or something?
This gives me an optional boolean. So when the flag is not specified, somebody can the way you can use banana is on the CLI is going to be -d banana, but then people can also do -d banana equals false, for example, or equals true. So basically specifying it without anything implies true, but you can also do equals false. So basically null means it was not specified on a command line argument. So we can then we can use that case to define our default behavior. And this is why I'm doing or else false.
Oh, I see. Could you have written b.option open bracket question mark bool?
No, I don't think so. It's like this is implied to be optional. Like this will get wrapped into an optional. Let me to make it simpler.
The thing that I just got hung up on was that it sounded like or else was required.
It is, because I'm getting an optional boolean, and now here I want to use it in my if statement.
Oh, right.
But now it's in an optional, right? So I guess another way of doing it would be I unwrap it. And then after I'm
I think I just got tripped up on the syntax a little bit. This makes perfect sense now.
Sorry, this would be if b. So yeah, this is basically what I was doing is a shortcut. I'm saying I'm gonna unwrap banana, and then if the value is provided, then it's gonna be the boolean value of banana, either true or false. But if it's not provided, I will provide here a default value, and I'm gonna say by default banana is not gonna be true. So you have the behavior is gonna be that you have to pass -d banana for this to work. It's like a wrap or people are saying. Okay.
Yeah. No, I just got tripped up on the syntax a little bit. This makes perfect sense.
Okay.
And okay, so now you've added an option. So what does this look like in your?
And then in here I don't know, do whatever you want. So for example, I had a flag for enabling fuzzing. Let's say that the banana puts a banana file into your output directory. So I'm gonna do const f
banana
b
file.
Write file, add write file step, maybe without step, add write file path banana.txt. Data is gonna be yum banana. I'm okay. Basically, I'm adding some functionality behind this flag. It's not going to be particularly useful functionality. You can do more interesting stuff. But for now, we're going to say that if you put banana, then we're going to get banana.txt also installed in your output folder. And so this gives me a write file. And I think I can do, let me see, what can I do to a write file? Add copy file, get directory, make, can I do this? How do I install a write file? B dot install artifact? No, because I think an artifact has to be a compilation. Maybe somebody in chat like Johnny can help me. No, this needs a compile. It's not just depend on. We need to actually perform the copy file stuff. We need a copy file, man. Guys, we need a copy file. .add? Really? No, I think add write file is already okay because it's already calling add. So we are creating this file, but we need a copy file step. Is that it? Function copy file. No, that's what write file does. Add install file. Oh, thank you. That's what I was missing. Okay. I mean, I could have tried. It's very reasonable, right, for that to exist. There we go. Add install file. And we're going to install f dot. It wants a lazy path. So what's the lazy path of this guy? Step files directory, generated directory. Oh, add returns a lazy path, and then we kind of lost. Can I say one thing? I hate that API. Get directory. I guess I can do get directory maybe. Yeah. Okay, let's do this. Add write files. And then f dot add. Sorry, Toggle. We are getting lost into...
Man, you making the stream con, that means I don't have to do anything. This is easy for me.
Okay, let's see. Add. This gives me a lazy path. So this is going to be, is the signature correct? The signature is correct. And so we can finally, actually, this needs to be var. And then add install file. Destination relative path can be banana.txt. That's fine. Okay.
I don't think, Crispy, that this is the same as adding Rust features at this point. I think we're adding. I think this is more like clap almost for the build part, isn't it? Like this is like some kind of command line arg parser step of the build, right?
I think this is basically, if you had to do this manually, you would do this in build.rs, I think.
Yeah, I think I don't think that this is akin to adding features.
Well, I mean, probably you have a simplified version of this, but okay, so let's see. In theory, I did it correctly, so now I can do zig build -h.
Technically, if we're gonna find the analogy with Rust, this would be like adding a new cargo command, which is definitely not as simple as adding a feature flag. So that probably would be the analogy, right?
You can also do subcommands in here. So here I'm adding a option, but you can also do subcommands. So in any case, I have the banana. If I do zig build and we do 3 zig out, you don't get the banana. But if you do zig build -the banana, you get the banana.
That is very important. For those of you who are new to programming, if you do not have bananas in your code, you have failed in life. No, but that's pretty cool. I think there is not really a Rust equivalent in that space, right? So this has nothing to do with adding feature flags.
Oh, this has nothing to do, really. So what are feature flags?
Well, I mean, maybe it does. Maybe it does, right? But in Rust,
wait, are those things that you access from your source code?
Well, yes, and also conditional includes of dependencies, for instance. You can create a feature, a list of features that you bundle under a name, and that will include other things. Now, this is interesting because this gives you an additional command under your Zig build. It gives you more options that you could do with Zig build, right? So it's not really just about adding dependencies at this point. Like you could, if you wanted to, start a web server as part of your build step. I mean,
you could, right? Yeah, you could. You can also, so for example, here I did this, but you said like adding dependencies conditionally. Well, basically the way this could work is that, you know, if the banana flag is specified, then I do lib mod dot add import. And then I only, if this is specified, a given import becomes available. So if you want, you can do that as well.
Yeah, so I think this would be that. Now we're kind of in that space, but I think that these are two things that works differently. We can achieve similar things, but they are not really related in that sense, right? This is just this is how you add dependency, but it's obviously more powerful. Yeah, I mean, like I said, PJ, you could probably fire up a web server in here if you wanted to, right? There is no way for you to start a web server as part of your cargo build by adding a feature flag, right? In your cargo toml, you would have to write that into your build file and do a bunch of other things. But I feel like they're not quite the same thing here, right? So for better or for worse, right? I think at this point it's a kind of a matter of preference, right? That's it. Okay, that's interesting. So Sig is guessing a different. Well, the question is Sig guessing a different or like growing this dependency management and like, is there like a roadmap for this stuff?
No, I don't think there is a roadmap. I think what we have so far works. Like, you have to do the wiring manually. That is there is some friction. There is some work that you have to do. Every time you add a dependency, you need to wire it in explicitly. It's also true that in our case, you always want to be aware of what's going on with your imports, especially if it's like C and C++ dependencies, because if everything is implicit, then, stuff breaks and you have no control over it, which is usually what happens with make and company. So here, having everything being written explicitly, you tend to have better control, but there is some friction there. There are no plans, as far as I know, to change these anytime soon. There have been, I remember Andrew mentioning at some point that it would be maybe nice to have a way of not having to have a build.zig if all you want to do is just import a bunch of Zig modules and not have anything special. And so that the simplest use case doesn't require you to write all this code. But I think you fairly quickly get into the land of, yeah, no, I actually would prefer to have full control over what's going on here.
I think everyone wants to have control, or at least be able to reach in and get control over these things, and like, absolutely. Yeah. There is a known security issue with Rust, and that is not specifically to do with your dependencies in that sense. This has to do with the Rust Analyzer project. So if you add some dependencies to your project, and you open up in an editor that will automatically start Rust Analyzer, that will then download these dependencies and execute the build files for these dependencies. Before you have a chance to figure out what's happening, you now possibly run some malicious code. This is a very well-known issue. So there's not really much you can do about it other than don't arbitrarily add dependencies and run the RS file, right? When I look at other people's code on stream and off stream, of course, as well, the first thing I do is find all the build RS files and either delete them or look in them if they're relevant. And then I will go and then I look at the dependencies that they have to see if anything is pointing to some arbitrary GitHub repo of a package I've never heard of before. And because you should generally have that approach to things. I know people, and I'm just as guilty as everyone else, we like to just install things from the AUR or Nix packages or whatever. We're not going to vet everything. I think it's ridiculous to pretend that everyone does that, right? There's a reason why bugs and malicious code gets executed on more than one machine, right? It's because we don't prioritize that as part of what we do, right?
Yeah, I think that right now Zig also has the same problem, because you need to run the build scripts of your dependencies for that to work. I think there's a plan for the future. Again, not put specifically in any specific place on the roadmap, but in the future there is a plan to have build scripts by default running WebAssembly, so that they cannot access your system, they cannot do weird stuff, and then basically have a explicit opt-in for having a dependency that needs to run the build script on the native machine, which would be the case, for example, if you want to compile C and C++ stuff. Or rather, well, not necessarily the case, but like the moment that you need, system integration and now running everything inside WebAssembly can't be done anymore, then the idea is then yes, you are allowed to run certain things natively if you opt into them explicitly.
You're gonna have to. The thing is, you can always exploit with that, because either you have to have access to a file system somewhere, or you have access to modify the code. So you could inject your malicious code. It would be maybe more transparent, but you would still be able to inject the malicious code into something, even if it just means rewriting some bit of source code by injecting something or whatever, right? I think we just can't really get around that. We are effectively deciding to execute someone else's code by adding their code as a dependency. So there's not really much we can do about that. I think that in the Rust world, this issue has been around for a very long time. if you were to, you didn't have to do this, but if you ever were to type in like Rust analyzer build RS security, I'm sure you're gonna get a slew of issues or comments and posts about these things, right? I remember I came across this myself on stream one day when I was looking at something, and I was exploring this, and I realized that I could just do whatever I wanted to in some arbitrary build RS file because you have access to the file system and all these things. But when it comes to dependencies, right, there are some hot takes. Obviously, there's some very extreme cases as well, and I think I would like to preemptively say for this conversation that there's being in one extreme or another still makes you into being in one extreme or the other, and being an extreme is rarely a good solution. You're gonna run into friction, or you're gonna exist in a bubble if you can be extreme, right? So what do you feel is like the general take? Do you discourage dependencies in the world of Zig? Do you feel like that's
I think that, so when it comes to the language design and the package manager design, I think that Andrew has been, maybe not on record, but has said enough times that the role of the package manager is to reduce friction in being able to depend on other people's code. So the package manager is not going to have like breaks on. That said, from a cultural perspective, I personally, so here's how I think about it, which I also happen to think is the most like healthy way of thinking about it. Who knew? No, but seriously, the idea, in my opinion, the correct way of thinking about it is that dependencies are technical debt, at least in this sense. The dependency is doing something that you don't know how to do yourself. If you knew how to do it yourself, you would do it yourself, but you don't. That's why you're depending on a dependency. And so it is technical depth. It's behavior of your application that you don't control, that you don't fully understand, and then it has been given to you. But it's debt. Like you can get it in advance, but now you are paying for it. And so the idea is that once you understand that all dependencies are technical debt, then you can start thinking about it in a reasonable way, right? Sometimes technical debt is good. Sometimes you want to make progress, and so it's a good idea to add a dependency. Some other times it is a bad idea. Some other times having a technical debt for something that is not that important isn't worth it, or vice versa. The core thing that your application is doing shouldn't be something that you outsource to a dependency, right? For example, talking about mistakes that I've made, I wanted to make my static site generator, and I have a templating language, and I originally used 3-sitter as my HTML parser with horrible consequences that you experienced yourself on stream, right? One time, you were getting all kinds of weird errors. I discovered later on that 3-sitter is not suitable for being a generic parser, but at the same time, the idea is, like, I'm trying to make progress, then fine, I will outsource this temporarily. But then if you want to be serious in being a static site generator with if you want to be serious in being a templating language, then for HTML, then you need to be a template, to have a HTML parser that you wrote yourself. Otherwise, you're outsourcing the core part of your program. It's kind of like you're running a restaurant, and you know what? You can outsource maybe the register system. You don't do everything in-house. You can buy the furniture from outside. You can't outsource the kitchen, man. Right? That's the
This is why you don't have good pizza where you live. I mean, I think we just figured it out right there.
Yeah,
there you go.
It makes no sense for you to outsource the core thing that your business is supposed to be doing. So in my case, it makes no sense for me to outsource the HTML parser. So in general, here's my take. It's technical debt with exactly everything that comes from technical debt.
Okay, so a counterpoint to that. So you're making something that has a dependency. You say you have a dependency because it's something you can't solve yourself, and absolutely, one of the examples we saw in the slides was cryptography. I think anyone who wants to implement cryptography themselves have been discouraged. If you're doing this in a public product you want other people to use, the general consensus is don't do it because someone else has done it better than you will, right? Yeah. Someone else has already gone through the strife of this, okay? And it makes sense. So we're doing that, right? But then there are other situations, right? I have a dependency. So I'm working on a terminal user interface library, and I don't do the terminal rendering myself, right?
Yeah.
But in this case, it's not because I don't know how. I mean, I can print terminal escape sequences as well as anyone else. But the problem is that I don't have a convenient facility to try this on Mac or Windows. So I'm using something that does deal with that for me, right?
Yeah.
So it's not a skill issue, a little bit maybe, but in general, it's not a skill issue. It's more of an accessibility issue, right?
But what if there's a bug on Windows? So if
there's a bug on Windows,
yeah, let's say that at some point somebody reports a bug on Windows that some escape codes get shown in the terminal even though they shouldn't. They shown verbatim, or maybe the mouse interactions don't work as expected. Maybe mouse interactions are like offset by one for some reason.
Now, luckily, this is something that has been around for a long time. So this is not. But if we're working with a hypothetical, right? Because there are obviously discrepancies between these two, and you kind of have to go with the lowest common denominator if you want to be able to deal with all different operating systems that we allegedly want to support, right? Then there are going to be issues with that, right? And the fact of the matter is that well, first of all, you have to deal with it on a case-by-case basis, right? If it's a small bug, submit a PR to the library, right? That's the lowest hanging fruit in this case.
Yeah.
A more intense or worst case scenario is going to be, okay, we'll fork it and fix the bug there.
Right.
And then I would say the worst case scenario is that you rewrite an implementation, but now I have to write an implementation for Windows, Linux, and Mac. And on top of this, without a Windows or a Mac readily available to me, because that's a luxury. And I'm not just talking about me. Like, let's say that you're operating out of a place where your budget is like £5 a year. It's not feasible for you to get hardware to run these things.
Yeah, it's annoying. If it's a system that you don't use a lot, it's hard. That's fair. The way I model mentally what you're describing is that the dependency is doing some good amount of heavy lifting for you, and that at the same time, if there was a bug in it, you feel confident that you could, you open it and then you fix the bug, because at the end of the day, you understand what the library is doing. Yes, you're depending on somebody else's code, but you don't have the technical depth part of not understanding what's going on. You can understand what's going on, and that's fair. But there's also other situations where people have much deeper chains of dependencies where they just cannot reasonably do this, which is like forking and fixing a bug, because it's like 10 dependencies deep and they have no idea how this stuff works. Like, you're a Python developer and you get a segfault in a C library. Generally speaking, that's outside of your control.
This is a very interesting conversation, actually, because this first of all, this thing could become a spicy topic, right? So I'm going to try to stay within the lines here. I do run into you quote unquote meet people when you stream. You got people turning up in chat, and they sometimes they'll be like, oh, I have this problem with this thing that I'm doing, and I'll be like, okay, what's the problem? For some reason, they never tell me, right? They'd be like, my code isn't working, and that is all I get. It's just literally what they say. My code isn't working. I'm sitting there going like, what code?
I think I saw that when somebody was telling you, yeah, please fix it. It's like, I don't even know where your code is.
Like, fix my code. Like, what code? What is it? What does it do? What do you expect it to do? What's your error message? I didn't get any of that, right? So, but this is the thing where it gets a little bit hairy. Okay. Now, if you are doing some kind of programming and you don't understand how something works, you can still use it. So it's almost like we're saying, if you can't understand it, you shouldn't be using it. But is that the right approach? Is that something that you would like? I wouldn't say that to someone. I wouldn't say like, okay, you want to build this thing. Now you need to take 2 weeks off to go and learn how this thing works. I mean, I might wish it silently that they did that, but I can't decide what other people do with the time, right? So there are ways for people to build software without understanding everything that the software they're using. I mean, like, this is going to be game development. If you think about it, everyone using Unity or whatever, I don't think that they necessarily understand how the graphics API works, right?
Yeah.
I know I don't. I'm poking at it with a stick and I'm still struggling, right?
I'm not suggesting to people to do that, though. I think it is fair. I mean, us, me, myself, and I think everybody to some degree is using things that they don't fully understand, and that's fine. But I do think that it is fair to say that if you are writing an application and there's a dependency doing something that you don't know how to do yourself, then there is part of the behavior of your application that you don't have control over. And the moment a problem is there, or it doesn't even have to be a problem, but even the moment in which you would like to change a part of behavior that is implemented in a dependency that you don't understand, then now the debt part comes into play, because now if you do want to fix that, now you have to go back and learn all that stuff. So I guess my point is that I think of it as technical debt, but debt is not bad in on itself. It's a useful tool. At least that's how I think of debt in general. Like, be it technical or not, it is a tool
I
at
have
your
loads
disposal.
of that, man. I love it.
Like
And every
credit
day
cards,
I'd be like, bank, show me what you got. And the bank's like, whatever.
Americans
right?
in chat, rise up. Put your credit card numbers and the 3 digits on the back in chat. Let's go.
Everyone who's got a CS degree in chat. How are you feeling about your dad? No. No, but okay. So one way of reasoning about it becomes a little bit exclusive, but I'm not, and this is so I don't want to kind of go in that space really. But I do agree with you that I would phrase it like this. All right. You can have a dependency that does something where you don't entirely understand the internals of it. But if that dependency stops working tomorrow, are you able to figure out what it does, right? And that's kind of where I am, right? I have a dependency on something that makes my life very convenient. I don't know. I don't think I would have any problems dealing with terminal escape codes on Windows, and I could definitely get something up and running. But I'd rather not if I don't have to. And I think that's kind of a take. We have two very, very contrasting extremes here. One of them is, no, you copy everything. You don't have dependency management. You copy all the files and all the code from everywhere into your code. And to be clear, copying code from Stack Overflow is no different than adding a dependency. Like, you're in the same camp, right? You can change the code, but you could just equally just fork your dependency and change that. So copying code from Stack Overflow is also a form of adding dependencies. And then you have like the other extreme of this thing where we add dependencies for everything because everything does what we need and more, but it does exactly what we need on top of more. So we kind of add those. And I think that's where we get a lot of the bloat from that we see today. We have a library that does so one of the things that we have in well, I mean, okay, I guess I was going to take an example of some Rust code dependencies that I have, but like 3 of the dependencies I have, one is channels, the other one is bit flags, because Rust does not have beautiful things like U3 and U5, and so it's the channels, the bit flags, and Unicode width, right? It's the library. The only thing it does is measure the width of a Unicode string, right? So these aren't complex things, right? But then on top of that, we have like this cross-term thing that does a lot of the work for me, right? But you could add a dependency that does a lot of things, and you only want to use it for a small thing. Now you're kind of getting a bit of technical debt from there. I would definitely say that, right? Okay, this discussion applies to AI LLM code. But the thing code, I don't think AI LLM code exists, right? Okay, it does, but I also don't think it does, right?
Yeah, I think the Unicode example is very interesting. I think it's a good example. I think the way, okay, again, I'm gonna try to model this through my technical debt framework. Not because I'm necessarily thinking that, I have a hammer, now everything has to be a nail, but I do think that it all gets modeled decently well. So Unicode is beautiful in my opinion because it is a big chunk of functionality, but also that you don't fully understand. You don't fully understand how Unicode, like the Unicode library works. It's not terribly complicated. It's just like collecting information from a bunch of XML files. So it's not mind blowing, but still, if I had to do it myself, I would have to do. It would take me some time. I would maybe take a few days to understand everything around it. So, what I'm thinking is that the Unicode one is pretty good because it's never core to what you're doing. It's very like it's not a piece of thing where changing the behavior is desirable almost ever, because that's the point of a standard. It has very low chances of breaking, very low chances of bug. So even if you quote unquote take some debt by depending on it, because you don't know how it works precisely, it's very low chances that somebody will ever come and collect on that debt, in a sense. Meaning that the chances that you need to fix a bug in there, or that it's low interest debt, yeah, or the chances that you need to change functionality, like change behavior, is so low that it doesn't matter. And so a similar argument could be made, roughly speaking, for a library that gives you maybe escape codes. But then let's say that you have another library. Let's say that you, let me think of a good example. Let's say that I'm making my static site generator and I'm not making my own templating language, and I'm instead using Mustache or Jinja. That is a big chunk of functionality that I would definitely want to have opinions on in my static site generator. And now this is done by somebody else in their way with their bugs. And now if I want to change that behavior, now it's... now I basically, all that I gained earlier by not having to learn how to do this stuff, now I have to pay the price. Now I have to pay that debt before I can touch it.
I think it's good. Okay, I gotta ask Code Cohen before Code Cohen thinks that I don't believe that LLM code exists. Okay. So it was a bit of a joke, Code Cohen. I mentioned this earlier. I said I don't believe that people who write code only through LLMs exist, because when we talk about programming and LLMs, sometimes into the conversations, people bring up these imaginary people who write code but only through LLMs, so they don't know programming at all. They just copy and paste from LLMs, but as I said in the past, if you do that, you're not going to get very far, right? Yeah. You really have to like understand. You have to understand the code that works, right? Andrew, font rendering. No one wants to deal with that. Font rendering is some kind of blackout. We don't touch it, okay? Not unless you have like a cauldron with simmering green goo in it, right? Font rendering is horrible.
So, Toggle, I have a question for you.
Here's a sorry, go on.
Yeah. How do you do layouts in Anathema?
I don't know how deep you want me to go with this thing, but I'd say constraint goes in, size comes out, position and paint. So very similar to Flutter and Swift UI.
You implemented it yourself.
Yes.
Imagine having a dependency that does that for you, and then it does one.
Oh my God! Who can I pay to do this? Do you know how much pain this has been? Can someone take my pain away?
I believe you. But the problem is that the moment you sell out, you dep out to a dependency. Now, if there's a bug in that dependency, it's your bug, and you don't control it.
You inherit the bugs.
You inherit the bug. You inherit the behavior. And if the behavior is not what you want, that thing is so core to what Anathema is doing that it's gonna drive you insane. That's the problem, right? With depending on core things to what you're designing.
I think so there's another point to this thing. So we talked about like Unicode, and you could like write the Unicode implementation yourself and do all these things, but that it's when you write software, you don't just write the Unicode implementation, or rather, if someone else writes the Unicode implementation, you can take that and you can look at the Unicode specifics as one thing. Then you look at your string input, and then you go, okay, this string, I can just check if every character is less than this number, then it can't be Unicode. So you can take that, you can build an optimization on top of that. But the person who wrote the Unicode library, they were only focused on solving the Unicode problem, not optimizing your code. So there's like, if you had to write all the Unicode stuff yourself, you might have omitted that. This is not an argument for or against. This is merely an observation, right? That when we do code review, right? You probably know this from doing code reviews as well. You're looking at someone's code where they solve a problem, and they did not have maybe all the necessary things in mind when they wrote it. Maybe they omitted to document the code. Maybe they omitted to write more optimized code. Maybe they reinvented a wheel here and there. But use a reviewer of the code. You're going to look at that and go like, don't do it like that, man. We can optimize this if you do it this way instead, right? But that was never on their radar because they were only focused on solving the problem, right? And I kind of feel like with dependencies, you get a little bit of that, right? You get someone could solve the specific problem, and then you can focus on writing an optimization around that. For instance, I had to write an implementation of dealing with grapheme clusters because Rust is a piece of shape that doesn't deal with grapheme clusters for you, so you have to deal with that, right?
Oh, wait, so that was because the native string types don't give you, I guess, nice functionality.
It gives you code points and calls them characters. Yeah. So you're looking at what you think is one character, but it's actually multiple code points.
I see. So what did you end up doing? Like you implemented a wrapper around string?
Yes. So I implemented a wrapper on strings, and then I index the you like Swift then? Well, Andrew, we're never going to do Swift because people don't vote for Swift, okay?
God damn it.
Emolroy, welcome, Raiders. How you doing? What are you up to? What do you guys get up to? Look at that. What a boss move. So I had to write this implementation, but I didn't have to worry about all the Unicode stuff. All I had to do is go, how can we do this in an optimal fashion? How about we identify every unique multi-code point character, and we put that in a map that we can quickly look up through an index. So it's going to have fast lookup as well. So I only had to focus on that, right?
Yeah.
Two goats in here.
Yeah, and me as well. Hi.
All right. What do you guys do on stream? We're having a really hot topic here, right? You guys are just joining us. We're talking about dependencies. Are they good? Are they excluding people? Should we have them? Should we get rid of them? Should we copy and paste like it's 1985? I want to hear your takes on this. Like and subscribe.
Yeah,
all
we're
right?
debating dependencies.
DynamoDB. All right. I don't know what that is. Hello, Ryan. You missed my Elixir stream. I'm a bit cross with you now. What is your accent? You sound like several countries that can never pinpoint. Is it all right, don't you think?
Toggle picked up some like accent dependencies in his life. So
this is what happens when you don't manage your dependencies, right? I like that Shad CDN is starting to push JSTS to rendering dependencies. I read departments there for a second, right? All right. Swedish, Danish. Oh man, you guys should hear me say red porridge with cream, man. I'm pretty good. I can't believe you had an Elixir stream and didn't ping me. Well, listen, Ryan, it doesn't work like that, right? If I had to pick up the phone and call every one of my viewers, I'd have to make 3 phone calls a day, man. I can't afford that, right?
It's okay. There's still gonna be the Swift stream at some point.
Swedish and Australia. You're not the first one to guess those, Anders. It's all good. No dependency at all should be used. Everyone should make their own hardware with their hands and write their own proprietary OS. That's the one, humanoidism. British? Nah, I don't know, man. It's all tickety-boo. But there you go, right? So like with everything, it kind of depends what you should do, right? Taking a dependency doesn't relieve you from never thinking about how it works. That's a good take. I think we should be comfortable with either one of 2 facts. One, if the dependency goes away, and the software we wrote will never work again. Or we should have the technical capabilities of solving that problem ourselves, right? But I do feel that when it comes to cryptography, it's just like someone else will solve that problem for you. There's always someone else in that case, right? So if your favorite cryptography library goes away for whatever reason, I mean, the reason is important, that you probably shouldn't implement it yourself, or just take it down and wait for someone to port libsodium to whatever you're using.
I think that cryptography is a good example of another dependency that is not doing something core to your business, unless it is something core to your business. I would argue that if your business is encryption, maybe you should do your own crypto so that you own your bugs, right? For example, if you're making, I don't know, if somebody is making, let me think of a good example. Somebody is
Let's
making
encrypt, right?
yeah, somebody is making like a library for signing cryptographically things. Like maybe they should write their crypto and not depend on OpenSSL or something. Maybe, but in any case, setting like weird corners aside. Normally, crypto is not your core business, so it makes sense to offload that. It's a standard thing, so the library will try to adapt to a standard. So normally you will not want to tweak the behavior because the behavior is kind of set in stone. And then, yeah, you inherit the bugs, which is bad. But I guess if the chances of you doing better than the cryptographer are kind of low, you're still better off getting their bugs than yours.
GUI, that's a good example. Like we depend on GUI frameworks for a lot of things, and I think that kind of holds true. If you're depending on GTK, for instance, and your GTK explodes tomorrow, you're just not going to have your application anymore, right? You're not feasibly going to write a GUI framework. And I think that I do think we depend. I mean, we depend on the compiler, right? The compiler's a pretty hot dependency in the whole grand scheme of things. And I can comfortably say that it's a debt I accept. I could not re-implement the Rust compiler, for instance, from scratch. I have no idea where to even start. But I know where to start, but I don't think it's going to be very good when it comes out of it, right? You can meaningfully separate the GUI from the core logic. Absolutely. And I would argue that any good GUI library should not necessarily take ownership of your entire code base. That's a different conversation. And a lot of these things stems from devices like iPhone is not letting you run the GUI on a separate thread. You have to run on the main thread and things like that. But in general, I think it's nice to have GUI as a dependency doing something, but not being the entirety of it. Right?
I think there's one last criticism that is worth raising at dependencies. I think you touched upon it briefly earlier when talking about bloat, like the idea that you use a dependency, but then maybe you use only a part of it, and then there's a chunk of it that isn't even stuff that you care about, or I guess if it's like code that you don't even refer to, then it's not that bad because I mean it's that code, so whatever.
But yeah,
but maybe there's also other behavior.
Sorry.
There's maybe also other behavior that it's not really necessary for you, but you kind of pull it in because you kind of have to. So sorry, give your take and then I'll finish afterwards.
And the thing is, I would never say to a person, and I don't think it's fair to say to a person, well, if you don't understand this, you shouldn't use it, because we are programmers. We are also part of like a creative breed of people. We some of us like to sort of freestyle. Some of us like to build off the blueprints, right? We're different, but I would never want to say to someone that you shouldn't build what you're trying to build because you don't understand this thing, right? And I think that's a little bit exclusive. And I was a little bit worried that people was going to take what I'm saying as that. But the thing I'm going to say about the bloated dependencies is this. You might have a large dependencies that say 2 million lines of code. Maybe you're depending on like what's the one from HashiCorp, right? Terraform, whatever it was. Yeah, so you're depending on Terraform for something, but you're depending on a tiny part of it. You're depending on like 2 functions from this entire thing, right? Yeah. It's unreasonable, but let's say you do. And now there's a security issue in this Terraform library. Nothing that touches your code, right, is doing all kinds of terrible things. It's unsafe, it's broken, it's leaking memory and whatever. But none of that has anything to do with the functions you're calling, right? So you've inherited this security flaw. So now your library or application is inherently insecure and has this bug, except it doesn't because you never use that code, right? That is a tricky situation, I think.
Mm-hmm.
It's not unreasonable for Terraform.
For me, the problem with this, so here's, in my opinion, the problem of having a dependency that does a lot of things and then you depend on a subset of it. Or rather, well, if you do that knowingly, then that's totally fine. But although you could argue that it's a little bit of bloat, you are bloating your dependency tree a little bit more because by definition, right? Because it's stuff that you don't need.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's absolutely bloat there.
Although there's better or worse ways of adding bloat. But here's the interesting part. And let me preface it with this, okay? we both have TUI applications. Mine, it's simpler. It's just a Twitch client.
Yours is working. That's the difference.
If I go into Bork, and we look at the zone file, I depend on v-axis, which I keep being reminded it's not v-axis, it's v-axis, lib-axis. I keep mispronouncing it. I just can't stop myself. So lib-axis is probably the closest. I don't know if it's a real equivalent, but it's close to your cross term, I believe. And here's the funny thing. You did mention differences on macOS, Windows, and Linux, right? And that's what makes you want to use cross term. So I want to be clear. I am doing the same thing as you. I am using lib-axis. Lib-axis has support for, it has like a virtual grid of cells for diff rendering. It has a retain mode, higher level GUI, TUI, I guess, framework system where you create a button and like they exist in retain mode and they have behavior associated with them and you have widgets. I'm not using any of that. I'm just using the low level stuff that sets up the terminal.
You're basically using the quote unquote canvas to draw on this grid, right?
Not even that. No, not even that. I'm having it set up the terminal in the beginning of grab events, and then I pump out escape codes myself.
Oh, really? So you just use it for the event capture and raw mode.
So yeah, so I am bloating my dependency, but here is my point for you. You mentioned that you do not want to deal with cross-platform stuff. Understandably, I do the same. It's a form of laziness, maybe, but I can't judge.
Oh, no, it's 100% lazy.
I'm at least as lazy.
Otherwise.
So here's the funny thing, though. Sometimes what happens is that people think that the dependency is doing more heavy lifting for them than what this dependency is doing for real. So, for example, in your case, in case you didn't know that actually escape codes don't really have to change between macOS, Linux, and Windows. If somebody is running your stuff in like Bork, as I told you, is printing explicitly the escape codes. I'm not using lib-axis. In display, you will see that I have delightful escape codes. So let me see where we can find some. You will see that I have delightful escape codes in here that I pump out myself religiously. Let's see one where we do more highlighting, for example, right style. I have this right style stuff that puts out an escape code. Depending if I set, coloring, color puts out the different color escape codes. So I'm doing escape coding myself manually. My application works on macOS, Linux, and Windows equally. So for you, what Crossterm is really doing is doing the platform-specific setup. Grabbing inputs or knowing how big the terminal is on Windows is different than Linux and macOS. But that's where it stops. The rendering is pretty much mostly the same. Yes, you can get polyfill based on term info capabilities, but at the same time, man, I don't know, for that to fully work, you would have to also maybe think of fallbacks yourself. I don't know if Toggle is doing it. I'm not doing it. Any reasonably modern terminal tends to mostly be the same.
There are edge cases to some of these things, and so I think raw mode versus cooked mode is probably not going to be. Terminal size is definitely. The escape sequence is probably not, but I do think that the way events are handled are different. You might get key press events versus key up, key down. If you're looking at that, and also mouse handling might be different. So there is
you also might have reasons to enable KD input mode if you can. I don't know if
that's actually something that I'm going to add in not too long. We're gonna have image drawing into that with a separate backend through Kissy. So if you want to sort of intertwine your emotes with the rest, right? There's a lot of specific things, right? As PJ is mentioning, Kitty keyword, but the Kitty has like a lot of things going for it as well, and these things, you can implement a lot of this yourself if you're going for it, but the barrier for me is more the accessibility to test this.
Yeah.
So I'm not against the idea of building this in myself at some point, but right now my focus is mainly on the layout stuff and trying to get that. It is fast now, or faster now. It still can benefit from some optimizations, but I did manage to make a 3 times performance improvement for doing so partial layouts and things like that. Right? So it's a horrible thing. The worst thing about all this is that if we could have stayed in Rust forever, then it would have been fine. But I don't think Rust is a nice way to do your UI layouts. I know people disagree with that, but I want to express my UIs less verbosely, and because of that, we need to go into pushing a lot of stuff to the heap, reinterpreting bytes, coming back out again. There's a lot of back and forth. This is what you're going to get with any kind of dynamic language, right? There's a lot of these things, right? And that's kind of where my focus is mostly right now, to get the all this stuff working. I do appreciate that there is value in not just to be able to say no, we do our own like escape sequences and all that stuff, right? But mostly because of that, if there's a bug, we can fix it. This is very synonymous with or analogous with I'm going to go into something a little bit profound here, but this is very analogous to how humans work, right? If you're a human and you say everything that happens that is bad that happens to me, it's the world's fault, blah blah blah, everything is everyone else's fault, you never own your problems, you can never fix your problems, you can never fix these bugs, and you will be bound to walk the world thinking that everything is everyone else's fault of being miserable and having all these problems, right? It's the same thing, right? Because you cannot solve problems that you don't own. And it's the same thing in software. You can't solve, if there's a big bug with cross-term, then I would either fork it or I would write my own implementation, right? And we would own it so we can fix the problem. It definitely is something, but it is not high on the priority list now. Maybe if other people join the project, because there's got to be things that you're working on where you feel like, if I want this, but I didn't have time to solve it. It's a feature I want, but I'm going to prioritize solving this. And I'm guessing Andrew, I just forgot his last name now. Andrew. Calais, sorry. Oh my God! Right, you might have heard of this guy. Anyway, so I think, I mean, imagine that he's in a similar boat, right? He has all these features he wants to implement for Zig, and you got people talking about things like dependency trees and the build system, whereas he might be very focused on a very core optimization, something that's not even visible to people who are working with. It's not a feature of the language. It is stabilizing something or fixing a very obscure bug that only people whose name starts with the letter X run into. But he's working on the bug fixing nonetheless, and there's all these other features that would be nice to have, right? It's definitely
I mean,
a priority
for
issue.
sure, it made sense for Zig for a long time to bootstrap using LLVM and get a ton of progress out of that. And then it makes sense to change things only more recently, when once the level of polish of everything else has reached a certain level of quality. Which, I mean, in my defense, while it is objectively true that using tree-sitter to parse HTML files for HTML templating language is a bad idea, at the time I didn't have almost anything on hand, and bootstrapping with tree-sitter allowed me to make progress on other fronts. And then at some point that became the worst part of the program. And so then I went and redid it, and so now at a certain point, it was so bad that it was the worst part. But before it becomes the worst part of the program, then you want to focus on what the worst part of the program is, I guess.
There's a flip side to the coin where we say that we inherit someone else's problems with this when we add a dependency, right? So we add a dependency to whatever, and now we inherit their bugs and their debt and their problems, right? The alternative would be to do something like maybe copy and paste what someone else did. We understand it, but we're gonna take someone else's idea, right? Someone else has implemented an algorithm or whatever. We're gonna take that idea. The flip side of that coin of inheriting someone's debt if we get rid of that, we also don't inherit their fixes. So if someone comes up with a bug, a critical bug, we might not even know about that because we copied some code and then we forgot about the project. We're like, oh, I got this from this project, and now I'm never going to look at it again. I'm over here now, and you are unaware of this critical bug that occurred and, leaking passwords.
That is a great point. You know that Andrew gave a talk specifically about that idea. At Last Systems Distributed, he talked about his music player and all the hoops that he had to go through because he wanted to depend on YouTube Downloader. I think it's called YT Downloader. I think. Somebody can remind me. What's the name of the library that allows you to download YouTube videos?
So there was YouTube DL, but I think it's YTDL now.
Yeah, I think it's that one. Yeah, YTDLP.
I think Acura's one is the one that is current.
Okay.
Hi Pizza Wizard, you're right, but I think that has been discontinued.
Mm-hmm. In any case, he's depending on that library, and the library is written in Python, and so he basically ended up writing a build script to create a static build of the CPython interpreter that comes basically with YouTube DLP inside of it directly.
That's quite a move, man.
Yeah, but here's was his point, and like in the talk he was saying, maybe people in chat, in the audience would have said, "Wait, why don't you just rewrite it in Zig?" Right? He actually presented another example previously, like earlier in the same talk, where he mentioned a C++ library, and he re-implemented the C++ library in Zig, and he got a ton of benefits out of it. But he didn't do it for the Python one. Why? Because he wants to depend on the labor of people updating YouTube DLP, because they keep doing the cat and mouse thing with YouTube, and so he doesn't want to do that himself. He wants to depend on their work.
Yeah, especially something like that is very fickle and time consuming, and that kind of if you have a body that owns a specific, then their main focus is on said specific. So if anything happens in the world of YouTube download, the body of YouTube download is going to pay attention to that. And whereas if it's a copy and paste job for you, you're just going to go crazy trying to keep up to date with these things and in lockstep with what changes YouTube is outputting, right? So it definitely is something that I can see that you wouldn't want to do. There's also a little bit of insanity in the world of software programming. So another hot take. This has sort of is a anti-Rust propaganda coming your way now, but there was with the excitement of Rust, and I was just as excited as everyone else about this. I didn't tell anyone to rewrite anything in Rust because I'm not a head, but I didn't do that, but I saw people doing that, and that was not very popular. But I think that it was a very misplaced attitude, right? Because you're saying that we're gonna take years of exploration and growth of knowledge and understanding and then throw that out for some possible benefits. So if you have an old code base, that is actually something that is also known as a hardened code base, right? Because it's gone through all the changes, right? If it's something that's being used a lot, people will find issues and bugs and fix all these things, right? And I think that's very it wasn't all people trying to discredit Rust who were doing that. No, I think the majority of people who were doing that were people who are very excited about programming and being very religious about it. And being religious about something is never a good idea, right? But they're being very religious about programming and very, very sort of, I mean, one of the things that Rust community never wanted was Celerity. It was very much on the top list, like no flipping Celerity. I think that's still one of the key rules on the Rust subreddit. I don't look there that much anymore because it's kind of got a bit weird, but where did the rewrite in Rust thing come from? That was a meme. I'm gonna tell you guys about a subreddit that you can go and visit once. I don't know if it's still around even. It's called Rust Programming Circle Jerk, and that's where you can find these things, right? You can look at it, you can laugh, but don't take anything serious in there. Just move on, look at it, laugh, and move on, right? They rewrite it in Rust thing, which probably more of a joke. Oh, the CodeCon, the people who actually said rewrite it in Rust, and like that quote unquote movement was never really a real thing, and it has long since passed. But it is not unlike that a government is very late to a party. So I can kind of understand that they're kind of turning up in 2025 going, the cake is a lie, right? They're doing the equivalent of that, right? But it's not really... I think it's more like you're gonna have this. You're gonna have this in every community. It's not just programming. You're gonna have this in every community. There's a small minority of people being really excited. You should share your excitement with the world, right? But it's when your excitement becomes a bullying thing, that's when it's not okay. I don't. If people say to me like, "You're rewriting Anathema in Sig," and I know people are joking when they say that, and I wouldn't, because I've sunk 23,000. I got 23,000 lines of code in there now, but I've probably written 100,000 lines of code for it, because you throw things away, right? I don't want to go through that effort again, right? It would be a fun experiment to do, maybe, and I would like to know how we would solve certain problems in Sig that I solve in there, right? Which has to do with the value transporting across boundaries and being reinterpreted. But that's not here nor there. But I think that there will probably be a movement of people saying rewrite it in Sig, and they will genuinely mean it, right? And I don't believe that any of you are going to be in that group of people doing that. In the bullying tactic, in the bullying sense, like you're doing it wrong. Rewrite this in my language of choice. You're doing it wrong. Don't be an idiot. Right? I don't think anyone's going to do that. I like anyone's going to do it for real. I think that's going to be a minority of people doing that. I follow and implement our Rust jerk recommendations vigorously.
I think every language, as it grows, will have people with bad ideas, whether they come from
a good place.
Yeah, whether they start as a meme, or like they're generally heartfelt from the beginning, or like the result of just thinking badly, I guess. Well, having bad ideas in your mind, or what. I think it happens to every language. Honestly, my only criticism of this thing is that when it comes to Rust specifically, I wish the Rust, the people in charge of Rust, did a better job at like curbing certain behavior in the community.
I think they did. I just think that it was an impossibility, because that was one of the things that was if you were to go back and look at the Rust subreddit circa 2015, 2016, there were so many posts. People were trying to start some kind of language war with Go, because it came out around the same time, even though it exists in completely different domains, right? So people were trying to do that, and there was a lot of this. There was a lot of celatry, and people were constantly writing no celatry, because we not have any celatry. That was like very strongly writing about that. I don't think you can do much about people writing their own blog post. I mean, I saw. No, you can't. I saw like counterpoints to these things that were kind of insane. There were people saying, I'm not going to learn Rust because some person I don't like is involved in the project. And I'm like, well, that's not a good reason to decide on tools or not, right? But I don't know, right? I don't know. This is all. I just wonder what is going to happen, what Sig is going to experience, because you can see all the bullshit that happens in C++, in the Rust community. The C++, that's not a bullshit. Rust looks at that and goes, let's not do that. And then you get a different kind of bullshit in Rust. And I'm hoping the Sig's going to look at that and go like, no, trademark policy, we're not going to talk about that. Like, don't forget that. We do our own thing. And I do wonder what's going to come out of the
we certainly
Sig.
We certainly did some of this. Like, if you look at zigline.org, for example, maintaining with Zig is literally a vaccine for rewrite it in Zig. It's 100% inspired by, let's not do rewriting in Rust. Let's make sure that this is not a thing, and that culturally nobody thinks it's a good idea to say, let's just rewrite it in Rust because, rewrite it in Zig because this is inherently better. So it's maintain it with Zig. And in general, if you have to rewrite something in Zig, the idea is you shouldn't do it unless you think you can do better than the original. Like unless you really think that, unless you rethink it in Zig, I guess, or like you reinvent it. But unless you do that, it's not worth rewriting.
You're absolutely right, Coco, and there are people who think that. And I think we are kind of past even the idea of calling languages tools. I think with languages is now almost like preferences, right? Like we're language preferentialists, right? RIS does sound good. I don't understand why anyone would care which tools people work with. It is strange, EBN. I think again it comes from a place of excitement. I also think the Zig is positioned in a different way because Zig is effectively also a C compiler, so you don't really have that. If you're gonna use a C library with Rust, there is absolutely more friction doing that. I think just first you're going to do some kind of bindgen or libgen, generate all the bindings, which you can do, which is pretty cool, but you end up with this like colossal file that you're going to deal with. There's a lot of like bindings you have to write. There's going to be a lot, you're going to fill your code with stuff, whereas in Zig you just link against you just include the C file, right? And there you go, right? Andrew's opinion. Okay, anyway, Codebook.
Yeah, this is an example of Andrew not being interested in depending on free type, and so he wanted to implement font rendering on his own from scratch.
I mean, more power to him for want to do that, but it's just one of those things I would never even bother with, right?
I think in his case, what's happening is that he was exploring how to use Vulkan and how to do graphics programming, and so as part of his work there, he also ended up doing the work to implement his own font renderer, apparently. So yeah,
deck to shave. No, it's interesting, but this means that Zig is going to get its own flavor of BS, right? In one form or another, because all programming languages does, right?
Although you know what, I do still think, as the person in charge, at least partially, of this stuff, I do think that you can do a better or worse job when it comes to these things. So will I be able always to control the narrative over everything? Probably no. We'll see. But I do think that you can, by being mindful, you can do a better or worse job depending on how mindful and deliberate you are. For example, here's a more clear-cut example. In my opinion, the Go leadership completely bungled their marketing for Go when they tried to position it as a systems programming language.
That was weird, wasn't it?
That was weird.
That was like, what you not, and then I heard people refer to Go as like it's just a different style of C or a different C, and I'm like, in what space? Because the moment you add a garbage collector, you are not a different C. You're in a different league at that point. Because I think most of us compartmentalize languages as no garbage collector, some kind of runtime, interpreted language, and stuff. Like broadly speaking, Python, JavaScript, C#, Go, Rust, Zig, C. They're all this kind of like groups that I think we do. And I have no idea why they try to associate Go with C, right?
Yeah, I think it was given at a talk. Let's see if we can find a quote for this. The intention of creating Golang is for this design of systems, and the same purpose still matters today. Is this let's see. All those factors we wanted to address, the complexities of building modern software, controlling dependencies, blah, blah, blah. In short, Go is not just a programming language. Of course, it is a programming language. That's its definition, but its purpose was to help provide... No, okay. So somewhere there is a quote from Rob Pike, I believe. I don't know if it's him, but there is a quote from somebody in... it's either him or one of the other creators who were saying that they regretted trying to pass Go as a systems programming language in the beginning, and that over time they learned that it was... a good idea of positioning it that way. But I think it's in a talk, so we're not going to be able to easily find it.
No, that's fair enough. But so I mean, it is the phrase systems programming is a little bit vague in itself, because what do you like qualify as systems programming. We can say like, oh, it's like C++, it's systems pro. You program systems with these things, right? But it's like, as far as I know, there's no formal definition of what systems programming is, right?
Yeah, no, of course, for sure. There may be some wiggle room in there, but still, I think that if Go had positioned itself as like a saner alternative to Java and C#, which is, in my opinion, what it is. What it has become.
That is definitely where I put it in that category of languages.
I think it would have been better for everybody.
Oh yeah. I mean, they I don't know if they felt like they don't want to compete with C# in that sense. But yeah, no, it was a weird one. It was a very strange one. There was something we were going to talk about when it comes to C# and Go, but I don't quite remember what it was now.
No, I think I mentioned that I wanted to say something about it, but it was the compilation speed part with which we did talk about. Unless you had ended up having something else.
I have no idea what the compilation speed is of C#, but I do know that Go, because of Go's nature, they don't have they're not open to the same level of what would you call it? The same level of dumb that C# is, right?
Yeah.
For anyone in the chat who's ever programmed C#, if you ever sat in a meeting arguing with 10 other people on some kind of abstract definition of some bullshit's pipeline you're gonna build, right? You know the colossal waste of time. I actually went from programming C# to programming Python, and my first reaction was, "Oh my god, you guys do things, and it's not just meetings. That's just amazing, right?"
Yeah.
And I remember that. It's like, no, man, clients are paying for our time, man. We're just gonna build things to move on, right? And I remember having these like obscure design meetings, and I think this is what I was mentioning very, very early on, right? These are symptoms of bored programmers. They're not challenged with what they're doing, so the intellectual stimuli comes from building these like mad pipe puzzles out of abstract ideas that they can then kind of put together and be like, oh, it kind of fits 90% of what we're doing, right? And then we just shoehorn the rest in there, and it looks so like organized. We're bringing order to a chaotic universe, right? And I think that's where C# kind of fell off the radar for me. It was never about game programming. It was always about like web and boring meetings and databases in my world. So as far as I'm concerned, C# is a boring language. I mean, it's not boring in a bad way necessarily, but it's like the language and the culture around it was incredibly boring, right? So I'm hoping Go does not have that.
I think that Go did other things right when it came. So while I do think that the positioning as a systems programming language was a huge misplay by the creators, I do think that they got really right other parts about their culture. For example, they if you watch talks about how they use interfaces, in my opinion, it's much more sane that how people use interfaces in other languages. They have, I feel. Again, this is my opinion, so I, take it with a grain of salt. I might be wrong, but I feel like that when it comes to some development practices, they did a better job. I don't agree with everything, but I do think that they purposely, in my opinion, made sure to design also, like they made sure to have communication around certain ideas and made sure to proliferate good ideas about software development the way they want it to happen. And I think that in Zig, we are doing the same. And I hope that we will be able also to keep doing so going forward. I can tell you, so going back to the idea of like shaping your community culture, I can tell you that there are things that I do to make sure that let's say the Zig way of doing things is preserved and understood and doesn't get taken over by random shitty ideas, which is in good part just discussing with people and sharing opinions. And by the way, sometimes you discover something new. Like it's not like the ultimate truth about programming in Zig comes from Andrew, and then it's a trickle down system. Not at all. Obviously, Andrew, as the designer of the language, as a major user of the language, oftentimes has good opinions about what to do with the language. But over time, there were also plenty of ideas that came from other people that then got adopted and became the standard way of doing things in Zig. There's also a ton of other bad ideas that occasionally pop up, and like pushing against them is something that I do actively. And when this gets to an extreme, so it's not just like an idea that you find questionable, but an extreme would be like some ideas that you find genuinely bad. That's when the I don't know.
I do feel like you have failed at your job here a little bit, Christoph, as doing that, because when I look at Zig, I see very little snake case, okay? And this is kind of a big thing, okay? I feel like you should have pushed hard. But jokes aside, are you aware of any unofficial Zig community that kind of has spawned and exists outside?
Oh, you don't know. Let me tell you.
I do not. Now we're gonna see. We're gonna venture into the dark, murky world of Zig.
Check this out.
It's decentralized. Anyone is free to start and maintain their own space for the community to gather. There is no concept of official or unofficial. However, each gathering place has its own moderators and rules. But you have an official Discord, though, don't you?
No, it's not official. It was actually owned by a bunch of different people over time, and they passed it to each other, and none of them was ever part of the ZSF at all. I'm a moderator there, but that's the full extent of my power. So if they want to keep me out as moderator and decide to, institute the snake case Imperium, they would be able to do so. Yeah.
So would you say that? Okay, if you click on the Discord English there in the list, what do we see there? The Zig programming language Discord. Is this really not gonna be interpreted as the official?
Oh, well,
is that not how people are gonna see
what
it?
people interpret? Yeah, I don't know. That is a good point. Because the fact that it says Zig Discord and it doesn't say, I don't know, or unofficial explicitly, maybe, but really, like, none of these things are like official at all. Like, there's Codier's Zig Discord also.
That's fair,
which is one random person's well, not fully random, but like this is one person's Zig Discord, Zig embedded group. So yeah, no, they're like the only official things are the GitHub and then the Zig compiler development Zulip. That's it.
But then I would say, because this list is kind of officially associated with Zig, would you add something controversial to the list? Right, I'm being a bit flippant now.
Yeah, no, we reserve the right to control our list. So if you make I don't know, something outrageous, so like it's the Screaming Case community, Snake Case, I don't know, don't love it, but it's fine. But if you make the Screaming Case community, I'm not sure at that point. I might go into the wiki page and remove your entry if you add it.
It's gonna be the underscore for private variables community. That's what you're gonna get, where the underscore can be omitted as well.
But I can tell you
that didn't make sense to me. That thing that people suggested that you can write it with or without the underscore, that did not make sense to me. I looked at it and be like, are you trying to add some Python to this?
I can tell you that in any case, there are communities that are not listed here. And not because I did not want to have them here. I just vaguely know that they exist, but they never wanted to be included in here. So there's that.
I mean, I get that, right? But I don't know. I never use like Zulip. I miss IRC. I thought IRC. Those were like the early days of my Rust programming. This was before there was an evangelism strike force. Even I was hanging out on the Rust beginners Discord, and people were like super nice. A few people were a little bit too aggressive maybe, but in general you're always going to get it. It was really nice community. So humanoidism, you've forgotten a hyphen for your kebab case. You will be the next human sacrifice. I'm sorry. But I like it. But this just means that you cover the basis of what you know. There is the unknown to come, of course, right? What is going to happen in the future, right? And then some other programming language would turn up, look at what Zig was doing, and be like, all right, we're not going to make that mistake.
Yeah, these people are so wrong, man. Oh my God, what cringe. Can you believe that the Zig people used to do that? You know what? Honestly, I welcome this. I am looking forward to that day. I want to see, as much as I like Zig, I want to see what the next step is going to be. I'm not going to endorse, whatever random language comes next. that thinks it's better than Zig. But eventually, a language that will be better than Zig hopefully will come out, and I'm looking forward to that day.
I think that the interesting thing is going to be when you see the Sig becomes the counterweight of the arguments, but every language is going to make that claim, right? I remember when was it VLang came out? It's like it's got like all the good stuff that Rust has, but also better. And there was VLang, and there was another one that claimed to do safe FFI. And the way they did safe FFI was just making every property a function pointer. Like you had to make a function to act as a property and then pass as a function pointer. And that kind of felt like you are gonna make me write 30 functions if I have 30 properties. I'm not loving this, okay?
VLang
they had another one.
VLang promised a lot of things, and then it's not just that it promised, it claimed that it had lots of things. Because promising is, I guess, fine, but it claimed to have things, and then it turned out that it didn't have them, and that they were actually promises. That was annoying. Anyway, I think it's fine now. The project is still alive. They exist. Hopefully they're making progress.
I don't know what the adoption rate is, and again, I just wish that we would be allowed to see this metric somewhere. Like, where is the adoption rate? Where's the drop off? What are people investing in these days? And to me, that's just interest. That I am not going to base. And I get this question a lot, and I bet you get this question too, Krista. Right? The people asking like, I'm going to graduate in 3 years. Should I learn Sig? And I'm like, how can I answer that question? Like, what do I know about the universe in 3 years from now? Man, if I could tell you that, I wouldn't be poor, right? I'll be filthy rich. Yeah. So that's crazy. And I think is there are things that I really like about Sig that Sig is doing, and there are things that I really like about Rust. And the reason I cling on to Rust like some kind of safety blanket is because I'm really comfortable with the syntax. And one of the really good things that I enjoy about the language is the ease of maintenance when it comes down to it, right? Because of the type system. But if someone said, look, you can have Rust with these custom allocators and none of those warts, and you can have Sig, but with this powerful type system on top. And of course, these languages wouldn't be these languages anymore. But if someone gave me something like that, I'll be like, okay, cool. But like, we can have self-referential types with custom allocators and all this stuff with the ease of refactoring. That would be like amazing, right?
Like an in between. Who knows? Maybe somebody will come out with something like that will supersede both Zig and Rust. That would be cool.
Oh, 100% someone will. But like you said, you're not going to endorse something that just claims that it is. You're going to have to see proof of this.
It needs to be serious. Right? Yeah, but generally, I do look forward to that. And in any case, sorry, to conclude the discussion about like culture design. Yeah, I do think that for certain things, it's part of what you do with the language. Like, it's part of the value proposition of a language, in my opinion, designing the culture around it, and you can do a better or worse job at it. So we'll see. By the way, yeah, Johnny Marler, people are chatting about D. Johnny is a D refugee in the Z community. Yeah.
What made you leave D then, Johnny? What made you feel like D was not really for you anymore? What had happened there, right? Assuming it's not a very personal and intimate question.
As far as I know, I don't think that Johnny had any big fight with anybody. You can find his posts on the D forums. Weirdly enough, you can find also the creator of Nim posting on the D forums and saying that D is crap and that Nim is better. A bunch of times.
Way to promote your language. That has always worked. You should adopt this. That has always worked, right?
Yeah, it's so weird to me. Like, why is nobody kicking him off of those forums? I mean, that's what I would do if I was the owner of the forum. Not necessarily because he's claiming to have a better language, and you don't want the competition. No, it's just like, it's not a productive discussion. Like, what even is the point? It's the forum discussion. If you want to be better, go be better somewhere else. Like write a blog post where you claim to be better than where you demonstrate how better you are than D. But like here, it's the forum for people who write D. Go away. I don't get it.
John is saying, D is going the root of C++. It's how to make a SIG which religiously refuses to add features. So was that like features? So is D not adding features at all? Or was it like a thing? So what I think is very funny when it comes down to these things. Now, this has been a few years has passed, but I think when people ask if it's too late for me to learn how to program, and then they give some arbitrary number as their age, right? And assuming they're not going to get hit by a car tomorrow, I think it's quite funny. And I point them at a post made by Andrew Kelly on Stack Overflow some 12 years ago, asking how do you open a file in C++? And he's now written the SIG programming language. So obviously you can learn and get very far in a matter. I mean, it depends on who you are and what you're capable of, right? But it just because you don't have to be born into programming, right? That absolutely not, right?
Toggle, you want to know the truth about that question? I was told
no, go on.
The truth about that question. So maybe we should bring it up so that people know what we're talking about.
Oh, I think that's right. Don't shatter my dreams here now, right? I'm gonna just read what A. Bowden says. You have to admit that's really funny though. It would be whoops. Oh no, damn it, you disappeared. It would be much less funny if it was some random NIM fan doing it.
Oh yeah,
it really is, right? And I think that's kind of the things that breaks things in community. Okay, here we go. Right, when was this? This is 2008. Okay, some 30 years ago. Okay, that's a very good question. All right. Okay, tell me some backstory to this question. Maybe.
Okay. What I've been told is that Andrew knew how to open a file in C++. He just knew that Stack Overflow had just started and wanted to get some like tons of karma by asking questions that he expected would be, upvoted a ton in the future, like viewed a ton, etc.
I feel like that's a bit equivalent to saying, "Is it okay to marry your cousin? I'm asking for a friend." Right? But
maybe,
no,
maybe.
I think that it is better if my version of this is true because it's hope inspiring. Because if your version is true, then it's not as inspiring anymore. Exactly. The American dream is destroyed. I don't know if that's about your cousin or about Andrew, but there you go.
Wait, karma farming is the American dream. Like this was capitalism, karma capitalism in full swing. I think there are examples of what you described. Like there are examples of, Andrew being young and asking silly questions, and you maybe will find them out there. But apparently this one is not it. This one is just pure blissful.
But if you're farming karma, wouldn't you really want to be answering questions instead of asking questions? But I do think that the question is a particularly funny one because it shows something else. It shows how there are 6 million ways of doing something and no one's going to tell you which one is quote unquote the right way or why. So that's also a thing, right? You did it on server fault. Is anyone using Stack Overflow anymore, right? Is Stack Overflow kind of dying a little bit or not?
Man, Stack Overflow, I think I would love to be able to go back in time and be a fly on the wall when these people realize that LLMs are out there and they're like basically a walking Stack Overflow. Coincidentally also trained on the entirety of the content of Stack Overflow.
Yeah.
It's like, that must have been a scary moment.
Didn't they add their own AI to Stack Overflow though? I thought that, okay, you got Overflow AI up there. Have you tried that? It's just next to the search. There you go, right?
Talk to an expert. What do you mean? I want to talk to an AI.
Oh my god. Oh, you know what? I tried to sign up for. I've seen you use Claude on stream sometimes, and I thought, okay, maybe Claude is better than GPT. So I went to sign up for it.
I think it is. So that doesn't mean that it's good, but it is.
I had to provide my email address.
Yeah.
And I did that. Then I had to click a confirmation link. So I did that. Then they asked me for my full name and phone number. And I said no, absolutely not. That is such a dishonest sign-up process, and I find it violently disagreeable with what you should be doing towards your end users, right?
I think I did sign up with Google.
Yeah, that's probably the easier way of doing it, and I could use my bogus Gmail thing, but it was so incredibly unpleasant that it would, after you sign up and confirm your email address, you have to give them your phone number, and like there should be no reason for them to have my phone number. I've already told them here's a working email address, like. And then after, what else do you need to know? And why do you need to know this, right?
Well, let's say that the AI wants to call you because it needs a favor.
I mean, that I would be okay with that, right? I'd be chatting with the AI, and the wife be like, "Oh, that's so nice. You finally got friends." But I don't think that's gonna happen, right? I don't think that's gonna be the case.
Man, can you imagine right now? There's Rob Pike thinking if he wants to add another complex feature to Go or not, and like he's receiving emails from junior Google employees that contain like snippets from a prompt where it's clear that they copy pasted the message from an AI.
Even the part where it goes, "You are correct. This was a mistake on my behalf." I have found, I should have saved some of my prompts, but actually, you know what? Maybe you can try something. You have Claude, right? So I've tried to do some rubber ducking with ChatGPT. When I was trying to solve the complexities of UI layout, how do I optimize this thing, right? So before I even got involved with the LLM questioning, I used like a dirty flag to mark a widget as dirty. I used caching for the size and constraints. So if a widget hasn't changed, we can just get the size. And if we need to rebuild a specific widget deep in the tree, we can just reuse the constraints and all these things. And so far, it's working. It's horribly effective compared to what I had before. I'm very happy about it. But before I got there, I just kept asking LLMs. I wrote like this very long descriptive post. I'm building a user framework or UI framework, and it's based on the constraints of Flutter and Swift UI. I got this tree here. We're doing like the third generation widget. All this stuff I outlined, and then I asked like, how can I suggest some ideas for optimizing the layout or whatever. And every time it would give me almost the same bullet points. It would be like, use dirty flag, use caching, debounce. And I was like, debounce? Of course we gather the changes. We're not gonna like iterate through the tree 100 times, right? And like all these things, but it was always the same thing, right? Caching, debouncing, and dirty flags. So now, if you open Claude and then you just write in the prompt, how can I optimize a GUI layout function, and see if it's going to suggest these bullet points of caching and dirty flags?
It probably will. You know what might make a difference? Again, this is something that you would need to try out, and probably guaranteed is not guaranteed. But maybe showing source code might help.
Oh no, I did. I showed source code of Rust and of my own markup language, which I imagine would be very little use to it, but I did.
Let me see if I can show you something interesting related to this. Let's go on the Anti-Res YouTube channel.
That's the Redis guy.
Yes. He has a video.
He wrote the 1000 or a kilobyte text editor thing, I think, as well.
Yeah, also that. There's also like a specific kind of network attack that he originally designed. That's kind of famous. Hey, Janet Carr.
Hello, Janet.
Hello.
How you going?
Hello, everybody. Oh, man, what a raid. Hello? So, wow. Hello, Raiders. What were you folks doing on the other stream?
The Janiteers are in. Oh, it better be good now. You guys are building up the suspense by not saying anything. Closure.
Ooh.
Oh my goodness.
Did
you have fun with it?
Yeah, I'm pro Lisp. Toggle is anti-Lisp. So
I'm not pro Lisp. I don't want no brackets up in here, mate. Now you're right. Well, I don't know. But what do you guys do with Clojure? What's the thing? Lisp will never die, and that's not a good thing. Okay, it's like saying COVID will be around forever. That's not a good thing.
Oh, come on.
All right,
Lisp is cool.
I think Lisp is interesting from an academic perspective. I'm going to make my first programming language. Let's make a Lisp, right? But when it goes like, what are we going to program today? No one went like, let's do a Lisp, right? Maybe one person did that because they were using Emacs. But other than that, I don't know. You pro Lisp, Clojure pro, making a web game in ClojureScript. Yeah, I've lost this conversation already. And you use Emacs. I mean, I'm going to get kicked out now.
Of course. Oh, man.
Well, I'm getting kicked out. I can never visit Janet's stream.
This is a pro Lisp stream. Follow the channel. Don't worry. Don't listen to Toggle.
I'm here against my will at this point. It's all Lisp all the way down. You feel called out?
Yeah.
You use Emacs? Oh, nice.
Yeah,
nice.
Johnny uses Emacs.
It's all good. It's all love here. I wrote eLisp on stream. It's all good, mate. Don't worry about it. Okay. Well, anyway, so welcome, Raiders. We've been talking about some really hot topics there. We talked about dependencies, the extreme cases of no dependencies, only dependencies, what technical debt we incur from our dependencies and what they mean to us, and also talked a little bit about how we solve problems as humans to exist in the world. And we talked about a talk by Rob Pike, who famously said that. I'm not going to repeat what he said, but anyway, so we looked at that, and that was not about dependencies. That was about bloat, talking about code bloat as well. And now we're about to look at Antares, who, if you don't know, is the author of Redis, which is an in-memory data store. It is not a database, I guess. That would be a misnomer. Yeah. Okay, so what do you got for us, Christoph?
Okay, so he has 3 episodes. We're gonna look. I'm gonna let you choose if you want. We're not gonna look at all of it. It's kind of long, so we're gonna like skim through it. But he has 2 videos that I think are interesting. Coding with AI. One is about fixing a real-world bug in Redis vector sets using LLMs.
Let's start with that. That looks fun. Like a real-world example of someone doing something with AI, right? Okay, so I have to swap window.
Let's see. You might be speaking Italian. Oh, why can't I not hear? What's going on? Oh, I think my Mac Mini audio for me is off. One sec. Okay, let's hear. I mean, he's speaking English with his accent, so I guess we'll enjoy.
We all speak English with our accent. I speak English. I learned it from a book. Let's go.
You know what I'll do? I'll speed it up, though.
We definitely have to boost the audio here a bit.
Yeah, sorry. Okay. So he refactored some code and started getting seg faults. Maybe we can skip a little bit of the explanation of how adding stuff works. Let's skip forward.
Yeah, I want to see the prompt inputs here.
Yeah. So he has basically a patch of the changes that he made, and then he introduced the bug. Okay, I think we're getting there. stack trace, code, and patch. He deleted a line to Annie.
That's cool.
So he got a correct suggestion from the LLM when it came to his C code. He also has a video, which probably is not going to be a particularly good fit for what we're doing. So just pointing out that it exists, where he asks Claude to help him add UTF-8 support to Kilo.
That is the editor, by the way.
Yeah, the editor. Yeah, the 1,000-line editor. So, yeah.
Is it still 1,000 lines, though? Do you know?
With UTF-8? I don't know.
UTF-8 is like 100,000 line editor, right? Yeah. With UTF-8 built into
it, and then
right?
2 million lines code dependency. I don't know. I would probably venture that I'm not even sure if what they're doing here is enough for it to be correct. I know that this video exists. I don't remember what's in it precisely.
So. Hey, what's cool is that you can run these things locally, and you can upload your own like information to it. So you could theoretically run it locally and then upload the Zig code base along with documentations and some of those fancy AI books that was written for Zig, and then you could get some kind of really insane takes on Zig in the fold. But I reckon you can make it maybe up. Maybe I should try that one day. I don't think I'm gonna do it on stream because the AI stuff on stream is really not that interesting. People don't have a deep interest in that, right? You've been using Cursor in your Zig project, and it's been surprising how often it gets things correct. So what does Cursor give you, Fox, when it comes to this? I've not seen Cursor in action.
I'm guessing it's like a form of autocomplete.
Yeah, I think so it is terrible at Rust code, right? It really can't get it right. It can't do anything more complex, like reason about lifetimes. It certainly can't. I asked it to do something, and then for fun, I said, okay, do this using unsafe code. And it did that. And then I said, is this code's sound? And it goes, I don't know. And I was like, well, then you can certainly not use it, right? If you can't say whether the code is sound or not, then you as a human can't take that code and use it if you don't know if it's sound or not, right? Because it was like a hot mess, the whole thing, right? It scans the code base, and you can ask it to refactor functions and add functions. It can tab complete. Oh, good grief. Okay, that to me, like if it like makes changes to my code, then I don't like I am nervous doing a search and replace on a code base. Okay, that to me is gonna leave me sleepless, right? Very concerning. But I do like the idea that we can upload context to these things and say, okay, know this information. Now we're going to reason about this from the perspective of this information, right? It gives you a day if you have to accept for. Oh no, totally right. But here's the thing with code: you have one bit of code here, one bit of code here, and it might show you to make a change here that's related to that code, but you don't remember it because you're not driving the cursor. It's just gonna go from there and then jump to the next thing, and then you're gonna have goldfish memory and forget what you just looked at, and now you're not entirely sure. If you are entirely sure about all the code that has changed preceding where you are right now, then I'm fine with it. But I know that I would just lose focus or for a second or whatever, and then it would reset my brain and I wouldn't follow along anymore unless I was driving it, right? I mean, I do this a lot. When I edit code, I kind of jump back and forth a lot between files. I look at it and I read it. Okay, that's what it does. I go back and then I go, what did it do again? And then I have to go back and look at it. I'm very scatterbrained sometimes, right? Those use NeoVim. You can use Avante for a similar experience. It's surprisingly okay for trivial things or finding bugs, optimizations. Some people claim to be able to finagle them into writing non-trivial things that work well, but I'm scared. Yes, I'm skeptical to that as well.
Yeah.
I think you can definitely have an LLM help you reach a conclusion or whatever. And I like the idea of something to rub a duck with, right? Because frankly, my child doesn't want to hear about Rust anymore, and I'm thinking that's okay. I can ask the LLM now.
Wait, for how long did your children for how long were they able to sustain the Rust talk?
It used to be the wife first, and I'd be like, so can I talk to you about something? And then she'd watching TV and she'd look at me and she'd roll her eyes. It's like, is there going to be about programming again? And I said, maybe. Okay, she goes, okay, then.
Is that when she had an idea of making children? So
that's the reason why my child exists. And she goes like, let me just suffer for 9 months so you can talk to this infant instead, right? But I never really tried to rub a duck with the child as much because he wouldn't sit still for as long. But I used to try to do it with the bunny. Because I thought a bunny is going to be better than a rubber duck, but the bunny did run away. It had the capability of leaving and not paying attention, right? But an LLM is pretty decent for that, right? Because you can alter. The only inconvenient thing is that you're writing to the LLM, and if you're speaking to it, then it's gonna speak to you back. And I want to speak to it, and I want it to write to me back. You know, I wish they had a setting that was kind of like robot mode, so you didn't have to read all the craft, right? I apologize, I am incorrect again, my humble human overlord. Oh, I will never do this again. I'm a terrible existing creature. So, and oh my goodness,
Toggle,
please forgive me.
You're basically no, I can't forgive.
Chat. You don't exist. You're not a person, right? But also I've seen like videos of people be like, oh, I remember to talk politely to the LLMs. No, it's not a human. You're not gonna hurt its feelings. There's no feelings there. Okay, you have to be polite. What about chat? Sorry, are you new to Twitch? Have anyone who's streaming ever gone, do you know who can help me? The chat. They definitely want my well-being and success and want me to succeed at what I'm doing. Okay, asking chat for help is a little bit like inviting a live animal like a bear or a tiger into your house because you need something to scratch your back. Okay, it will scratch your back, but it will eat you afterwards. Okay,
I got a good amount of mileage out of chat. Chat has been helping me a lot in the past. You know what? I'm not making the mistake of thinking that chat is human. I know that it's just an algorithm that keeps that all it does is predict the next word, but I've got some help from chat. over time.
Oh man, that took me a second, man. It's like, what? It was good, man. I no, but I like the idea of rubber ducking with an LLM. I think it kind of adds it adds something, right? Even though it doesn't necessarily entirely understand what it is that you want in the long run, you can get some kind of feedback loop by describing the problem, which is the intent behind rubber ducking. It's not that whatever you're talking to is going to give you the answer. It's more like you're expressing the problem, which makes you look at it, right? I helped one of my viewers by being a rubber duck when it came to Zig programming and allocator, and I'll be like, I know everything about this. Let me help you. No, they knew I didn't know anything about it, but I got on a call with them. They explained the situation to me, and they saw the problem, and I sat there going like, I did this happen. I made this happen. Okay, I'll take credit for the fix right now. Okay,
that works.
Obviously, exactly, right. But no, I wish that they were a little bit more, maybe, I don't know what to say. I wish you could turn off some of the fluff, right? So CodeCon says they added that because otherwise they sound like a smug jerk. Well, I don't mind if it sounds like a smug jerk because it's confidently wrong all the time anyway. So it's acting like a smug jerk. So it might as well sound like one, right? It's like everything should just be prefixed with, here's a suggestion that we can just train ourselves to ignore, and then it just gives you some output, and then you do whatever you want with it, right?
Yeah,
I think
we'll see how much they are able to improve them over time. I do agree that LLMs are like terribly flawed, but I do think that it's also wrong to be what's the word, like trying to be
dismissive,
like Puritan about it, like, oh, you use an LLM, you're not a real developer. I think it's like, like cameras, right? It used to be that cameras weren't a thing and you had to paint if you wanted to make a picture of something, and then cameras started existing, and then they were kind of bad. And then people said, "Oh yeah, you took a photo. You're not an artist." But then cameras become back good enough that now photography is a form of art, or at least considered as such. And in practice, photos are useful. And so now, yes, the market of painting for painters have shrunk a bunch, because probably without cameras, there used to be more demand for paintings than there is now for cameras, such as life. But yeah, and I mean, cameras for a long time were bad, and then it's just a matter of improving them and reach certain thresholds. Like even without going back to like boomer cameras, well, actually older than
film cameras, right?
Yeah. Toggle, do you remember even digital cameras? Do you remember there was a Sony floppy camera?
I do. As a matter of fact, we even had one of those.
Oh, you had one. I used one of those when I was younger. Yeah. What was its name? Mavic?
Oh, it's the fourth one there. That's the one we had.
This one?
Yeah, I think that's the same as the one. Yeah.
Basically, this camera has this form factor because you would feed to it a floppy disk. They also made a CD one. Oh my god, bad idea. So you would basically slot an entire floppy disk into the camera, and it would hold like a grand total of what?
1.44 megabytes.
Yeah, which I think it was like 8 photos. I guess it depended on the quality that you set for the pictures, but it wasn't many photos. I think on a floppy you could put like 16 maybe. It wasn't great.
Yeah, and but I think the resolution was something like 800 by 600 or whatever.
Yeah,
it's definitely not.
You know who knows? Let's go for a circle.
Let's ask Claude. Okay.
Yeah,
640 by 480, even better.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, I agree with you on this take when it comes to AIs, right? But so this was my take very early on, right? That when it comes to AI programming, we're just changing the way we're programming. We should definitely not be sort of purist about anything, that's limiting yourself because you don't want something to be true when it is going to be true one way or another, right?
Yeah.
I also feel like there's like this other counterweight to this thing where people get like screaming doom and dismay, programming is dead. And I just keep thinking, but who's gonna program this? Who's gonna instruct the AIs? Because you need to be a programmer to understand the output. And even if we get to the degree where a program could be compressed into a prompt, so you can reproduce the same program from the prompt, right? That would be an insane world, right? But even so, you're still going to end up with edge cases that has to be dealt with. You still have to do logical thinking, and programming is just, I mean, we used to program by pushing holes into paper, right? And then we started typing things out, and then we got really fancy split keyboards, but we still type things out, right?
Yeah.
And this is just going to be a different form of this thing. But I don't see this as a bad thing. But I also don't see that you as a programmer is going to be quote unquote obsolete in the next year, right? We have loads and loads of progress we have to make, because we have the reality of AI, and then we have what people like OpenAI are telling you because they want money from you. So there's like a big gap there, the reality versus expectations, right?
I think that the only people who are like really claiming that AI is gonna make programming obsolete as a job are like crypto bros who bought a bunch of crypto coins for a coin related to AI, and now AI is their whole personality. Something along those lines. Because
and that guy with the jacket that works for Nvidia, he's got like the crocodile.
That guy, yes, of course.
He will also be in there, right? Maybe it's his coin, right?
Although there's there are fields that already today are being eaten kind of alive by AI. My girlfriend does subtitling and audio description for like movies and other media, and
that's cool.
Like audio description is interesting because it's the act basically of writing down what's happening in a scene for people who cannot see the scene, either because they're blind or visually impaired or whatever reason. And so you basically write down everything that's happening that you cannot understand that it is happening by listening to the audio. And then our robotic or human voice reads those things that you wrote and describes the scene to the person. But then, okay, this part is still done by humans a lot, but subtitling, the market for subtitling has shrunk considerably, and a lot of places are now are basically having AI generate subtitles for them.
The thing is, you still have to verify that subtitles are correct, because I don't think they're always going to be correct. Yeah. So even if you're not writing everything, you're still going to do a lot of reading.
Which is what's happening. What's happening is that they're hiring people to basically validate the outputs of the AI. So they're basically paying you. Usually the way it works is that you have, or at least as far as I know, is that you have somebody to work, and then you have maybe somebody doing quality check, like quality control. And so they basically having people only do quality control. Although I'll tell you, depending on the platform, the levels of quality of these things varies dramatically. I've seen Amazon series where in the subtitles you would even see credits from the fan sub group they stole those titles.
Titles from. I know what you mean. So my wife watches things with subtitles sometimes, and yeah, you got like at the end you got like some kind of like skullduggery team or whatever, subtitles by Jack Penis Hammer or whatever, right? There's always some bizarre name. Sorry. That's kind of funny that they just throw that in there, right? But no, I think the AI, we still have to validate the output. And yes, it does change the dynamic a little bit. You're going to go from writing a lot, but you need someone who speaks English and Italian to be able to verify it. So you can't just get rid of that person, right? Otherwise, you end up with and I know that there are cases where they have done, because there are cases where words can have multiple meanings, right? In for instance, the word lift could be a thing that can transport people up and down, but it's also the verb of lifting something, right? And if you that's kind of a half bad example, right? But if you're talking about the verb or the noun, that might not really be entirely translated correctly. So that might not be the same word in another language, right? They might have very different words, right? And you end up picking the noun when you're supposed to use the verb, or vice versa, right? So these things you can kind of notice this, and that's kind of a bit weird, right?
So far, every time I've asked an AI to like translate between Italian and English, and or in any case understand natural language, it has always done Italian basically. It has always done a very decent job. I've even asked so there are some Italian songs that I've always had trouble to explain to non-Italian speakers, and there is no, at least that I know of, English like translation plus explanation of what the things are supposed to mean. And I've occasionally copy pasted the lyrics of that song in Claude, and Claude actually was able to both offer a translation and also offer an explanation of what those things meant. And the meaning is not exactly obvious. It's not like rocket science. If you're a natural language speaker, you understand what's going on. But it's complicated enough that it's subtext. It's not pure text. And as far as so far, AI has done a pretty decent job at that.
Oh, I mean, I think it is pretty impressive for these kind of things, right?
Have you tried to quiz AI in like other languages that aren't English?
Well, you kind of have to speak all these languages, otherwise you don't know.
What do you mean? I heard you speak Spanish, French.
And obviously that is not thanks to AI, then, right? Okay, let me see. Let me see if I can try this then. Translate.
Are you screen sharing? Should I turn on your screen share?
No. Don't turn it on, because then you'll see the thing. I'm gonna try to. Okay, let me do this. Per favore, passa il sale.
That works. Yeah.
Okay.
That is perfectly correct.
Okay.
Okay. And Andrea has an amazing idea.
So that's the civete is that, I don't know how to pronounce that. Is that little rodents or?
No, I think civetta is a bird. I think it's like an owl thing. Not exactly an owl, but like small owl.
Okay, it's an owl. Okay.
Yeah. Oh.
Well, okay. Okay.
Yeah. So basically, that thing is like a. Oh fuck! I don't remember what's the name of this thing. Translate. Filastrocca. Oh, oops. Nursery rhyme, of course. It's a nursery rhyme. But so I guess the point is, try to ask Claude. Okay, so here's the joke. Here's how we can do it. Ask Claude to explain to you what this thing says, and then actually maybe I'll show you. Wait. Lyrics, I guess. Okay, so yeah, these are the lyrics. The idea is copy paste them into Claude and have it explain.
Are these like the onomatopoeic of?
Yes, kinda. Not really.
Yeah. Okay. I'll try. If you give me the link, I'm gonna use DuckDuckGo here, right? So let's have a look.
Shall I send it to you on Discord?
You can send it to me on Discord, and I'll pop it open on my screen here. This is gonna be putting to the test.
This is kind of stupid though. The real version that I did that I was actually happy with was with a more serious song. So for the people here who do know, like Andrea, I was trying with songs from Fabrizio De André. So still not impossibly hard to understand, but not exactly obvious. By the way, this thing is so stupid. Yeah.
All right, so I have it on my screen now, so I'm going to try to do this.
Maybe ask it also to explain. No, I don't know. Do you want me to screen share?
Yeah, you can share my screen now. So I'm just gonna do the first phrase here, right?
Yeah.
So
okay.
This thing is like a nursery name in the Italian language for children. Okay, well, so it's a children's nursery rhyme, right? Okay, let's try to translate and translate this to English and explain it. Whoops. The text you provide is a traditional Italian nursery rhyme. Here's a translation in English. 3 little owls on the dresser who were making love with the doctor's daughter. The doctor fell ill.
Yes. What a beautiful window in another culture, huh?
The rhyme is playful and nonsensical, typical of many children's rhymes. The phrase ambaraba.
Yeah.
Chichichocho, chichicoco.
Chichicoco. Yeah.
Chichicoco serves as a rhythmic and catchy refrain similar to Hickory Dickory Dock in English. The imagery of 3 owls on a dresser and the mention of the doctor's daughter adds a whimsical and slightly absurd narrative element. The line about the doctor falling ill introduces a twist, but the overall tone remains light-hearted and humorous. Such rhymes are often used to entertain children and help them with language developments through rhythm and repetition. So, can you explain this thing to me?
I cannot do a better job than what the AI did. Yes, as far as I know, that's what this thing is. But like the translation is correct. Yes, 3 O's on the dresser.
This like bizarre polyamorous owl trio is kind of just getting it on.
You can copy the remaining lyrics if you want, and learn more of the thrilling story that is told.
Man, I mean, we kind of have to see where this is going, right? 3 hens on the dresser. Oh my goodness. Okay, so it's the doctor's daughter is always the subject, and the doctor always gets sick. I mean, I'm starting to feel for the doctor. As a parent, I am feeling for the doctor here. Okay, let's have a look.
Wasn't there something more than this? Wait, because this I need help from Andrea. Andrea, isn't there more than this? Is it really just this?
We use it to choose who goes first between the members of a group. Oh, okay. So is it like an eeny, meeny, miny, mo kind of thing? Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Is this stream safe? Not anymore, Dory. Sorry.
You know what's going on here? This is like man, we're still coming for circle. This is like the Spider-Man, Hulk, Iron Man procedurally generated things where the scene is the same, but then the models keep moving, keep rotating, and they switch places basically.
There are. So I don't know. I don't know. I can't think of any like straight up English idioms. Well, it's not nursery rhymes, then it's idioms, right? Because you have to have a lot of idioms in Italian, right? It's just it's Mediterranean enough, right? Is this a warning against and then bestiality? I had to read this off your screen because all I see, I'm going to show you what I see on my screen. Okay. Is this a warning against? And then I just see the safe word here. Not the safe word, but you know. It's I have a very polite and censored version of the internet on my computer.
So Toggle, there is also this. Let me find it for you.
Gregory trauma is coming from Al's and daughter Sperada. Yeah.
So this one there's more meat to it. So try this one. This is a real song, and have the AI translate and explain to you. You can copy paste more. It will understand that these are different sections. Like even if you have like stuff in the middle, it's fine.
Oh yeah, no, I just didn't want to show chat that I can't read. That's all. There we go. Okay, I'm not even asking it to translate.
Yeah, but
it's swapped to Italian. Okay, in English, you fool. I apologize for that.
That is okay. This Chat GPT is not doing a particularly good job. The attribution is wrong.
Okay, should we translate this to English?
Yeah, let's see if that happens correctly. Like
in the square of a city, people watch with admiration a gorilla brought there by the gypsies of a sideshow. With little sense of modesty, the gossiping women of the neighborhood contemplated the animal. I won't say how, I won't say where. Beware of the gorilla. Suddenly, the big cage where animals lived burst open. I don't know why. Maybe it was closed poorly. The beast coming out of there said, "Today, I'm getting rid of it." He was talking about virginity, of which he was still a slave. Oh, que dramatico, no? Beware of the gorilla. The owner started shouting, "My gorilla, be careful. He has never seen a monkey." Wait, I'm a little bit confused about the women now. He might get confused. At this point, everyone present fled in every direction, even the women demonstrating the difference between idea and action. Beware of the gorilla. All the people ran hurriedly here and there with great fervor. Only a little old... I don't know where this is going, man, but I'm getting nervous. Only a little old lady and a young judge in a toga lingered. I don't know why is this important. Okay. Since the others had fled, the quadruped accelerated, and on the old lady and the magistrate, with 4 jumps he arrived. Beware of the gorilla. Bah, sighed the old lady, thinking, if I was still the side, it would be quite strange, and more than anything unexpected, to be taken for a monkey, though the judge, out of breath. It's not possible, that's for sure. The outcome proves he was wrong. Oh, poor judgment, the toga. Beware the gorilla. If only, all right, if any of you had to, forced with their backs against the wall, violate a judge or an old lady, I would be sure of their choice. But it happens that the gorilla, considered a grand figure by those who have tried him, however, does not shine neither for spirit nor for taste. I am a little bit lost at that one, right? In fact, he, disdainful of the old lady, headed towards the magistrate, grabbed him by an ear and dragged him into a meadow. What happened among the tall grass, I can't say in full, but the spectacle was captivating, and there was indeed suspense. Beware of the gorilla. I'll only say that at the most beautiful of the unpleasant and gloomy drama, the judge cried like a calf. In intervals, he shouted, "Mommy!" He shouted, "Mommy," like that guy whom the day before, like a chicken, with a somewhat original sentence, had his head cut off. I feel like this is written by someone who got judged for a crime, and they feel like they were unfairly judged at this point.
This is precisely a song that is basically like a long-winded way of basically criticizing that kind of stuff.
The Italian justice system. Oh man, yeah. Quality. I love it, mate. That was kind of funny. I have run out of time now. I actually ran out of time a long time ago, but now I really have to go.
I think
right?
we should go. By the way, this was super long. I hope it was fun for you.
Oh yeah, no, we did good, mate. It looks everything looks good, mate. I'm gonna catch up with you after the stream, and it was good. We're gonna come up with something for our next stream, because we talked about dependencies, and we talked about technical debt and bloat, right? So we have to come up with some new topics for next week. You did all right coming up with these ones, though. So I think you should feel free. If I come up with anything, I'll suggest it, right?
Yeah, maybe we should work on that.
Yeah, we'll try to do some stream probably next week at some point. We'll catch up on Discord.
Yeah, thank you for stopping by.
Thank you all for watching. I'll leave you in Christoph Cable hands. It's been great. Bye for now.
Bye, Toggle. There we go. So Toggle is gone. Oh man. So yeah, this one is it's still kind of funny. Like this song here, the gorilla song, is kind of funny, nothing crazy. There's also other songs. I think, as Andrea was pointing out, yeah, this is a translation from the original French version. There's also some other like originals from these authors that are interesting. Like some of them are like, against war, that kind of stuff. And they also do explain these topics, not necessarily in a always straightforward way. But I do think that AI, it's decent at picking up subtext, and maybe it is because somewhere there is an analysis of those songs, and the AI is basically just, well, maybe not copy pasting it to you. But I do think that the AI inside the neural network, there are the necessary relationships represented to show the connections between words. And if you have enough connections, then between words, then words start having structure, and then the structure that is represented in the neural network is not at the end of the day all that different from the structure that is represented in your brain, and you can actually get useful information from the AI, even if it isn't exactly something that the AI copy pasted from having seen it on the internet. It's possibly the best search engine we have. Yeah, I was talking earlier about was it Stack Overflow being scary, probably scared when LLMs were announced. But Google is definitely the second place where they were super scared. I would also argue that Google, considering that it was supposed to be the AI company, right? There was a point in time where Google was the AI company, and they got memed hard by not being the first ones to come up with LLMs. That was so funny. You just reminded me of the fact that Facebook made an AI that was able to provide translations without a Rosetta Stone because of some kind of shared pattern between languages. So, I don't know. What do we want to do? I think it's been a long day for me, so maybe it should be time for me also to shut off the stream. We had a lot of fun with Toggle. We need to find topics that we can discuss. And maybe it would be nice if we had like a list of topics. We come up with a list of topics, and the idea is that we time box it, and we say, you know what? We do 20 minutes per topic or half an hour per topic, and we try to make sure that we stick to that schedule as much as we can, so that we can maybe also have some more variety. That would be nice. The dependency discussion was great. You know what? I'm thinking of writing a blog post after the discussion. I'm thinking of writing a blog post and trying to put into written word my understanding of this stuff. Yeah, it could be nice. I'm thinking about it because I think it's also relevant. By the way, I think I mentioned this earlier, but it is interesting. It's really interesting that now these that used to be talking points that were kind of unique to the Handmade network, they are starting to be repeated by other people. We saw the talk from Rob Pike, right? We had another couple things that we didn't have time to go through, but there's this post from Armin Ronacher, build it yourself. Another day, another rant about dependencies. I'm not gonna go through it because maybe we will want to do this also with Toggle next time. But Armin has a blog post on this, and there was also something more. So there was a video from Antirez, although his video I think was him reading this blog post. But there's more. Let me find. I'll just show this and then call it a day. So just a couple minutes more. Let's see if my copy paste works. It does work. So Antirez wrote a blog post where the blog post doesn't say much. This is just him complaining about about how we are destroying software. Obviously, depending on your sensibilities, this is not arguing the point much. This is just stating the point. So as somebody pointed out on Hacker News, if this had been written by somebody who wasn't anti-res, people probably wouldn't have cared as much. But he did write this, and so we are destroying software by no longer taking complexity into account when adding features or optimizing some dimension, with complex build systems, with an absurd chain of dependencies, making everything bloated and fragile, by telling new programmers don't reinvent the wheel, but reinventing the wheel is how you learn how things work. By no longer caring about backward API compatibility. So he has a list of opinions, right? Yeah. And so people were commenting on this. And what's funny is that people do mention the handmade network in here, but like you don't see anybody from the handmade network commenting on this, which is interesting. Although most people in that community don't really like Hacker News, understandably. Then what's more is there? So, but in any case, this is a discussion where the handmade network wasn't really participating. And again, it's like it's one discussion, so nothing nothing crazy. There was also the discussion on the blog post from Armin, where people were discussing this. I guess my point is that all this stuff is trending on Hacker News. All these points are coming back into the mainstream way of thinking about things. We're not there yet. We're very far from it. Oh my God, for sure. But I think that a change is happening. So we'll see what happens. I'm curious to see how these things will play out. Pimagen also has a similar opinion about dependencies and writing it yourself. Nice. So we'll see what happens. In any case, this is it for today. And so thank you all for hanging out. And I think I will see you tomorrow at this point. I think it's time for me to get ready and finally, for once, have dinner at a decent time. See you all. Actually, let me see if there's anybody to raid. Although I don't think so. I should probably try to raid somebody. We got raided. Let's try to be nice and raid somebody else in turn. Ideally, somebody doing some C, Zig. The best would be Zig. There's C++. Oh man, why are people random projects in Rust? You know what? Let's do Rust. Oh, there's Giacomo Cavalieri. You know what? I'll send you to a Glim stream. Let's go. Which I think it's a Rust stream. I don't know if he's working on the compiler. I believe it's. You know what? I'm not sure if it's written in Rust. In any case, I'll send you to Giacomo. Glim is interesting. Yeah, we're going functional. Let's go.